Hello everyone and welcome to Nation Wars 2019. It is time for yet another group, or I guess starting one more of those groups here in the round of 16 because we haven't fully concluded the first two that we had take place. And today it's going to be France, Poland, Finland and Croatia playing in this very tough group. And I say tough because France is in it.
It is a tough group. I mean, I know a lot of people will obviously look at one player in particular. The best player in the world, Goblin, will be playing today for Croatia.
He's not going to laugh if you
It was really funny as well because he was actually in my stream a little bit before. I was like, my boy Gobbers, he's ready to beat Cyril twice today. He's like, here's Roddy talking about me beating Cyril, but meanwhile I'm shaking in my boots for Zugaliang. So I thought that was a good one. Now it's going to be a fun day. Obviously, whenever France is playing here, people in the studio, they get really hyped. The team this year, obviously, for France is really good. I'm kind of missing Stefano, though, Todd. I feel out of all the years, if there was one year where freaking Stefano should have been playing, it was this year. He's really good.
Yeah, well, I mean, the lineup's pretty good regardless, right? With Marine Lord, T. Drogo, and Clem, all three of them quite on form.
Two of the weakest race, though. That's tough, right?
Yeah. Moman is here today, by the way, which is pretty cool. I don't think we're going to get him on the English stream, but if you guys speak French, make sure to check out the French stream as well, because it's going to get wild out there trying to understand what he's saying.
I do believe, Todd, that before we really dive into these games and preview all the matches, we have a little video for you guys at home that will explain how this tournament works precisely.
This year's game format has been adjusted to accommodate more competitors. The game starts with a round of 40. 8 countries with the highest WCS point counts automatically qualify for the next round, whereas the remaining 32 countries are set to compete in a single elimination match. 16 winners then join the pre-qualified nations and continue to the next round, where 8 groups of 3 countries are set to play in a round-robin format. In each group, the country with the lowest point totals is eliminated. The remaining 16 countries are divided into 4 groups to play in a well-known double elimination bracket, also referred to as the GSL group. The top 8 countries then continue to play in a single elimination bracket, and the final 4 to battle it off live in Paris for the 2019 Nation Wars Championship title.
And that's it for the format here at Nation Wars. I feel like every one of us is pretty familiar with it by now, but if you aren't, there it is. That's what this video is for.
I really like this video. I also grew up in the basement of Amazon. Made out of artificial intelligence. With Group A, we have 4 amazing nations. Kidding, guys. All right, we have obviously... we kicked off 2 groups, right? It's not fair to say that we have 2 more groups to go because we don't finish the groups. The way we do it in the first 4 days here of Nation Wars is that we have the opening matches of a group, and then we have the winners match, and then we save all the lower bracket matches and decider matches for this weekend. Those are going to be some long... something days for us, but they're going to be very fun. Obviously, we kicked things off with the group of South Korea on the first day. They had to work for it, but they were able to come out on top. And I think yesterday we had quite a cracker of a day.
Absolutely. I mean, it started with a very one-sided matchup between Germany and Mexico. But then after that, very, very close matches and a lot of upsets as well in there. Like some players playing out of their mind. Eric in particular, I think, kind of stands out.
Yeah, who could have ever thought that Eric was going to go for some Lurker Nidus Ultra Viper against Time and come out victorious. Fantastic game yesterday. Brazil really put up one hell of a fight, even though it wasn't enough. You know what was funny as well? I wasn't here for that, obviously, because you guys did the post-game interview yesterday with Team Germany. When Showtime said, he's like, the last 2 games, I wasn't really worried. And I was like, he wasn't worried? Yeah. The entire DSCVs were being pulled. The army was clumped up. There was an EMP as well on the Disco Bloodbath. I thought it was really close, but Germany did come out on top. It was awesome to see.
Cold-blooded Showtime. Yeah. Calm and collected under all the pressure in the world.
And obviously, we're happy to have them right in the quarterfinals already. Yeah. But this is the group that we are going to feature today. We're going to have 3 matches. Like I said, Poland versus France is going to be our opening match. The second match will be Finland versus Croatia. And then the winners will go up against each other. Then we say good job to Jonas Setala, where he will say that he's sure that his teammates can do better in the quarterfinals, Todd. And then...
I can't wait for Cyril to tell us about how great his teammates are.
Mm-hmm. I really love it. It's Funka's like, Cyril, do you really think that like with this format, do you think that your teammates can do it? He's like, yeah, sure. I felt that was the least convincing yes, sure I've ever heard in my life.
Really?
Yeah, that was funny.
I thought him and Rainer, like, you know, they were pretty nice about their teammates.
Oh, of course. No, but they are very nice people.
Imagine if it was Stefano in his position. He'd be like, I don't even need them.
We know Cyril. Cyril's a sweetheart. He's always humble. And to be honest, he has good teammates, right? Like, they're not as good as him. But Zug Liang and Demas Zero are not players to be underestimated. But we'll talk about Finland later. Let's focus on Team Poland first. Obviously, a fantastic team thought. All 3 races represented all 3 top players of the European region.
Yeah. 3 very high MMR here between those guys. Seoul actually not finding too much success so far in Nation Wars. 3 and 8. Score-wise, it just feels like everything goes wrong in a lot of his games whenever he's playing, which obviously, you know, it's some very tough competition out there, but you would expect him to be able to do more. So today might be a good day to step it up for him and start scoring some very important points. But yeah, it's kind of... It feels like... Is it the standard to have 1 player from each race, you think? Or like... Per country, would people be inclined more towards voting for the best 3 players?
I think they'll just vote for the best.
For the best 3?
And to be honest, I think these are the best 3 players out of Poland right now. Poland actually has a lot of guys that are maybe not that well known. I'm not talking about Nurcho, of course, but Nurcho hasn't been playing that much lately. But a lot of these dudes that are like casual 6'4", almost 6'5" MMR, right? Like Art, for instance, for Polish Protoss, he's very good. Christiana, we've been memeing about him a little bit, but he's also very good.
They've always had a lot of Protosses and Zergs in particular, I think, in the past, right? Indy...
Yeah, no, Indy.
Ziggy is from Poland.
Yeah, Ziggy's Terran, but yeah, he's too good too. No, Poland has a lot of very strong StarCraft players. They've always had. Somebody told me about that, actually.
And then here's Team France with T. Drogo, Clem, and Marine Lords. So 2 Terrans, 1 Protoss on this one. We just don't know how to do it, do we? We need those Zergs.
Obviously, this is a super good team too. I mean, this is one of these Nation War stats where I think all 6, players, no matter how you shape them up against each other in whatever order, every match is going to be awesome, right? Like, we're always going to watch top players go up against each other. It's cool as well that it's not super heavy on the Zergs, even though I really don't mind watching the Zergs. I don't even mind watching CVZ, but I do know that we've been getting a lot of it over the last few months. So it is cool that we know in this Nation War, there's not going to be a ZVZ. The only Zerg that's here is Elaser, who's of course a very fun Zerg, but on paper, this just looks like a very exciting clash between 2 awesome countries.
And I think... When you play for the French team in Nation Wars, because it's organized by Gaming and everything, I feel like there's a little bit of added pressure, right? There's extra pressure, for sure. You want to perform well, there's going to be a lot of people on the French team following this. So these guys, hopefully, they've put in the hours, and today they show up with some well-prepared build orders and just well-practiced in general.
I think M-Lord may be a little bit of a question mark, right? I feel like a couple months ago, he came back swinging, already started to look very good, very early into his comeback. But then it kind of went a little quiet around him again. He cancelled 1 Home Story Cup participation, just said that he wasn't really feeling it, was a bit burned out at one point. So I have no idea what to expect here, but I'm expecting a strong Marine Lord.
Usually... We would have the TVT on FM around, but I think maybe because there is no Zerg on Team France, Seoul went on Thunderbird. It's very interesting. Like, they had to have, like, obviously both teams will try and anticipate who's going to be where, right?
Yeah, maybe Seoul tried to snipe Drogo. Is that possible? Because I think maybe he expected... Normally, Thunderbird is not a bad map, right, for Protoss. But these are the matchups that we have for you guys. Elaser versus Drogo. 2 players that have made it to the WCS Global Finals in the past. Of course, Elaser was there again this year. Drogo was there the year before that one. I think
these 2 have played so many games against one another. They were practice partners for the longest time, and I feel like that's what also helped them become extremely good in this matchup in particular. So I always really like seeing them go up against one another.
Zorgan's Clem is a really cool TVT as well, right? That's kind of like... When we talk about the best European Terrans, obviously you always talk about Hero Marine, and then for a while it's like, okay, Uturmo is there, and you gotta start mentioning these 2. So this is kind of like a battle in the rankings of like, who's the better one between these 2. They might even play twice, but we don't know about that. Maybe Elaser is the ace, maybe, I don't know. It's really hard, right, to even pick an ace player on these teams.
On both teams,
Nothing is guaranteed. It should be really fun. We're expecting a good atmosphere here in the studio. The Frenchies are a little bit further away from us, but I'm sure that we can hear them yell as soon as there is something to yell about.
Oh, yeah. For sure. And with Moman being here, things are going to get wild. If I see any sort of spray in his hand, I'm running away. I don't want... Yeah, remember, like, in the first I think it was the first Nation Wars.
Oh, like these weird little...
yeah. I don't know what they're called.
No, I have no idea either. It's like a sort of a confetti spray.
I don't want that on my shirt.
Yeah, it's gibberish. Then they're like, oh, they're putting it over their face. I'm like, all right, like, you guys have fun. And then they start chasing you with baguettes. I'm like, geez, Louise, like, I cannot remember reading anything among these lines in my contract about being chased by baguettes and being sprayed on the weird gluey stuff. But doesn't matter. What does matter is that we have good StarCraft coming up. Obviously, we're going to have a little chat with the captains as soon as the captains are ready. And from my part, Todd, we're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm pretty excited, especially like, you know which teams are going to play, but as soon as you start seeing the matchups, like you start thinking, you know, what's going to be happening on what map and everything. And I know like these players, they're particularly good in these matchups specifically. Marilyn Mana, that's a great one as well.
Yep, and a classic, right? Two players that were very active in the earlier days already. I do believe that the captains are ready. So let's take a look who is joining us. I expect Drogo and Sol in the dark. Jeez Louise, what time zone are you living in, Sol? Can you hear us, guys?
Okay. I can hear you guys.
Okay, hello, Drogo. We'll start off with you. Drogo.
Hello.
Hello, Sol. Okay, everything is working. That's fantastic. Drogo, let's kick things off with you. Obviously, Poland, a very tough opponent over here in the round of 16. Now, there aren't a lot of weak nations, but how are the spirits in Team France? And how do you look at the first three potential matchups in the Pro League format?
I mean, should be kind of fun, honestly. Like, France and Poland are two teams that have a lot of very good players. Both, like, top Europeans, like evenly matched, you know. It's not one of these like one strong player against two strong players kind of matches. So honestly, I'm just looking forward for the games. I think it should be very fun.
With you. Sol, you can hear us as well. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm doing fine. We prepared very well for the maps and everything went as we planned. We even predict where they will put their players on the maps.
Wow. So you wanted to play some TVT against Clem?
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan, to put near Terran.
Okay. Why is that? Is that because Terran is weak and you only want to play against other Terrans?
No.
Okay.
Terran's strong.
Terran
I'm
is
just
strong?
confident.
Okay.
But if you were on Ephemeron, you were most likely going to meet one more Terran, right? Also. So why did you choose Thunderbird over Ephemeron?
Kind of can't say. But
Okay, that's fine. And what about you, T. Drogo, on the side of France? Did you guys end up playing against who you were expecting was going to be on those maps?
We might have. I don't think it matters too much. Honestly, I don't know if my teammates feel the same way, but I have a lot of respect for Cyril, so I feel like for both of us here, finishing first will be a very good performance. So in that sense, the match today doesn't really matter too much because the loser of this is kind of expected to win against Croatia. And then there's going to be a rematch on the weekend. That's the one I'm really looking for. So for this one, I still think I'm going to win, but we're chilling.
Okay. And that's good, play a little carefree. You guys already mentioned, obviously, Finland against Croatia is going to be the next matchup. But I do believe that if you are looking at certain countries that can defeat Cyril, like, for instance, if I look at your lineup, doesn't everybody at least have a shot to take out Cyril? And if, all three of you guys have multiple opportunities?
Okay. After the patch, I agree with you 100%. But right now, it would be tough. It's still possible, but the percentage is fairly low, I think. But it's still possible for sure.
What about you, Sol? Did you guys practice specifically for France, or did you keep everybody in this group in mind with Croatia and Finland being in it?
I think we'll win today everything. So we have a laser. I think we're not gonna lose.
I like it. I mean,
That was the question, but I'll take it.
Elaser has taken maps of Cyril, so I get it. So, what's the idea behind the black screen behind you? Because I'm familiar with a green screen, but I'm not that familiar with a black screen. So, what's the story here?
I don't know. It's new strategy
You like
of winning.
Yeah, you like to, I mean, it does give you kind of a dark and mysterious look. So, is this like a way to intimidate Drogo?
Yeah, that's the point.
He doesn't look very intimidated to me, though.
I mean, He's faking it. He's very scared.
T-Drogo, since we're also being shown on the French stream right now, I believe, and usually we ask you to send a message of hope to the French viewers. Would you like to do one more of these real quick?
Sure. Honnêtement, ça devrait bien se passer. Mais voilà quoi, c'est un match que j'aime beaucoup en fait. Genre, j'apprécie beaucoup les joueurs de la Team Pologne. Et je sais que c'est un petit peu lame de dire ça, mais j'ai envie de montrer du beau StarCraft, quoi. Je pense que tous les matchs vont être du beau StarCraft. Et ça c'est vraiment l'objectif un petit peu. Donc on va essayer de gagner et derrière on verra. Hein. Mais fighting, voilà.
All right, thank you guys. Can we get maybe just a real quick prediction, a score prediction from both of you? Sol, go first.
4-1.
I was going to say 4-1 for France as well. Thank you, Piotr.
All right, guys, let's get it on. Thank you so much, Sol and Drogo, for joining us, and good luck in the games, of course.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I like the strategy of trying to intimidate Drogo by sitting in the dark.
Yeah, I've always played really bad if I played in the dark,
Me
if I
too.
can see anything and stuff around.
I mean, in our days, our keyboards didn't light up either, right? Like, actually, I still don't have a keyboard that lights up. But
Yeah.
it's actually really rough because, like, sometimes your hand moves a little bit in the middle of the game, and then it's like, can't find the key. Like you're like zooming in on your keyboard, and meanwhile
I think
you're
his webcam bugged in the start too. It looked like blue,
Yeah,
like he was
yeah.
like in the fifth dimension or something. I was like, what is going on?
always got one of those disco balls in his room, you know, where it just goes around. That'd be a good idea for the next interview. I wonder if we're gonna have an interview with Croatia, because apparently,
Don't give Zugelyong too many ideas. He's already...
yeah, he's gonna open up shirtless, eating a shoe in a discotheque. he's like Zuga, where are you right now? He's like, I'm out clubbing in Helsinki. Cyril's got this. That'd be a real compliment.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yes. So we're gonna kick things off on Acropolis with Elaser versus Drogo. But first, Todd, you have a very important announcement for the people at home.
What's that?
The war chest.
Well, I didn't hear anything, so it's on you.
What about the war chest, Todd?
The war chest. Well, if you guys own the war chest, you don't even need to play the game necessarily. You can watch StarCraft and level up this very war chest if you enable the extension on Twitch, which you should be seeing on your screen. So make sure to do that and unlock everything. You've already unlocked everything, haven't you?
Yes, of course, Todd.
I mean, you play 24/7, so I would expect no less.
Exactly. It takes me like a day. Every time there is like a phase, because they split it up in 3 phases, right? Legit a day, and I've got the entire phase unlocked. I only play Protoss though, so sometimes I need a little bit of help with the other ones. I also buy the
How do you do it?
I buy the cheap war chest, only the Protoss.
Oh my god! Hey, you only play Protoss.
Yeah. I used to play a little. I like actually playing a little bit of off race. We're just waiting, guys, until the players are ready.
Yeah, I remember you had like a warm-up account where you played Zerg and stuff.
Yeah, it's like
I made
my-
sure to come back later when that was happening.
Yeah. Like a little bit of a random account. But I must say, like, playing random is a little bit frustrating for opponents. Let's just say that I didn't make friends, right? Because let's say you get an average MMR that's like 400 or 500 MMR below your main race account. But my random is going to be heavily carried by my Protoss, right? So
Yeah.
then when people play me on the ladder, if they're playing against my Terran or my Zerg, they always have a very good chance at winning. But if they're playing against my Protoss, it's borderline impossible, right? If you're 400 or 500 MMR underneath. And that is a little bit frustrating, because then sometimes I would get an opponent that's, let's say, 300 MMR higher than my random account, but then I get Protoss, and then they lose like 40 points by losing against my Toss.
You're saying they were saying mean things to you.
Yeah, I've had a couple of. I mean, you know what? I can get behind that. Like, I understand that it's frustrating. On the other hand, I can't do anything about it, right? I just wanted to play some random. But then I realized that playing random the way that Pick does it is a better way to do it, you know, where you just select Terran, then you select Zerg, then you select Protoss, and you just go through the motions like that. I think that's a more fair way to do it. Because random, for me, like, unless you've always been random, there's always going to be one race that carries you pretty hard.
Thank you. This has been very enlightening. Elaser versus T-Drogo is going to be our first matchup here. Once again on Acropolis. Two players that I've played, I don't even know how to quantify at this point. Probably hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of games against one.
Yeah, if I have to make a prediction, I'd probably say around 35 to 40 series against each other, right? I can look it up for you, Todd. I know you like numbers.
No, I mean like in general, not just tournaments.
You mean in practice games?
Yeah,
as well?
they've played a ton of practice. They've played on ladder all the time. But yeah, I guess
I think around 40 series against
tournaments?
each other. Yeah.
40 is a lot, but it feels like for this matchup, it might be very realistic as well.
All right, I already hear drones hatching. We're getting ready. Whoa, it's way... Oh, actually, no, it's not that many.
How many?
It's a 24 series. And you know
Really?
what it is? 12 apiece. They've both won 12. So
No way.
Yeah, absolutely. Historically, it's very even. As we are still looking at this beautiful screen, I'm pretty sure there is a game going on in Acropolis. Maybe we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. That's possible as well. Or Elaser is in the game and Drogo's not. Now, that'd be a disaster, right, Todd?
And guys, remember you can vote in the chat as well for who you think is going to win here. POL for Poland, FRA for France. And start voting more for France, because otherwise I'm going to get mad here. This is ridiculous. 67% for Poland? Are you kidding me?
I mean, this Polish team is sexy, though.
It's
Soul,
ridiculous.
Elaser, and Mana. I'm
Yeah,
really looking...
Drogo, Marinlord, and Clem, man. Come on.
2 Terrans, though, Todd. 2 Terrans.
2 very good Terrans.
No, that's absolutely true. All right. Obviously, there, guys, I think there is something not totally going right over here. We'll keep you guys updated as soon as we know more. All right. We're getting updates.
We're hearing drones or units
It's
hatching.
I'm just happy that this wasn't an Oblige game, because by that point, it would be over at this point.
We'll be on the victory screen.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Day 3 of the round of 16. It's finally time for some StarCraft 2 action. On the left top side, we're looking at the main base. The Polish Zerg, who made it to the WCS Global Finals and was 1 map short of making it into the quarterfinals. It is Elaser.
Spiky drones. His opponent in the blue. Adele Blue. Representing France, it's T. Drogo.
I was a bit surprised to hear Drogo say that he really feels that this is an inevitable rematch. Like, I can get behind it, but I also think, like...
You think he's underestimating Croatia, or...?
No, I don't think he's... I think he is underestimating his own ability, maybe the ability of his teammates. Like Marine Lord and Clem, they've proxied Serral in the past successfully, right? Or maybe they can
have to win 2 maps.
I know, like, but let's say Drogo wins one, loses one, wins one, and then maybe one of the 2 Terrans takes out Serral. Like, I think it is possible. Obviously, like, my prediction would be that Serral with 2 lives is most
I mean,
likely.
he didn't say it's guaranteed, but I think he really understands the skill of Serral. And I mean,
Oh, of course.
as people that play against Serral regularly on the ladder, I can't really blame these guys, because he must be brutal.
I don't know,
how
man. The
good
last
he
few
is.
times he didn't do that well against me. I'm kidding. I feel like he's been avoiding me. I haven't played Serral in a while. I think he's dodging me.
What would it take for you to meet Serral on the ladder? Like, nobody would have to search for like an hour and a half?
No. After
Except you 2 guys?
I believe it's either 3 or 6 minutes. Don't quote me on this, guys. But at one point, the search gap widens up, and then you just get matched with the closest possible opponent. And I'm pretty sure that if Serral would ever feel the urge to ladder at like 5 or 6 a.m., which is what I sometimes do, I would meet him on ladder, because there is nobody laddering at that time at Europe. Well, nobody. Well, let's say. Sorry, let me rephrase that. There's nobody laddering above 6.1 or 6.2k, because there are very
There you
few
go.
people.
If you guys want to meet Roddy, you know what to do.
Yeah, no, I'm an easy.
You're streaming though, right? When you're playing at his house.
I'm easy lunch, guys. Easy breakfast, easy lunch.
Stargate opener here from T. Drogo, no surprise. He's been doing extremely well with this for a long time now. Adepts and Oracles. It's 2 of the units that he synergizes very well to do some early game damage and slow down the economy of the Zerg.
Elaser looked good in his EVPs at the Global Finals. I know that he lost the deciding series against Trap. It was very, very close, 2-3. Final game on Acropolis. And Trap busting out the double Stargate Phoenix into Blink Stalkers. Like, I don't even know how that works, but he managed to pull it off. But I think overall, Elaser really looked good. He was able to hold his own against some of the strongest players out of Korea. And I think that's an accomplishment. Of course, you always hope for more, right? You want to make it deeper. You want to go further. But it wasn't a bad showing by any means.
Hey, Laser, he's not the guy that you would think will have like those super deep runs in tournament, but he's had those in the global finals twice.
Yep.
GSL versus the world, I think like everybody was caught off guard by his performance.
I'm pretty sure he was as well. Come
Probably
on.
looked at it, but he's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm in the finals?
And then that semi-final that he had against Neve, like that ridiculous game on King's Cove. If you guys missed that and you want to watch a funny game of StarCraft 2, I recommend Elaser versus Neve of the GSL versus the world on King's Cove. I hope Neve is not listening, because he's not going to appreciate that, but that was a ridiculous game. Absolute mental. So there is a lair on the way. Obviously, we see the Twilight Council, Forge, and Robo being warped in. All of this is very standard stuff in PvZ. Drogo, of course, wants to be careful with his oracles. Getting a couple drones is nice, but it's a lot more important to keep him alive.
Elaser, I feel like he has like a bit of an unconventional style, right? He likes to play a little more aggressive. He's kind of in between, right? There's the Zergs that play very aggressive, and there's those that kind of like to go more into the late game and play a little more passive and build the ultimate army. It feels like Elaser is a little bit kind of stuck in the middle, right? Like sometimes he'll be a little bit more aggressive than general population, and sometimes he'll wait a little bit more for the mid game, but he's more like, in my mind, a mid-game player, right? That's where he thrives. That's where he'll know how to make the correct transitions, when and where to attack as well.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And when Todd says mid-game, he doesn't necessarily mean like try to win at 6 or 7 minute mark. It's like, no, you can get up to 70, even 80 drone economies, but then you want to start beating your opponent down with wave after wave of bailing harassment. I mean, he's great with bailing run-bys. I think he's great with drop-alert play, stuff like that. Obviously, Elaser can play Broodlord Infestor. He's done it plenty of times, but I don't think he's necessarily the expert in it like some of the other Zergs in the European scene.
Yeah, throwing the occasional bailing drop as well. I think he's really good at that, like synchronizing it so that it hits simultaneously as something else is happening.
You love that +2 bailing drop, don't you?
Well, I mean, I think if I was Zerg, I would love it. As a Protoss, I kind of hate it because it's like super hard to counter. You need to be super on point with reacting to it. And sometimes they do the fakes, right? They send the first overlord. They show you that they have pneumatized Scarpace. You're like, oh, okay, it's a scout. And then you see another overlord. You're like, oh, okay, it's a scout. Oh, okay, I lost 24 probes.
And sometimes, Todd, you think, oh my god, it worked! And then only a single probe goes down. That happens to the best of us, you know?
The absolute best, literally.
Ooh, Oracle does get picked off. That's a bit sloppy because now he doesn't even get the queen there in the end.
You know, T-Drogo had a nice message, by the way, in the interview. He said, like, I just want to show some good StarCraft, some beautiful StarCraft, he said.
Beautiful. Elaser is going up to 80 drones. Now, I think that's the definition of beautiful StarCraft when you are a Zerg.
And it was that moment I knew he wouldn't Marjorie, but it would be so sick if he said that in the interview in French. Hope that it gets translated and it's like beautiful StarCraft. How about a Marjorie?
No. I guarantee you that if Goblin says he wants to show some beautiful StarCraft, he's either talking about a Marjorie or some proxy void race stuff. I know Goblin. No shame at all. I'm a bit worried now for Drogo. Losing that Oracle, like, I feel Oracles have so much utility in this matchup, you know, just keeping them alive, tagging the army over and over again. We know how useful stasis traps can be as well, right? And of course, I think some people might wonder, like, isn't it ever worth to, like, rebuild an Oracle now? Like, you can say, like, yes, there is value in it, but no, because it is more important to get that High Templar count up, to get that Archon count up. We don't have Storm, by the way, yet, right? This is kind of like that new school approach of like, let's not get Storm, let's just get an insane amount of Archons and Immortals. Yeah. I think if Drogo steps on creep and commits, he's gonna get slaughtered. Like, absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to. He just wants to push back the Scriptumers a little bit, which you need to do. Like, you can't let them progress forward a lot. And also, if you can make sure you can force some units out of the opponent. It's, for a game that's been as passive as it's been, I don't like him sending in the War Prism right now. I really feel like he should keep that on the map, ready to counterattack.
Yeah.
Especially if he's committing. So he's moving on creep simultaneously with the main chunk of his army as he's doing this. I think he's just going to be throwing away a lot of units here and not really achieving much damage ever.
I'm totally agreeing with you. I mean, even these queens are not going down yet. Now the Hydras show up after taking care of the Zealots on the left side. Do we still have a couple Zealots being annoying in the main? Yes, we do. So maybe, Todd, maybe he's going to get a couple of drones in the end. But I'm still with you. It didn't feel very successful up to this point.
If Elaser is only making units here, you don't need to push him that hard for him to be like, okay, I've killed a lot of units. It's time for me to counterattack. And if there is not going to be High Templars against a mass Hydralisk Bane army, it's going to be really tough to actually fight effectively against them.
Gotta say though, Elaser derping a little bit here, right? Look at these Zealots. They're getting like 8 or 9 more drone kills than I really thought they were going to get. Now we do a Storm on the way. Even recalls the 2 hero Zealots out that got plenty of kills. I mean,
he saw that Storm started and he actually used Contaminate. Yeah. Does he go for the counterattack here? I think so. I think he's not going to give him time.
If he does, I do kind of feel like Elaser is almost all in at this point, though. He's down 17 workers, 18 workers at this point against the Protoss player. If you then make a lot of Banelings, Todd, there is no backup plan. This is it for Elaser. He wants to at least kill this port base, if not just kill Drogo.
Elaser resetting the position here, moving a little bit back against this army. Banelings are going to start on rolling in. He's waiting. He sees that the army from T-Drogo is pulling back. T-Drogo will evacuate the 4th base. I like this. I don't think he can defend any of that location. And he was forced to make more Archons. He didn't have time to go for Storm. He realized that the attack was coming. These Zealots wreaking havoc inside of the main base of Elazer.
Yep. What is Elazer going to do? Is he going to rally the additional units here? It seems like a couple Lings and Banelings will try to take care of it. I think maybe you want to take out those rocks. Elazer feels like he's got no time. So he rolls in with all these Banelings. Does a lot of damage. Drogo. If Drogo can get like 10 or 12 Zealots on top of the Hydras, I think he holds and I think he wins the game. But that's still a lot of Hydras.
Yeah, he's pulling back. All of the shields are gone on these Archons and Immortals. They're going to evaporate here in an instant. Probes being pulled off the line, but there's still Banelings left over and T-Drogo's losing everything.
Wow, Elazer relentless with the counterattack. Lost a lot of drones at home. Still losing a couple of drones at home, but it seems like it doesn't matter. Because the combination of Hydra Ling Bane has done a tremendous amount of work on the other side of the map. The Zealots will clean up the last few Hydras.
What a bloodbath.
Yeah, but Drogo Drogo has nothing anymore, right?
I mean, he's got 46 probes against 53 drones, but yeah, army-wise, he's on 18 supply against 36.
I mean, you don't have to be rich to make Zealots, so maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, he should make Archons.
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to save these false Storms, but Elazer will do a follow-up attack, which T-Drogo will see here in a second.
Did Storm finish up?
I think he never cancelled it.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'm with you though. I think I prefer Archons here, right? Because Archons are actually very good in small army supply fights.
He kept 2 or 3. Does he almost have Storm? Ooh, okay, so he has 3 Storms.
Drogo might actually be all right here, huh?
I mean, if he holds this attack, I think he's okay because of the worker counts. 54 to 58 now.
I think
And I'm guessing he lost the Prism on the map? Storm!
Storms the Banes.
Oh, the Bane's coming in from behind!
Yep. Baiting a couple Storms on the top side is very nice as well, but still, these Storms are dealing a lot of damage to the Hydras. Drogo needs just a few additional Zealots, but these Storms, I mean, those are going to be Archons now, those High Templars that is. And Drogo is defending, and now Drogo is absolutely still in this game. Even though he's down 20 supply, he's only down a couple workers, and the Protoss army actually does better than the Zerg army of these economies.
Yeah. This could do a lot, by the way. If Elazer is out of position, which by the look of things, he was kind of running back around the area. Yeah, you should never send that when Zerg is, obviously on his side of the map, because that's never going to do much here. And that Prism is also something he has to worry about all the time.
Well, Drogo feeling confident, going back up to 4 bases. Elazer is going to morph a couple of Banelings on the right top side, try to roll them into those mineral lines. +2 is done. So if Drogo does not pay attention, he can end up losing a lot of probes, and that would be incredibly painful. Because, ooh, there's your Dropper Lord Tot. It's only at 56, so imagine losing like 14. That'd be very painful.
Going to be a Baning drop here onto the 3rd base of T-Drogo. You want to make sure you have him looking elsewhere. Because if Protoss is just at home macroing, they'll just see the Overlord coming and react accordingly. Also, I mean, Elazer is so known for this. So he has to create some sort of decoy somewhere.
Double.
He's going to do a double one.
Yep.
So if he synchronizes it well, T-Drogo only has to not be looking in one of the spots. I mean, does he even react here knowing that...
Well, walked in a couple Stalkers, so... But even then, like, the first Baneling already killing 4 probes, he could have even dropped 1 more, and then he would have maybe get like 3 or 4 additional probes. But there's another Drop Lord heading towards the main base. Yeah, drones being... Oh! Well, that's just 3. That could have been a lot worse. But this Drop Lord is going to do a lot of damage, and that economy of Drogo is
there's still Banelings inside.
In shambles, yep.
It's not done. You want some too?
-8.
Oh my god. T-Drogo can't even be bothered. He's like, yo, you want to do this? I'm going to boost out probes out of 4 Nexus.
Yeah, but still though, going from 58 workers to 40, that really does hurt.
Resources lost is so even, by the way. 17,000 for both players.
Wow.
That's a lot of spiking units here.
We do have 7 Stormy Boys though out on the map. Obviously it's going to be very hard to protect all these Stormy Boys.
Yeah, and also Elazer is very good at setting up a multi-pronged attack. He comes in from multiple sides, making it really hard to deal with his.
This feels like a little bit of old school Elazer to me. He's going to try to split up his Banelings a little bit. He's rolling forward. Drogo's not paying attention yet. Oh no, all the High Templars get blown up. A hallucinated Oracle is not going to save the day. And I think that's going to be all C-Road here for this game on Acropolis. GG. Elazer takes the 1-0 lead. After Drogo defended like wave 2 of the aggression, I was like, I kind of believe here, actually, because he was only down a couple workers, and Elazer made a lot of units of like 50-something drones, and he couldn't kill him. But then just droning up a little bit and then setting up the Drop Lords, really good play.
Yeah, this was almost as as if Elaser knew this aggression was going to come, so he was already making a ton of units and to get ready for the defense and then go for the counter-attack. And it worked out in his favor perfectly here. That was the initial attack here, where T-Drogo sent the Warp Prism in the main base and then attacked at the front. I think this is mostly good if you know that the Zerg is overtaking, going into Hive, and not making enough units. Then you can really overwhelm him. But as we see in the production tab, Elaser was only at the +1 melee, started the +2, stayed on lair tech, there was no infestation pit. He was only making Hydras and Banes. And as we mentioned it, like this is the part of the game where it thrives. When you're on 4 bases, well saturated, you're making a ton of units, and you're trying to make stuff happen. T-Drogo literally attacked into him, so after that, the counter-attack was just really, really strong there. And even though T-Drogo eventually held on, he had to evacuate the 3rd base. He lost a ton of his very important and difficult to remake units, with the Archons and Immortals being gone.
Yeah, I must say he did a phenomenal job defending at first, though, because I looked at his Hydra army. I was like, yeah, you're not gonna stop that with just a couple Archons. I was like, well, wait a minute. Then he lands a Storm as well. The Zealots did a lot of work in the main base. Another fun first game of the day. We're truly blessed so far this round of 16. Just a lot of fun StarCraft. Like at this point, I was like, yeah, there's no way, right? The Hydra's just gonna kill everything. And then like it goes on and on. I'm like, wait a minute. Virgo's actually gonna push his army back. Don't ask me how. Just a couple of hits.
Had to pull the probes.
Yep.
They traded so evenly, actually, in some of these fights. Like, even though, obviously, Laser was ahead in supply, like, you can see it down to last few units. The Zealot Warping comes in, one single Immortal shows up out of the blue. He pulls it back, so he disengages for a little bit. Then somehow pushes this back. But yeah, the Baneling drops, we mentioned it earlier in the game. Elaser is known for this, and he executes that so well, right? He synchronizes it in multiple bases to hit simultaneously, and even at last attack. He was keeping T-Drogo busy with more of these Baneling drops, so T-Drogo was looking elsewhere, and then when he looked at his army again, all of it was pretty much gone.
Yeah, a little link drop it was in the end, right? But even just 8 links with +2 can do a lot of damage. They can unpower buildings as well.
I mean, they're there to make T-Drogo look away.
Yep.
And I mean, this attack just... We've all been there, right, as Protoss?
Yep. Yep. Elaser, very, very good in that phase in the game with the good old Hydra Link Bane. He puts Poland up 1-0, but like we said before, this is a very evenly matched nation war. So definitely no man overboard just yet. Our second match is going to be Mana versus Marine Lord. And Todd, I'm excited for 2 reasons, because I haven't casted Mana in a while, and I definitely haven't casted Marine Lord in a while. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what these boys will bust out.
Yeah, he wants MVP for France, single-handedly won Nation Wars by himself. A legend.
Stefano took all the credit.
The Zinedine Zidane of StarCraft.
Marine Lord all killed Korea, and Stefano walked into the bar and he's like, we are the champions. We're like, Ili, are we though? Wasn't it mostly Alexi? Shut up, Kevin. We don't have to go into statistics now, do we?
Bring me down like this. I'm the champ.
Just be fun for once.
Whoa. That sounded like a Finnish accent.
A little bit. Confuse him sometimes. All right, Ephemeron is going to be the map for this lovely Protoss nerd to duke it out with the Terra nerd on the other side of the map. In the right bottom side, we are looking at the red nexus of our Polish Protoss. He's old school. He's Mana.
His opponent, representing Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, France. It's Marine Lord.
That mean that spicy Italians are great at Subway in Paris? I have no idea what you're on about, Todd.
You haven't had Subway in a couple of days.
I know.
How does it feel?
Rough.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm having some serious withdrawals.
You're eating some decent baguettes.
Yeah, that's true. The baguettes are not bad. I've been teasing you guys a little bit, but
yeah.
The baguettes are nice here. I must say, I really miss the older gaming studio because we had so many lovely bakeries around that studio. Like, that was kind of the dream, though, because we passed, like, what was the name again of that one bakery that's like a chain or something as well? It had, like, just a regular name of a human being. Oh, those were so good. Paul, yeah. Paul was so good, mate.
Dude, it's really not that great.
Wait, no, those chicken baguettes, Paul.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I can eat multiple of those.
You're sick, man.
Yeah, for the people who don't have no idea what we're talking about, we've obviously done Nation Wars for a couple of years in a row. And now gaming moved. They have a much bigger studio now. There's a lot more space here. It's a beautiful building, but we're a little bit more on the outskirts of Paris, right? We're even almost out. Are we outside of the highway ring? Yes, we are, right? Like there's.
I don't actually know.
Yeah.
I don't know Paris that well.
Yep, I think we are barely outside of the highway ring that goes around the city. So we're still obviously, in Paris. We're very close to it in the end, but there aren't really that many nice little bakeries around here. This feels like a little bit of a dead area. Well, the other
not as many restaurants.
Yeah. Was it kind of in the center, right? Or at least very close to the center?
Yeah, before, yeah. I mean, the studio is much better in terms of actual studio, though.
No, of course, there's way more space. It makes sense, but when it comes to the sandwiches, I prefer the old one.
That pro was hidden in a corner for a while here to make sure he got the perfect scout with the timing on the factory and everything, so Mana will be aware of everything that's going down. So Marine Lord adds on a second refinery in his main base. That pro was annoying to the end.
Probes did see the factory being built, right? It's like one of these little things that maybe doesn't mean much, but as a Protoss player, I can guarantee you guys...
How many Marines does he have?
Not many.
And he's proxying the starport at the bottom.
He wants to go for a Hellion drop, but that means that this adept is most likely going to pick up.
The Marine's trapped outside. Help me! Help me! Rip.
That's a little bit of damage put on the adept though, and I think the Hellions will take care of it. But this scout is so big. If I'm Mana at this point, I'm already thinking. After seeing 2 Hellions here, I'm already thinking about a potential Hellion drop.
One more shot! Whee! Sorry.
These Stalkers, by the way, are going to be super annoying. Oh, you don't want to lose a Hellion here, and he does not lose the Hellion. You have to be a little bit careful, because Stalkers are obviously slower than Hellions. So if you overcommit...
Oh my
what a
God.
Scout. Yeah, what a scout. If I
think he realized something was missing because the adept made it to the ramp, and he saw, like, usually the starport would be right above the factory, right?
Often, yes.
And because he wasn't there, and he's facing Marine Lord, a guy who's many times before has proxied and done this kind of proxy, he realized what was happening. And I mean, in terms of opener...
Do you go full wall off here as soon as the Stalker is back? And then just put all your Stalkers in the main base?
Yeah, I think you could do that. But if he's confident enough in Cannon... If he's sure that they're going to be dropped, he can wait in the main base, but they are not going to be dropped.
That's a smart move by Marine Lord, right? Because Mana is expecting the medevac drop in the main base. The Stalkers are out of position. That's quite a few probes going down already, and these Hellions are not done yet.
Oh my God.
Yeah, really good.
8 probes have already fallen. There's going to be a little more as well. Behind this, you need to be careful, right? Because Protoss is going into Blink. He's going to have 3 gateways, and he hasn't really lost any Stalkers. All you've killed is probes. So.
And it's Mana as well. So.
Oh, but Marine Lord's counting on this. Oh my God. No, no.
Blink is not done yet, though.
Did Mana see it? Where is he warping in? I think he missed it. Okay, there is only 1 Stalker there. Yeah, this is going to be really tough against 2 Widow Mines like this.
Yep, there's going to be more lost mining time. Maybe a dead Stalker as well, or at least a couple dead probes. But Mana is obviously going to try to kill on the other side of the map. There is a bunker being built. The bunker is done.
Oh my God.
Oh.
6 more probes are going to fall. That's 35 SCVs against 27 probes. He needs to repair here.
Yep,
the bunker under heavy siege.
He gets the repair off. The mass repair here. Sure, a couple of SCVs will go down. But at this point, Marine Lord is up in workers. And this is disastrous for Mana.
And the first tank's almost out now.
Mana? Mana? You've got a couple Oh my goodness, thought he doesn't know. He's like scouting at this point.
Mana doesn't know.
Mana doesn't know.
So don't tell Mana.
Well, Mana just got told by someone. It's like, whoa. I think Mana's going to try to win this game of his garbage economy right now, even though he's still building a couple of probes. But I feel like the most Mana thing to do is just to blink into the main base and try to snipe the tanks. But I don't think that's doable.
Yeah, he can't really blink inside of that bunker. Like SCVs would be pulled off the line. There would be a repair. Second tank's almost out already. So Marine Lord, like, he's going to be pretty safe behind this. He's got a big worker lead.
But if he blinks into the main, then maybe there is some wiggle room there, right? On the top side, get a couple SCVs there.
Feels like Marine Lord's pretty much ready for this as well. Not with the bunker, but he has at least 1 tank up there. Like, the tanks, they synergize very well with the distance that's between each other. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, but now this is exactly the space that I meant.
This is a warning shot.
Oh,
get out of here. Oh, he's going to get
stim. Well, that's going to buy him plenty of time. And just a couple of Marines. Okay, it's a lot of Marines. And the on-siege tank is going to help out as well.
Oh my God, he missed microed. He tried to get greedy and go for the medivac, but he lost 3 more Stalkers for it.
Yeah. But at least he keeps Marine Lord at home. So in that way, sniping the medevac is somewhat of a good play. Especially because the starport hasn't been producing anything, right? Mana's still in it. It's obviously been a very, very rough start. Guys, as a Protoss, you're never supposed to be down 7-8 workers. But sniping Stim is going to buy him a lot of time. Sniping that medevac is going to buy him a little bit of time. He's got a lot of work to do. He's going for the Robo Bay. You think Colossus or Disruptor?
I think Disruptor, I guess.
Because you're behind, right? Like, I think Colossus maybe normally, but since
Yeah.
you're behind, maybe you want to go for Colossus.
Mana needs the third. He needs at least one forge. Maybe a Dark Shrine. I told you today on your stream to make a Dark Shrine. That went pretty well. You killed quite a few SCVs.
Normally not much of a Dark Shrine guy against Terran, but if you're telling me, then I'll go for it.
If you can't beat him, join him. No, it's over. You're condemned to a life of getting a Dark Shrine every game early on.
He's getting Thermal Lance, so he's going to go for the Colossus. Colossus is obviously extremely efficient against Marines, but I'm a little bit worried if this tank count keeps growing as well.
Oh, he's going to do a push eventually here.
How are you ever going to get in range, right, of this Terran army? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. I think he's counting on reaching 2 to 3 Colossi with Thermal Lance by then to be able to fight against this many Marines in particular. But I mean, there's just so much right now. Observer is going to get out of here. And look at the upgrades. Steam Pack, Combat Shield, Infantry, Weapons level 1, all going to complete at about the same time. And that's when Marine Lord moves out. He's a genius.
Poor Mana tries to get the tank, doesn't even get the tank. It's been a very rough game for him so far. Ends up losing a Stalker here in the process as well. Marine Lord is feeling very good about this push, and I can't blame him. He is obviously going up to 3 bases behind this, so by no means this isn't all in. But Marine Lord knows that this start went very well. And if Mana's not killing him, Mana's trying to play catch-up. And obviously if they're trying to play catch-up, well, let's punish them. Tanks do need to siege though, and they will.
A little late. Ooh, they actually connect onto the Stalkers. And Colossus is going to go down. There is no shield battery in the area. The Robo's at the front as well, so it's going to be such an easy spot to siege and take out the important building for Marine Lord if he wants to, but actually goes around here. A little bit afraid to move up the ramp against sentries and Colossus.
Can't blame him because he just lost a bunch of bio. Why take a risk that you don't need to take? The tanks are going to siege up here, and this is very difficult to break. If you don't have Zealots flanking, if you don't have charge, this is just very hard. Mana wants to save his Nexus, but he also knows that this is going to be borderline impossible. He's going to try though. He is going to try with his Immortal in the tanks.
Yeah, the Immortal here is supposed to help a ton against the tanks, but the entire front line for Mana evaporates, and Marine Lord is just going to have too much here. And we'll get the equalizer here in this matchup. Fantastic performance here from the French Terran.
Play of the game for me is having the Hellions, having the proxy starport, but driving the Hellions into the natural.
Yeah.
Like for me, that is the play of the game. Mana obviously reads this as, okay, there's going to be a Hellion drop, a very popular opening.
No, but you were right. You should have just walled off here and then send the Stalkers in the main base.
You can always cancel that, right? Like you'll lose 37 minerals, but at least you're safe if he tries this. And if you see the 4 Hellions at the front, that's already a massive tell as well.
If you reach 8 Stalkers with Blink, then these Hellions, they're almost dead meat, right? You're happy to see them roll in because you can kill them super easily. But then the follow-up Widow Mind drop, I mean, I've been in that spot so many times myself. It's like you're getting attacked by Hellions, you kill them, you're like, okay, he has no army, it's time to counterattack. You move across the map, surprise, surprise, Widow Mind drop inside of your mineral line. You're just not ready for it. And then behind is the counterattack didn't do enough. And eventually, the 3 tank push was just enough to seal the deal here for Marine Lord.
I think one of those, when it rains, it pours games, right? It's like if the first thing goes wrong, that you especially felt that was an unforced error, because yes, it was a great move by Marine Lord to go for the natural, but if Mana would have just played it safe, I'm sure he thought about it because he had the probe there.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'll wait for the last second. And then that goes wrong, and from that point on, it's a domino effect. It just kind of feels like everything starts going wrong. Oh, yes, my man, Chicken Man. He knows what's good. Even in Down Under, they're serving this
sick.
French cuisine. I love it.
Hashtag running the club. That looks disgusting.
That looks fantastic.
It's not even a spicy Italian either, I think. Is it?
No, it's a little bit of everything, but I see a lot of veggies. Looks good.
Behold the most horrible game mastery in the known universe. We didn't think this through. Lure retreats. These French memes.
Why are they in a baguette on the
Baguette boat.
Yeah. The next gen, that's pro gamers. The next generation of pro gamers.
Yeah. StarCraft 3 in front of Nation Wars. Go the baguettes.
That's always really cute. I love it. Raise your baguette. I feel like we have a lot of reoccurring baguette memes from previous years. What is this?
That's the Nation Wars logo.
Is that a
Instead
cookie?
I don't know if it's a cookie or like...
A biscuit.
Yeah. Or like bread about to cook. I don't know. Oh, it's a cookie. Wait, what?
They
They're
brought it
here?
to the studio. Yeah, we probably have fans again. There's always French fans coming to the studio when France plays.
Yeah.
And then
they're usually pretty sad by the end of the night.
I remember last year, everybody showed up with little flags on their cheeks, and then little Italian boy just smashes them 4-0. Oh, this party ended before it even truly started. I was really worried. I was like, man, I signed up for a month of Nationwide. They might just cancel the entire event at this point.
It was sad.
Fortunately, they did not do that, and things did move on. This one is shaping to be a good one, Todd. 1-1. We're all tied up.
And it's now going to be Seoul versus Clem for a TVT. And Clem.
Who do you favor there? Clem?
Seoul sounded confident. Then again, he sounds confident enough, like all the time, right? And he hasn't really done well that much so far in Nation Wars. I feel like Clem's pretty good TVT. I believe didn't he beat like U-Thermal or something?
A couple days ago, 3-2.
And at the WCS event as well, before that.
Yes, that is possible. Yeah, that is possible. But a couple days ago too, they made a couple meme tweets about it. Alrighty, guys. TVT, Seoul versus Clem, as we're getting ready to hop into Thunderbird for the first time this day. I always like it when two guys that I, at least in my mind, kind of evenly rate go up against each other and they play the same race. Because you feel like other than just battling for the point here, they battle for the ranking of like, who is the top Terran in Europe? Maybe after Gabe. And it's been a little quiet around U-Thermal, but he definitely deserves to always be mentioned there.
You're right. But it's interesting, all those foreign Terrans that have to go into some intense TVTs also to fight for their ranking in terms of who's the best. And yeah, Clem and Seoul, I guess both players are quite close from each other in terms of level. I would give it to Clem right now.
Me too. Like maybe not even necessarily based upon skill, but just based upon their performance in tournaments, right? Because it's a reoccurring story. We know how good this young man is, but he just doesn't show it very often in tournaments. He shows it in custom games. He shows it on the ladder. Hopefully for him, he can now also show it in Nationwide, because we know he has the skills. In the left top side, representing Poland, it is Seoul.
In the bottom right-hand side, in the blue, representing France, one of the new rising stars of the foreign scene, he is Clem. 17 years old and a whole lot of skill.
Has a very enthusiastic dad as well.
But yeah.
He watches all his games.
Yeah, he's amazing. Gros papa.
He likes to hang out with the pro gamers as well, right after the event.
Do you know that the story was that he was a pretty massive fan of Ponfetude, the guys that founded the company. He was like really into StarCraft, and then obviously he was like, what about you playing a little bit of StarCraft too, son? And then Clem happened, GM with all 3 races when he was like about 13 or 14, I believe, so really, really early, and then selected Terran in the end.
All 3 races on the European server?
Yeah, he was.
Really?
Yeah, he was. Or maybe random GM. I can't remember exactly, but
that's pretty man.
He was really, really freaking good. Super early.
But what I don't get, right? If you are that talented and you're that wise and you're GM with all 3 races, how do you end up picking Terran?
Yeah, that's like the most stupid idea ever. He could be our Rainer, but he's our Clem, and he plays Terran.
He's like looking at Rainer lifting all those WCS trophies. He's like, geez,
what the hell
I used to beat the shit. I used to beat the crap out of this guy in ZVZ. But
you can say it. No. You can say it. No worries.
I know. I almost had a heart attack. I was like,
oh my god. I know, you're fine. You're fine.
Excusez-moi, guys. Pardon my French. Yeah, no. I've been surrounded by very rude Frenchies for way too long.
That's the thing. That's the explanation.
Has nothing to do with the fact that I have a very vulgar vocabulary on my own stream.
All right, let's see what happens in this game. In Thunderbird, it's always a weird map to play any matchup in, I feel, because of how macro it is and how hard it is to break an opponent that's just sitting on 3 bases. So usually your style revolves on being able to make the game a little crazy after securing 3 bases. I don't expect that much pressure going before that, but once again, Raven can throw a curveball here and there and actually block a couple of tanks, Liberator, stuff like that. Anything that's mechanical, basically.
Very quick triple CC opening over here on the side of Seoul. Obviously, it would be fantastic for Clem if he can hop those Reapers into the main base and get a scout, but I believe that has been blocked off by the supply depot. But this Natural's rather exposed, and that is the first SV going down. This is a risky fight to take.
This is really good.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Seoul, you're in trouble already.
Yeah, he's already in a big trouble because, as you said, he went for Reactor Marines after that and also a pretty quick third CC, but for now, Clem cannot go into the main. But now, 1 Reaper, 1 Hellion against 2 Marines. Walk in the park.
So, my good friend, why would you drop the mule there if you haven't even secured your natural yet? That's like one of these little things I really don't understand. Dropping it in the main would have been a lot safer. And obviously, I get it. You don't want to mine out your main too quickly. You want to drop the mules in your natural. But if you just lost the first skirmish, then you probably want to think twice about dropping an important thing like a mule in a natural that's on the siege.
Yeah, that was a little reckless from Soul, and he's actually being punished for it. And right now, we kind of really control whatever is happening in his natural. Maybe that SCV is going to get killed. Does Clem realize? Yes, he's going to go for it. But now the Marines are going to walk down the ramp.
But even that's risky, though.
That's really risky. But now, as the Cyclone is actually popping out, it's actually fine.
Yep. Cyclone will lock on and pick off one of these Hellions. So in the end, Soul stabilizes. Now, Funk, I want to ask you as a Terran player.
Yes.
If you're opening like this, like Clem, right? Relatively standard, and you're getting this much done early on, does that kind of tell you that there is a good chance your opponent open up with 3 CCs?
It should.
Yeah.
It should. I can't tell you 100% that Clem knows it, but he has to feel like there's something weird going on because the lack of units is a little bit weird. So yeah, usually it has to be because of that early 3rd CC.
The 54 is a big supply block. I don't know if he had energy for call down supply depot, but he was literally supply blocked already before he started his depot.
Which is the worst.
Yeah, those are the worst. That's when you use the orbital. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
I actually really think that people underestimate call down for supply depots, not only to save yourself, but it is actually the only spell that truly creates money, right? Because mules, they'll give you more income, but you're not making money.
You're using the patches.
Exactly. You're still using money that you would have mined eventually. But with call down for supply depot, you're actually creating money. So I don't know, like for a while, people are like, oh, you use call down for supply depot, what a noob. But I actually think it's all right. In a lot of circumstances, it's totally fine to use it.
Honestly, mathematically speaking, like if you're supply blocked and you don't have a depot going on, like obviously if you've got the energy, just throw down that supply, that call down supply. Like it's just so much better, keeps your macro going, and
man, that block really hurt him.
Option.
Like now he's only 6, 7, 8 workers behind. Now obviously, yes, it was triple CC, so Sol was able to build 3 SCVs at a time, but he also floated over that command center. Like Clem was even up a worker, or at least it was dead even. This was a very, very gnarly supply block, which is a bit unfortunate because Clem had an excellent start and displayed some great micro.
So now the next timing is actually where Clem wants to shine. Like as Stim is finishing up and he's got those 3 Vikings, the Raven also in the air, he's going to push out. And this needs to do a little bit of damage because he's got that advantage in terms of the army supply. And as Crow is showing us, it's basically 4 Vikings against none. Which means that usually those Vikings are going to have a field day, shutting down everything. The Raven is going to be feeling totally comfortable blocking any tanks.
Wouldn't it be smart to go with the Vikings first, push the Raven out of position, and then use your Raven to disable the tanks? Is that the play?
That would be. That could be the play. I don't know what he's going to do. I think he's going to siege up that bunker from far away. And now we've got how many Vikings? 2 Vikings against 5. Still 1 Raven against 1, and now that bunker that was just there to buy some time is actually already down. So now Clem, as he's unsieging, could like to go for a double block on the tank, and that's what he's going to do. Is he sieging close enough? I'm not sure about that. Vikings are landing, and Clem is pushing as hard as he can. He's got steam available, but same thing goes for Sol. But already 11 FTDs going down, and Clem is going to take this one quite easily with a super strong timing against that 3rd CC. That was kind of greedy from Sol.
Beautiful execution, the way that Clem did it though. The interference matrix there, landing the Vikings at the right moment, having so much firepower that early on. Obviously, he would still like to get a little more done because yes, he is ahead in workers, but you still have all these units here. You don't just want to end up losing them for free. The Liberator will get picked up by these Vikings, but now all of these SCVs are in a little bit of a pickle as well because there's just no way that Sol can save him at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do right now. He's going to lose every single SCV on the 3rd base. If he wants to go down the ramp, he's going to take shots from 2 or 3 tanks, and GG gets called. France will take the lead 2-1 with a nice victory from Clem over Sol.
Yeah, beautiful execution on that push. Was a little bit worried because once again, don't want to harp too much on that supply block, but it was a real big
massive one.
Yeah, and it kind of threw away some of the threw away a little bit of the advantage that he created for himself with that good early game that he had, but the way that he executed that push, it was 1 Raven against 1 Raven, guys, so that didn't necessarily have to play out like that. But yeah, having the Viking advantage was massive there.
Like, how decisive he was with this fight is quite mesmerizing for me because that was like literally 1 Reaper, 1 Marine against 2 Reapers, and then in the end you've got you still have your 2 Reapers alive, which is massive.
But even a bit unfortunate there, right, with that Marine popping out right when that 1 Reaper that was 1 hit away from dying didn't regenerate any health yet, but
But see, once again, Sol, you said it. I guess a little bit of nerves coming into this because dropping those mules on the natural is like, okay, I made a mistake, but I'm gonna, just forget about it and just go into a little bit more economy on my natural. But I was just too reckless, and it made him in an even worse spot than he was just before. And that execution of this fight was just beautiful.
And pretty brilliant, because I was with you, by the way. I was like, well, I'm sure that he's in range of the tank on the, the left-south side, but I'm not sure if he can reach the one at the top. But, I mean, Clem obviously showing us that he has played a couple of TVTs in his life by now, despite the fact that he's still very young, because those tanks were just in range. I don't know how he saw it, but being able to pick off all those tanks that quickly will put Friends in the 2-1 lead at this point. That obviously means that the next player that comes out for Poland is the winning player. That was Elazer, as he won the first match against Drogo. And that means that Elazer will go up against one of the two Terrans, either Marine Lord or Clem.
Yeah, and I'm liking those odds. I mean, I want to see those games. I want to see what Clem can do. I want to see what Marine Lord can do. I mean, Marine Lord has been pretty vocal about balance in general, but he's got a pretty massive, mental block, I guess, when it comes to TVP, but he's not as vocal about TVZ, even though it's been all the rage for the last couple of months. And he's like, he feels like if he's at least slightly better than the Zerg in front of him, he has shots to win. The thing is, he feels like he will lose to a slightly worse player than him when he plays TVP. So he's already tilted when he goes into the match, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it's not going to happen. I think he's not favored against Elazer by any means, but I think he has that opportunity of winning this game, definitely.
No, I'm with you.
Same goes for Clem.
And I think stylistically, it's a pretty doable matchup for Marine Lord as well, with the way that Elazer likes to play TVZ. But we'll talk more about that after the break. But before we go ahead and take a look at a beautiful break, we're going to take a look at the Matcherino page. That made no sense. I know that, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Obviously, the Matcherino page is still live. You guys have been ordering plenty of products. You can do that over at matcherino.com/nw2019. You can order beautiful hats, t-shirts, hoodies, in-game portraits, a lovely coffee mug, and other stuff. So you'll get something in return. And with that, you'll support the prize pool of this tournament and obviously all the people that have worked on this tournament.
Yeah. Amazing. That was a perfectly handled speech. I love it. Roddy.
Rough start, but ended strong.
You good.
Not the first time in my career.
All right. So, guys, France leads 2-1 here in this round of 16 matchup against Poland. We will go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be the all-kill phase of this match. Elazer either against either Marine Lord or Clem. That will be in just a few seconds, so stay tuned. All right, guys, welcome back to Nation Wars 2019, round of 16. We are in group France, Poland, Finland, and Croatia. And for now, France is leading 2-1 against Poland after 3 games, and we'll hop on to that next phase of the match where Elaser will have to take out either of those 2 towns.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see who it's going to be. I'm kind of expecting Marine Lord first here. And like you said, he's always been very strong in the matchup. I think he has a very cool style as well. He was like kind of the Battle Mech player before Battle Mech even became popular, I feel. Right. And had a really good style. Marine Lord is, I think, somebody who really tries once you give him like 5 bases, you know, a little bit of... skirmishes everywhere, like let it get chaotic, let it get hectic. I think then he can really find openings where a lot of other Terran players will feel like, I can't do anything because Zerg sees the entire map. Marine Lord still seems to be perfectly capable of finding damage. So if we get to that stage in the game, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, historically, the best period for our good friend Marine Lord was back then, early Legacy of the Void, playing with all those liberators, going for that multiple harassment on every side. And here it is. This is the reason we're hiring Rotterdam season after season. It's because he's got such a massive brain that he knows what's going to happen. Triton has been the map selected by Elaser, and then... France selected Marine Lord, and then Elaser selected Triton to face against the French Terran. Both of them with amazing stats, but I guess like this match is entirely a 50-50, I believe. Yeah. Maybe a 60-40 in favor of Elaser, but it's a really tough match to call.
Yeah, of course, Elaser has been pretty hot over the last few months. I mean, Todd mentioned as well that final at GSL vs. the World, almost nobody saw that coming. Yeah. I don't think even he saw that coming. He wasn't even going to make it until a lovely Polish dude made a little YouTube video. He's like, vote for my buddy Elaser. And suddenly Elaser got 11,000 votes overnight, made it to the tournament. People were like, wow, he doesn't even deserve to be there. He's like, oh, I don't? Really? Well, I'll show you guys, okay? Made it all the way to the grand finals, and even in that grand finals I think he played very well. The first 2 games were kind of no games against Serral. They both ended very shortly, but the 4 games after that were very close and competitive and ended 2 apiece. Anyways, let's go ahead and introduce these lovely nerds in the right bottom side of Triton. The blue Terran player representing Le Bleu, it is Marine Lord.
National hero for Nation Wars. In the top left-hand side, representing Poland in the red, he is the Zerg player, Elaser.
Imagine if you would play StarCraft and you could just spawn at any random base.
That'd be crazy.
Imagine if Elaser would spawn at 6 o'clock and Marine would spawn in the right bottom. It's like, well, this is going to be a weird video game.
Yeah.
We should do that for the dream pool, you know, like you can spawn anywhere at any base.
There were a couple of maps that had like some really weird layouts, right? Like you remember, I will never remember the name of the map, but you had 2 different opening spots. Like you could be either bottom left, top right, and then or top left, bottom right. It was totally different layouts. I like those maps. They were kind of weird, but they produced a couple of really good games. I remember, I think Home Story Cup 10, you know, the Parting versus Flash finals. Game 7 was on that map.
Yeah, okay. I don't know the name either, but I know.
Never remember the name.
Yeah, with that Blink Stalker attack. That was sick.
The craziest Game 7 of all time. That was pretty freaking crazy.
We've had a couple of hype Game 7s, though.
Yeah, of course.
A couple of really epic comebacks over the years. Now, to go back a little bit about this map, right? We talked about the Battle Mech style. We know how good Marine Lord is with it. I feel this is more of a bio map, though. I really think that this is a map that's quite good for bio. We saw Time play a fantastic TVZ on this map yesterday against Lambo. Not even that Lambo played poor, no. Time just played excellent, right? Like he got maximum value out of almost every single unit that he produced. So wouldn't be shocked to see Marine Lord play bio on this map, even though maybe he prefers mech. I think this is more of a bio map.
The way I see it is that with bio, going for strong timing pushes around 1-1 timing and then 2-2 timing if you can, it's actually the best way for avoiding that game to go into ultra late game where obviously Marine Lord is not going to feel comfortable. Maybe, as you said, with his pretty pristine multitasking and harassment capacities in general, he might be feeling okay, but still, meta-wise, that's not something that you want to go for. So I'm guessing bio will be the choice for Marine Lord. But I could be wrong. We'll see in just a few seconds as the reactor is just finishing right now, and we'll have a couple of Hellions on the middle of the map.
I must say, I'm a little bit surprised to see Laser go for this triangle setup. You don't see that very often on Triton. I feel like almost every Zerg normally just takes their third base at 12 o'clock. And
there was an SCV blocking that might be the reason, and he wanted to get that third base going as fast as possible, because Marine Lord did go for SCV scout and was patrolling on the right side. So.
I feel like this makes it a little bit easier maybe for Hellions to sneak in and do some damage.
You're right.
It's not that likely that there's a whole lot of vision on that left side, right around 9 o'clock of this map. Maybe you can put an Overlord there that you normally wouldn't put, but in this case, you want to keep track of those Hellions, you want to know where they are. But the opening is Hellion, 2 more Hellions on the way, and then a Liberator, so that's already giving us a pretty strong indication that Marine Lord wants to get a little crazy early on and wants to grab a couple of drone kills.
Yeah, that's the Marine Lord classic. I mean, that's the opening that he really likes the most, I think, in ZVC.
So that.
I mean, is it though?
Good save.
It's not. No, it's interesting.
I mean, it is that. It just starts a new life. Because it does technically disappear, right? The supply goes away, so
well
at
said.
that point it's that.
Well said. Well said. It's transforming into something bigger. I mean, an Evo chamber in the middle of a mineral line.
Very quick stim follow, by the way.
Yeah. No, I'm really not surprised of how Marine Lord is doing this for now. He's actually going to be a little bit greedy here, but this does get the creep tumor. Elaser was not ready with those Zerglings to cover that opportunity here from Marine Lord. So 6 Aliens, a Reaper, and a Liberator. And for now, Elaser is being a greedy Zerg. He doesn't even invest into Overlord speed, so doesn't know anything about Marine Lord's plans of attacking in the early game.
This reminds me a tiny bit as this Liberator is going to siege up, by the way. Might be able to get a drone kill, but not yet. Maybe one of these drones will pop and then get picked off immediately. After Elaser lost Game 5 against Trap, right? And when Trap did the double Stargate for the first time in the Global Finals. Ooh, these Hellions!
Where are the Zerglings?
Well,
okay, they are here.
Yeah, but that's still going to be an awkward fight. Actually, that's a good engagement
it's a good
at first.
surrounds.
Yep.
Okay, let's see about that next shot. We have 2 drones that just died in the background. Some more Zerglings are actually going to die, and he's not going to lose any more drones. But the question is the Liberator still alive? Answer is yes.
Wow. Very well handled there by Elaser. That could have been so much worse, and that would have been so much worse in most scenarios. To finish the story real quick is like, I asked about that build, and then there are a couple of the Zergs like Rainer and Lambo, or it wasn't Lambo, but it was Rainer and somebody else. They're like, well, I don't really think that build is that good, but it's good against Zergs that don't scout. And I guess Miko don't scout that much. And now we took a look at the main base, and Elaser hasn't had a single sneak peek into the main of Marine Lord at all. Doesn't seem to be too worried about it. Mostly focused on his defense. And well, he did it right, guys, because he only lost 2 drones. Yeah. While taking care of all these Hellions and even making sure that he was safe against the Liberator as well.
It did force a lot of Zerglings that are not now dead, but the thing is, because Marine Lord is not playing Battle Mech, then suddenly you have no reasons to have a lot of more Zergling on the field. So for now, Elaser droning up quite nicely. 64 drones at the moment. Will go up to 69 in just a few seconds. We got +1 range and +1 carapace in the production tab at the same time for Elaser as Marine Lord went and repaired that Liberator to go for an harassment on the left side, and he might go for some kind of pressure on the right side with a couple of tanks. We'll see what happens there.
Yep. Obviously, tanks and bio can do incredibly well against roaches and even ravagers. It's all about positioning, obviously, and it's a numbers game as well. Now, the numbers should be all right for Elaser because he's not going super greedy, right? He's not just rushing into 82 drones and not making any units at all, so he should have plenty of units to work with. It is important that eventually he gets a few more workers because even though roaches and ravagers seem like cheap units, you really can't make those forever over 68 drone economy, and even if you do, you're not going to get the best fights ever.
Right,
so this is going to be a
tank positioning, but we'll see a couple of bile will land here. But a lot of roaches are actually dying. Marine Lord targeting a couple of the queens as well to remove a little bit of the creep. And loads up. Whoa, that was close. Wow. And at the same time, classic Marine Lord harassment here. Liberator finds a way to get a little bit of damage done in the main base.
I do like all the extra workers that Elaser is producing now, right? He just defended that push, even though he didn't kill everything. He killed quite a few units. He survived. He wasn't super greedy. That was a very unfortunate Liberator, not connecting with any drones at all. And now immediately realizing that he's gonna need a little more economy. And now he's got the time to do so. Already dropping the infestation pit now as well.
Yeah, wants to probably rush towards Hive in just a few seconds. Marine Lord fires up the 2-2 upgrades for bio, which is really important. Timing on the armory was pretty much perfect. And just he lacked a little bit of resources for a bit to fire those up. But now it's gone. It's done. and everything seems pretty good. 2 racks extra that should be added into the main base, maybe some tech labs there to get some more Marauder production, and a second factory as well, because you're playing against Roaches and Ravagers. Double factory tank is kind of interesting. Might be the key here to get some decent fights around the 2-2 timing that Marine Lord seems to be wanting to hit.
Marine Lord also going for the triangle setup, but I think for him it makes a little more sense going up against a roach-based composition. These roaches are going to show up in the natural. That armory looked a little vulnerable, but there is a tank covering it and a couple of Marines making sure that it doesn't get picked off either. So good defense at first. These Banelings are still slow, but Baneling speed is done now, so you got to be very careful with your Marine Lord. And he will pick up the majority of his units and get the hell out of there.
Was able to kill a couple of Banelings in the process, but still just I would say a tie in this little skirmish here. Marine Lord just spent a lot of money. He was floating a lot of minerals, but added a couple more Raxes, 4 CC, and once again a new round of production with a tank, 9 Marines, 2 Medivacs. So for now, both players hovering around the same supply. I guess Elaser has got a little bit more, but it's more connected to the fact that he's really Roach and Ravager heavy, which once again is pretty expensive in terms of supply in general. Roaches build a lot of them, and they cost 2 apiece. Once again, trying to get rid of some of that creep, but the tank count is a little low on the side of Marine Lord. That actually scares me a little bit. He needs way more to combat that kind of army. And does he go for really late game oriented strategy, or get 2 more tanks, 2 more barracks?
No Ghost Academy yet, but it is kind of the time, right? Because we look at that production tab of Elaser. Now the Ultra Cavern has been dropped already, and he immediately builds Vipers the moment that his hive was done. So this is a super heavy Marine composition. Basically, in the next minute of this game, Marine Lord really wants to get some magic done, because these Marines are going to start falling off as soon as Ultras appear on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. And he doesn't have any Marauder in the composition. I really expected some more tech labs here for Marine Lord, but that's not the case. Massive Zergling counterattack here, and there were a lot of Marines here, but they were destroyed by a couple of Roaches earlier. So now the tanks are not the greatest units here, and Elaser is playing it beautifully. Counterattack and then attack the main army, which was really, really beautiful in this case.
Yeah, these Lings are being so freaking annoying. They're getting in the main base as well. Obviously, Marine Lord needs to babysit his army, because if he doesn't pay attention, Banelings will connect, and it really does feel like Elaser has done this masterfully. I really think that was a brilliant call to go for that massive Zergling counterattack in this phase in the game, because with the army that Marine Lord has, he can't possibly not look at his army. His entire army will disappear, so he needs to babysit it. Parasitic bomb in the middle of all these medevacs. Look at that damage!
My god, that was really massive indeed, and hopefully he was able to split at the last possible second, because all those medevacs might have died. And look at the supply, 180 against 120 on the side of Marine Lord. He needs to repair that armory if he wants to get extra upgrades, but the thing is, he needs to do something, which is kind of defend against that army, and I don't know that he can. Liberators are actually about to pop, but there is so much more army supply, double the amount actually for Elaser, and that wall, it's not gonna hold on for just a few minutes. It's gonna be destroyed right now, and I don't know if Marine Lord can hold on for now. Looking pretty decent.
Yeah, without Banelings, obviously the Marines are suddenly gonna start doing a lot better. Good defense there at first, but don't get too fooled, because there are Ultras on the way. Chitinous plating is being researched. I must say, Marine Lord's upgrades are definitely on point. They are quick. I mean, +2 melee is not even done yet, but he has that first Ultra. And the Marauder
he can kill it, maybe? No, he's not gonna do it. But I mean,
Marauders there.
Chitinous plating was not done yet, so even Marines are actually dealing some decent damage.
He didn't know that.
Yeah, he didn't know that. I agree. But it's only when you click at an Ultralisk and he actually takes damage from Marines, you can tell he doesn't have chitinous. But yeah, Marine Lord is gonna play the defense game for now, and I don't hate it, because it's not Brood Lords, right? Like, it's not, you're not fighting against the clock. You're fighting against units that you know you can kill, you can take fights against. So maybe playing it defensively right now is not the worst of ideas, but can he hold on now? I don't know that he can. Not that many tanks, not that many Liberators. He needs to split his heart out, but he's getting overly swamped here, and GG gets cold. Elaser ties it up for Poland here after a pretty masterful victory against Marine Lord.
Yeah, super smooth play coming out of Elaser here. I think the early game defense really on point. At first it felt like, are those Zerglings out of position? He's like, no, guys, don't worry. I want those Hellions to come in. I'll take care of it, trapping those Hellions towards the edge, only losing Lings. That's kind of the dream. Then he made plenty of Roaches, obviously being wary of the fact that this is not the biggest map out there, and going too greedy early on could really come back to haunt you. No, he had plenty of Roaches, Ravages, brought the Queens forward, defended the first push. He's like, all right, now I can go up to 82 workers. Now I can start spamming Banes. And I thought the mass Link counterattack, while like Marino just going for his big push, that is the kind of push, that is the kind of Terran army. It's so Marine heavy, you need to look at it all the time. If you don't look at it, you can't get anything done. And obviously, if there are 50 Links countering, you kind of need to defend that as well. And that means that your push is really falling off.
Yeah, I mean, that's just basically the way of beating even like a pretty decent Terran player that plays BIOS. Like, split their intention, because at one point, you're going to move Banelings into Marines, and if he's not looking, you're going to win that fight pretty instantly. Okay, we got a couple of tweets. Got something for you, Rotterdam. Get this instead of Subway. What is this exactly? Like some kind of chicken preparation? I kind of like it.
I mean, I do believe my puppies are hungry, so I'll gladly feed it. Kidding, mate. Looks fantastic.
Easy for Elaser, for the captain. He's not exactly the captain, but he was nice enough to, I guess, to harvest him to get the
capital head.
cap.
The capital head.
Capital.
And we've got Nation Wars cookies. That's so adorable.
Yeah, they're really beautiful. And we've got some fondue, which is melted cheese and everything. Quite amazing. I thought already had them. He's like, right now, he's working his belly a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great setup, guys. We're getting cheese fondue. Like, by the time that we're in the third clan war tonight, we're all going to sit here. We're like, ugh.
Whatever.
Some roaches.
Roaches.
So I'm going to burp mid-cast. Like, whoop. Sorry,
I mean, Rick
guys.
and Morty is coming back, so it's actually pretty decent that we can burp in the middle of a cast. Makes total sense to me. All right, so it's 2-2. Do we go into an easy game for Clem or anything? Nah, that's not gonna happen, right?
No, absolutely. Easy game for Clem?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. Like, I actually thought that we're favoring Elaser a little bit over Marine Lord, and I don't know. I mean, Clem, it has obviously been looking really good, and we know that he's a very motivated young man. He's been
and he gets the map pick.
Yep.
And he gets the map
He's been a little frustrated over the last few months. You know, Clem has been pulled into the dark side a little bit of all his Terran brothers, and he's been a little more vocal as well. Not something you necessarily expect of that young, sweet French boy. But he has the skills to at least make this very difficult for you, Laser. But yeah, with Triton out of the way, I guess you pick Ephemeron, right?
No, you're going into Disco Bloodbath, I think.
I don't know, mate.
We'll see.
That's a pretty big map.
We'll see. It's been the choice for everybody. Even Innovation actually picked Disco Bloodbath.
Yeah, I think it's good for Terran in TVP, but even though Phoenixes are good in TVP on that map, I don't know. That's an option as well. I think it's one of the two, right? I think it's either Disco or Ephemeron.
But like, for me, the fact that that France sent Innovation, we would like to send Innovation, but we can't. He's Korean. But
you guys tried.
The fact that we sent out Marine Lord first actually means, in my opinion, that they favor Clem in the matchup in TVZ against Elaser, and they wanted him to have the opportunity to pick his map.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how that one plays out.
I'm not 100% sure which map he's going to pick, and it's actually taking a little bit of time. So maybe they're figuring it out between themselves at the moment. Maybe what?
Maybe he's just thinking about it.
Yeah.
He's pulling a Zocca right now. Like, Zocca used to... It's so funny. He used to stroke his beard and look at all 7 maps. I'm like, don't you play thousands of games a season? Shouldn't you kind of know what you're ready? Like, most pro gamers are like, oh, PvZ, bam, you know, they'll just pick it immediately. They know what they want, especially against certain opponents as well. And Zocca would legit take like a minute. And then when he finally decided and the lobby was up and he gets invited, he would stare at the invite, stroke his beard. And we're all just like, what is going on in the mind of that German mad lad? Like, we have just no idea what's happening there.
Really crazy what might happen in his head. I mean, Stefano was the same thing. He would like take the longest time to pick out a map or to host the lobby or actually join. Yeah. He used to do that. I mean, early days of StarCraft, right? Like, I'm talking 2011, 2012, playing a lot of French lands back then. He was like, gonna take my sweet time, you know? And like, we start the game and then he's like, pause. I need to go to the bathroom. It's like, what? We've been playing for 40 seconds. What the
I've
hell
never
is
seen
happening?
him do that big international events, actually.
No, maybe
He's always been so easygoing.
Maybe not in international events, you're right.
Especially once he started winning. All right, I hear the sound, so we're about to find out what it's going to be, and it will be Disco Bloodbath. Funka's so proud right now.
Interesting.
He's so proud. What? I said you're right. I said one of the two. Have fun with it, Funka. We'll see how it plays out. He's going to build 4 barracks next to his network.
All right, Elaser versus Clem. Who's going to take the lead here? Will it be Poland? Will it be France? For now, 59% of the chat believes that France is going to take it. As 41% of you guys think Poland is going to take it. That's a really hard match to call indeed. And that game is going to be super important. It's not.
Yeah. Clem's going to ace it.
Yeah, you think? I believe.
I was just guessing on the French stream.
Yeah.
Moman just...
He was yelling non-stop.
In the last attack of Elaser versus Marine Lord, Moman's like, the Zerg's attacking. And he's like, he said like, il est en train de s'empaler.
Yeah.
So he's like, it means like he's getting crushed.
Yeah. And not.
Marine Lord left 1 second after Moman said that. I was like, oh my God. I was just laughing non-stop. Epic.
Empaler is like basically hitting a wall and actually messing
impale
up your attack. Kind of, yeah, impale on the defense, but that was not the case. It was GG right after that. All right, let's introduce those players. In the top left-hand side, representing Poland, he just tied it up for his country. He is the Zerg player in the red here, Elaser.
Polska.
Mikołaj.
His opponent in the blue, representing France, it is Clem.
The youngster.
Clément Desplanches.
Yes, it's exactly.
A very French name.
Oh, super French.
Doesn't get any more French than this, unless your name is Merlot.
Yeah, Merlot is pretty French. I guess François Dupont is really French as well. But there is
nobody's called that.
No professional player is actually called like this. All right. So let's see what happens in this game. Clem did get the map pick, which is the reason we're playing on Disco Bloodbath at the moment.
After what we saw from Marine Lord against Elaser, did you pick up on anything that maybe you think could be done by Terran to try and beat this guy?
I guess Elaser is a really solid player, which means that we're not going to see a couple of buffs that we've seen earlier in this tournament, which is the Terran, pushing with 2 medivacs and 2 tanks and actually crushing the opponents, even though it's a really good strategy on this one. I mean, you load up those 2 medivacs, or those medivacs, you load up those 2 tanks, and then you do a push right there. But Elaser, playing Roaches and Ravager, is actually a pretty decent strategy to counteract those kind of early strategies. So my guess would be maybe be a little bit aggressive in the early game. Obviously, maybe don't overcommit as Marine Lord tried to do in that first game. Maybe go to something smoother, like maybe an earlier 3rd CC instead of those 6 aliens. And then super aggressive mid game, like Marine, Marauder, Medivac, Mines, probably, because Clem is a huge fan of Mines. And then just, out multitask and out micro your opponent. And I know that Clem is capable of that kind of play.
Marine Lord didn't play super tank heavy, right? He went into 2 factories, but it was really late. Like when his 2-2 was almost finished, he had only 2 tanks and he was about to get 2 more, which is very low amount, like to do a 2-2 push.
Yeah, I think we might ask him the question if we get the chance, but I think he's not going to be happy with the macro performance that he showed in this game, because most of the stuff that he was doing was pretty decent, but his macro and especially his tank count, when the Crow showed us, it was like, as you said, maybe 2-3 tanks, when it should have been maybe 5 or 7. Yeah. But those counterattacks, snapping some tanks as well, were really good, and it lowered that number. So, I don't know. Elaser is a pretty massive client for anybody here in this tournament and in that French team. So I hope Clem just plays his best game, like he doesn't underperform, just plays to his own strengths, which is, fighting, splitting, microing. That's his kind of deal.
Yeah, he's got pretty good multitask, I think. But again, it's Elaser. He's very good at making units. We described him earlier when he was playing as a mid-game expert, so to speak. Like, I feel like that the mid-game is really where he thrives. And when I say that, I mean anything that's not in the first few minutes and anything that's not very, very late in the game.
Yeah.
All that phase where you go up to 3 bases, you're on 4 bases, and you have to choose what units to make and what upgrades to get at the time. He's not that crazy about going to Hive, I think. And like, it's almost better for him if you're the one attacking him, because he loves making units anyway. So he'll just defend and then go for the proper counterattacks and everything.
All right, so I'm liking this, because one thing that we picked up from that first game is that Elaser doesn't go into
it looks like
speed.
It's not taking damage, by the way, because the depot is right above. I was like, what is going on?
Life? I know Vikings don't hit that hard, but still, like, it's not a healing unit.
Invincible?
Yeah. So no overload speed, which means that you can go for something a little bit different, a little bit outside of the box. And we're seeing Armory. And we're also seeing Cloak. Oh my god, that Zergling. Will it scout? Will it scout evereverything?
Oh my god.
It will scout a
What a
stop
hero.
bot that's actually researching something. It might be a fake. But he might begin to understand he's actually throwing down 3 spores, and also he's got a roach warren at the moment.
That's another overlord getting sniped here. So
supply blocks. He can't build any roaches.
I mean, he already has 50 drones to be fair, which is pretty sick against 37 SCVs.
There's 7. Oh, there's already 6 queens though. But there will be 10 hellbats in just a few seconds. I mean, queens are good at this, but at the same time, dropping towards the main. I'm liking this. Those Zerglings, they're going to get roasted around that third base, but what's really important is can he get some economy destroyed into the main base? For now, no drones has died.
Oh, he transformed.
They transformed into Hellbats, which is kind of... I get it, because...
I mean, there was only
Hellions,
queens
you
there.
need to micro them. Hellbats,
Yeah.
you don't really need to.
Yeah, but like I think he could have just left the Hellbats on there by themselves on the right hand side. Now he's not even microing right. He didn't go after the drones that were all clumped up. Oh my god, this could have done so much more. I think
Yeah.
they just kept them as in Hellion mode.
Once again, nice defense. Really nice early game defense by Elaser. And Clem is going to go and transition into mech. Banshees with Cloak, Hellbats in the early game, and now probably Battle Mech being started with those 2 extra factories. But as you said, could have done so much more. In the main base, it was kind of close, but Elaser handled that like a champ.
I wonder if Clem is planning on just kind of splitting the map and making this a very long game, or if he actually wants to properly be aggressive somewhere in there. Like we see the second Armory, which is kind of a tell, you know, he might be wanting to play a little slower than, whereas like some Terrans here, they would just be looking to try and get close to maxing out and then attack. And we mentioned it's like a laser in the late game might not be as good necessarily. You know, I'm not saying he's bad or anything, but
Yeah.
you know, he's no Serral, right? So I feel like there's quite a few Zergs that would love to get to that stage again. They would thrive quite a bit in it. He's quite on point with the scouting, though. We see an Overseer here spotting that it is indeed mech. Infestation Pit will be thrown down immediately, and then he can choose what he wants to go into, whether it's... A lot of the time, it's going to be Swarm Hosts, I think, there to try and siege and like kind of keep the Terran back at home.
Okay, that Hellion drop.
You can synergize those with the Niduses.
Oh. Is it roasting time? That's already 3 drones. Can he get more? That's 5. And that number is going to keep rising here.
I think if Clem had done that the first time, I really think he could have gotten a lot of drones. And I think he might have realized that after that. 13 more drones on the way, by the way. He just killed 10. He's like, all right.
I guess I'm going to make 13. So, now what's interesting to me here is that because of how important queens were for the defense, whether it was in the main base or in the third defending against the Hellbat, the creep is quite bad for 7 minutes and 40 seconds. It's really not that far away into the map. So now he's going back at it, but if Clem can abuse that, because that position, for instance, could be covered in creep at the moment. So if Clem can abuse that and actually keep on pressuring and avoiding the creep to go even further, I'm liking this for him. And he also goes into Speed Banshee, which is kind of nice, but already 12 Swarmhosts.
Yeah, okay, there is the Nidus. You mentioned the creep. Like, if you're not going to have creep, you at least need something to get across the map quicker. Does he have any Overlord across the map already to...
Now, he might have a couple, not even. I mean, there was a Viking earlier.
Yeah, there's
in the
nothing
game.
to spot.
Yeah.
So he needs to send something across the map, start the Nidus. Hive is going to start now, so he's already thinking about the next stage. We might have that late game. That late game Terran versus Zerg here, where Clem, you know, eventually would go into more air units as well. As we see, still producing Banshees, still quite a bit of battle mech between the Cyclones and Hellions. Baneling Nest is going to go down now. And +1 melee starts as well. Nidus is on the way.
All right, it's in the middle of the map, basically, close to that third base of Clem, before the fourth base is actually
We almost see it.
Oh my god, the Banshee is like a pixel away from seeing those this Nidus popping out, and soon to be a lot of Swarmhosts that will be there. Banshees are gonna do well here. He might be able to kill a Swarmhost. He's actually gonna kill 3.
Yeah, and also he forced the Locusts to be used like while they were, I guess, a little bit further away. So they're gonna expire shortly after they land there, but they might be able to get the command center that was building. They're gonna get it. That forces the cancel depot at the front are gonna fall as well. A laser will be pushed back, but he did achieve some damage here with that first wave of Locust, and we're going to see a lot more of these Niduses going down.
Okay, once again, Clem needs to be on the, needs to be really reactive on those kind of fights, because Roaches, they're basically going to run at those Cyclones, but you need to push them away with decent micro. 2 tanks actually popped out really fast, and now all those Roaches, they are pretty much doomed. There's like 5 Banshees with speed just on top of them. This is good. This is decent. Like those 2 defenses and the fact that the first wave of Locust didn't achieve that much except cancelling that 4th CC, which was actually the 5th CC. Looking pretty decent for Clem. He also needs a Blue Flame, the Blue Flame upgrade, but it's kind of expensive.
There's no infestors, so it's just the Queens to really help defend against this with the Spores.
All right, 6 Queens still remaining in here on the map.
It's only 10 Swamos, by the way. He didn't really overcommit or anything.
He built
did
more,
lose
but
some
he
of them,
lost. Yeah, he lost maybe 3 or 4.
But it's not like he's getting, to an insane amount and then just looking to try and siege constantly. Like, Elazer's already thinking about the tier 3 army that he's going to want to get with, I'm guessing, Broodlords down the line. We have the Greater Spire on the way, and another Spire is going to start, and 11 Corruptors being made as well.
That's a lot of Corruptors.
That hatchery was gone pretty fast.
Okay, hey, even the Greater Spire is super exposed. He's going to take it. That's a dead Greater Spire. There's no way he can defend that.
That's so sick, because now Clem can max out, and then he can hit the timing before there's going to be Broodlords this time. Look, he's already got quite a few upgrades. He's on double armory. I'm really starting to like Clem's position here in this game now.
Banshees, the Banshees are something that for now Elazer probably underestimated a little bit, and they just were super worth in that last sequence. Killing a base twice, getting the Greater Spire, getting a couple of units out of the way. Here he's going to get a Spore. He can fly out of here because obviously Banshees with speed. The Rotors are actually way too fast for any air unit to actually
he's getting Blue Flame as well.
Okay, does he have anything else? Okay, Hellions and Cyclones are actually going to come from the left side. But once again, where is your anti-air here?
Yeah, those Banshees, oh my god.
Yeah, they're having a field day, man.
They're doing so much damage onto everything. They're all over the place. They kill the hatchery, multiple armies, the Greater Spire as well. Corruptors will be pushed back. I'm guessing they were trying to use Caustic Spray on something.
Yeah, but turrets were already in position. Once again, a new wave of Locusts, but I think Clem is on top of things here. You pull the SCVs, you repair the Planetary Fortress, and you're as good as new. That was still 7 SCVs, which is kind of a lot.
Yeah, but he had already made so many. This is almost helping him at this point. I think he overmade SCVs here. He's still up to 81. He's still making quite a few of them.
If you're feeling like you're going to play a game for 35, 40 minutes, I guess, like about 80 SCVs is not that bad. He's actually reproducing a couple of them. He's now back to 81. And this time the Nidus is not going to pop top.
Yeah, I like the Sensor Tower. It helps a lot as well with spotting this coming. And Clem is on the offensive now. He's across the map, still with a ton of battle mech. The Banshees are not there yet. He might just rejoin that location, or he might keep them across the map to defend against the Niduses. This army is really strong because of the upgrades in particular. Yeah. He's got 2 and 2.
He's got nothing to combat against this. If he doesn't get a proper surround, that army is actually going to crush the lasers. And for now, the Banshees are actually going to go and harass around that 4th base. He's going to kill that Spore, which means no detection, and some drones are actually going to fall at the same time. Caustic Spray being used here. Okay, let's see. Clan is in position. Yes, the Banelings are actually crushing against some Cyclones here, but still a lot of them remaining here in the army of the French Terran player.
And he's going to press forward here. Laser lost a lot of army very quickly. He needs to spend his bank, but he doesn't have the lava. He's got only 5 lava. Lost the hatchery over there.
The Fortress dying in the bottom. Oh, he actually defended him. I don't know. Okay, the Planetary Fortress did die, but there was a CC next to it, so he's actually replacing it at the moment. Here being a little bit aggressive with those Cyclones, Clem that is, but still trading quite cost effectively here. 11,000 resources lost against the 15 and no Broodlords in sight. And you know why? Because the Greater Spire has been destroyed just a few minutes ago.
He's been so
playing
active.
A really beautiful game.
These Banshees have killed so much the entire game. There's still 3 of them alive near.
He might want to build a couple more actually. And now with Blue Flame, those Swarmos, they're not doing anything. I mean, the Locusts, they're being burnt as soon as they touch the ground.
The upgrades are insane. He's about to have +3 attack as well. Like, that's well underway. Clem getting into Elazer's face here. He's wiping the floor here with his Roach army.
Yeah, Clem is playing a beautiful game here, and the snipes with the Banshees were key. And for now, there is just no answers towards the Cyclone. Look at him. He's actually running at him. He's crushing it here. All the Swamos are being destroyed. Here in the main base, no detection. Banshees killing a hive, while Corruptors are looking at it, powerless.
Oh my god, there's just so much battle mech. Such a dynamic game here from Clem. always taking the fights in it. Okay, oh my god,
Yeah,
the Hive is gonna
the
fall.
Hive is gonna fall.
Broodlords are finally there, but I mean, Clem,
Yeah.
he's got all the time in the world now
Whoa.
to stay active out on the map, threaten the counterattack. He's gonna go into Thors, he can throw down a bunch of starports if he wants to, and +3 vehicle weapon will be completing momentarily. 4 starports on the way. I mean, he's just so far ahead at this point, he might as well make whatever he wants, a bunch of Vikings to deal with these guys.
It's 49 drones against 81 SCVs. How often do you see that in ZVT? That's pretty crazy to think about. Clem, by being super aggressive with that battle mech plus Banshee with speed, is actually going a little bit too fast for Elaser. That's trying to grab himself another base, but still getting it cancelled with those 3 Banshees, hero Banshees. Can we look at the number of kills on those Banshees before they die, actually? As we're seeing everything burn in the main base. Okay, 10 kills on this one, 6 on this one, and 17 on the last one. And remember, there was
guy's a butcher.
probably 8. And here,
Oh,
Blue
oh.
Flame Hellbat
Oh
with
my
+3
God.
attack, killing a Hive. Wow. GG gets called. Clem takes the lead here against Poland, 3-2 after 5 games.
What a sick performance here by the French Terran player.
Beautifully played.
Really well done, honestly. Especially, I didn't necessarily expect him to be able to pull this off with battle mech like this, but he made it look like it's his style, and he's extremely good at it. And I think maybe Laser was caught off guard as well, even though he was scouting a whole bunch, and it seemed like he was getting ready for it properly. He just wasn't able to deal with the amount of aggression. The Banshees in particular, these were an absolute terror. They achieved so much pretty much on their own.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that in 2 games we haven't seen a battle cruiser opening in either game. Because both styles are actually decent with battle cruiser opening. You can play bio, you can play battle mech after BC, but in 2 games that's not happening. You know, Marine Lord didn't go for it, even though the story of that game went a little bit poorly for the Frenchman. In that second one, he actually went for Banshees with speed, which, as you said, were, I guess, key in winning this game. I mean, killing Swarmhost, dealing with the Niduses, dealing a lot of damage, economical damage, sniping bases, sniping the Greater Spire. So there was basically no Broodlord timing allowed in this game because he just lost the Greater Spire.
Yeah.
Yeah, great game.
Guys, we're going to head to a break, and then when we return, the conclusion of Poland versus France. We'll see you guys right after this.
All right, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready for the end of Poland versus France?
Is Poland ready? That's the real question.
That's the
Because
question.
we're ready, clearly.
Yeah. People are already getting annoyed at the two Frenchies casting the French game and being
It's too
super
sweet.
biased. But yeah, it's looking good at the moment. It's 3-2 in favor of France. And yeah, Clem was definitely playing a really great game here, and Eraser just didn't have the answer to those benches, especially, but in general to that battle style, that battle mech style that Clem was using. I'm expecting Eraser to be revived. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not super clear cut, you know. Could be Mana. I feel like Soul's just been having a terrible time in Nation Wars, even though he's a great player.
It's out of the picture.
I think it's between Elaser and Mana, really. It really depends who feels more comfortable beating Clem and then beating one more revived player from Team France. They have to take every single aspect of the matchup and parameters in consideration, but I guess Elaser is more likely. Let's find out. It is Elaser, so
It is Eraser.
he wants revenge, and we're going to be playing on World of Sleepers here for this one.
Yeah, definitely a totally different map layout for a ZVT. And we'll see what Elaser is going to be able to do with those crazy gas geysers that are a part of World of Sleepers. World of Sleepers is actually a map that's going to stay in the map pool in the next season. It's been announced by Blizzard not that long ago. So we'll see what happens in this one. I mean, rich gas geysers are really good for Zerg in general, so I'm not surprised that Elaser went for that strategy.
Yeah.
Let's see if Clem wants to play that game anyways, or we'll try something drastic to just avoid playing that map altogether.
I mean, the good thing is he has a Terran like Marine Lord on his team, and they can kind of consult with one another when they know that as soon as they know that it's going to be Laser and on this map, and from there they can decide what they think gives him the best shot. They still got a backup plan as well, right? Because France would still have the revive here if Clem was to fall to Elaser on this map.
And it's
So it alleviates the pressure a little bit, right?
Yeah.
There's a big difference between playing this one here or playing this as the ultimate decider for the match.
I'd like Clem to go for a double Rex, but not the most all-in-one, but you know, a version that you're not cutting SCVs, maybe Marines into Reapers, which is kind of interesting in the ZVT matchup. We'll see if he decides to go for it, or is it going to be a normal game but on a weird map. In the bottom left-hand side, he just won against T-Laser. He is the blue Terran, the 17-year-old youngster from France, Clem.
His opponent in the reds. He needs to bring it back here if he wants Poland to have a chance. It is Elaser. Nikolai Ogonovsky, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mon ami collage. Did you hear that that weird ass joke that all the French players were doing?
No.
Because his first name is Nikolai, yeah, right?
Yeah.
And mon ami, my friend, mon ami Nikolai. They used to say that.
These
all the
memes
time.
have gone too far.
They way too far. Okay, that's going to be a normal, quote-unquote normal opening, because it still is a gas first from Clem. But he wants to go into some highly technological units as soon as possible, but he will still go for a expansion before. Just a tiny difference from the classic opening, which is the Reaper expand with normal gas timing. They will increase the speed of the factory being placed on the map. Elaser just not worried. Went for hatch gas pool anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long rush distance, and like a lot of the time you're going to be experienced enough that even if you're facing this kind of build, you know how to react. It's not like super clear cut, like, you know, you get a build or loss or anything, I think, in terms of that. So, and also like the player profile is pretty important. Like, I feel like maybe he evaluated the chances of Clem doing this as not being super high on a map like this and in this situation, so didn't worry too much, and guess what? He was correct in his assessment of the situation.
Ooh. Trying to take that base with the infamous rich gas geyser. He's actually gonna pressure Elaser into taking another base. So good for Clem. He's just gonna avoid the Zerg player being too rich in terms of gas. It can sometimes be a little bit too much to handle. So
It's not going to be mech here, right?
no idea, honestly. Could very well be mech anyways. I mean,
Yeah. It just feels like it would be harder to pull off, and like you give up a lot of what Medivacs can give you on this map, you know, in terms of like movement around the corners of the map to try and deal some damage and everything. But then again, nowadays, like Zergs have just gotten so good at splitting correctly and defending in many locations that even against these kind of attacks, even if you're extremely good, as Clem is, with the multitask and dropping in multiple places, Zergs, they're just so damn good at defending against that. Really, like the one thing that's been somewhat working for Terrans is those mid-game pushes with a lot of tanks and marines. If you're able to hit the correct timing, if you've done enough damage before that, if you've pushed back the creep enough.
Yeah, basically, you've got a lot of missions for your timing to be effective, which is destroying a lot of creep trimmers. It's actually okay. It's like, okay, Elaser, you're not investing into anything. You don't have any Zerglings on the map. You're gonna pay for this. Can he kill a couple of drones here? At least one should fall. That's one already. Maybe a second one. Does he go for a scout in the main base? It looks like it. He might be able to know. That's a late speedling as well.
And that's not a lot of damage, but it definitely prevented the Queens from injecting for a while here, which is definitely...
And now 2 extra Hellions are actually dealing damage in the natural. Elaser is playing so greedy in this game. I mean, no overload speed, not that many Zerglings in the early game, and Clem decided, like, I'm gonna throw those 2 early aliens into your mineral line and let's see what happens. And now that's 6 drones that did fall. And you wanted to know if it was going to be mech? Looks like it's not going to be, because Stim is already on the way.
I think it would be very tough on a map like this. Like if you go mech, you're basically saying, all right, take 5 bases, there's nothing I can do about it. And even though we achieve a little bit of damage here early on, and again, you know, Medivacs on a big map like this, they can be quite the weapon, going around, dropping in places. I like the way he opened up here, really. Like, I mean, if you look at the walker counts, obviously Zerg's still always going to be ahead at this stage, but Clem has already got the 3rd CC on the way. He killed a bunch of important drones. He's going to kill some more. He's allowed to. And I really think that Elaser missed quite a few injects because these Queens were running around trying to defend as well. Yeah. And he wasn't creep spreading as much.
And you know what? Like, for now, I don't think that Elaser can know for sure, as he's probably going to lose some extra drones at the same time. Nice targeting of the Liberator on the right side with the lone Queen here in the main base. Can he get one shot onto those drones? He will not. That's going to be only 3 drones. But for now, I'm not entirely sure that Elaser knows its bio. He doesn't invest into overload speed. He's seen nothing but Hellions and Liberators. How is he supposed to know? Like, he did see the lack of gas on the natural when he scouted earlier, but I'm not entirely sure that he knows for now.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't really care anyway, because Clem has thrown away so many Hellions. That means like he's not going to have much of an army. I mean, we see his army supply is like very, very low, right? Like, so whether it was mech or bio, there is not much that Elaser needs to worry about now for a long time. With the amount of Queens that he has, he's just going to... He starts one single roach. I'm guessing he's going to get a few more than this and just make sure he's covered. In terms of ground, in terms of air, well, I mean, he's already got some spores, the Queens, so he can just kind of decide himself what he goes into from there. But ideally, before you throw down an infestation pit, a baning nest, or anything like that, you'd like to scout what it is exactly, right, that you're facing.
Yeah, that tank shot is actually a pretty big tell, because when you're playing Battle Mech, there's not that... Well, you will have a couple of tanks eventually, but it's a little bit early for Battle Mech tanks here to be on the ground. So I'm guessing now he knows. Considering he went for melee upgrades, actually tells me that he really does know that he's playing right now against bio-based armies. He's also going to add the Baneling Nest, but that's a really late Baneling Nest, which means that he's not going to have the Baneling speed if a first timing were to appear. We can hear a lot of noises coming from somewhere else. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but we heard a couple of
scans the main base, but there's nothing to see there. Did he even catch anything at the bottom?
Yeah. Nah, he doesn't know. It's just like, okay, you've got your lair, and that's about it. All right.
And Elaser actually made infestation pits as well as Baneling Nest, so he's kind of keeping his options open. What has Elaser scouted in terms of the Terran base?
He doesn't know anything, I think. Like, he really didn't see anything. Yeah, he hasn't seen anything in the main base, and I'm
you must have seen the army maybe with a Ling or something. Yeah, well, now you will.
The same thing that happened earlier against Marine Lord. I think he wants that infestation pit to be ready for a quick Ultralisk transition.
Ooh, that was picked up and went by.
That's
actually going to stand forward.
A good start. That's a really good start here for Clem.
He's
going to be able to kill so much creep here.
Yeah, with those Queens, though, it's going to be really tough for him to fight. He's going to clear the creep. I really like this because now he can set up the siege here. He can kind of stand in that area and then choose which way he's going to siege through.
And with no banelings, kiting like this, close to the tank that's already sieged, is a pretty decent trade. He has to evacuate anyways, but once again, don't get fooled by the supply, because in this case, it might lie a little bit. A lot of roaches, lots of ravagers.
We've already settled this.
No, we haven't. I'm fighting this.
That would be a big mistake.
All right, 1200 gas in the bank for our Polish player that only now starts bailing speed. Come on, there has to be a way for Clem to be aggressive on that right side and punish Elaser.
Yeah, but he's not really committing, Clem, right? He's not really rallying everything across the map. He's just doing like 2 medivacs worth of units, trying to fight a little bit, push back the creep. So it's not like he's doing a massive siege. I think he would want to wait for 2-2 to be completed.
Yeah.
Before doing something like that.
All right, let's see. 4th space on the way, double factory and double tank production at the moment, and we should be seeing a push in the next 60 seconds as 2-2 finishes. But the creep this time, just simply amazing, right? Like, it's a way better creep than what we just witnessed in that previous game.
With Burrow on the way, I wonder, actually, we might see some burrowed banelings there eventually down the line. On a map like this, where you have like a lot of different avenues, if you can somewhat anticipate where Terran's going to be attacking, and you put them down outside of the creep, because like, why would you ever scan outside of the creep, right?
Yeah.
You want to kill creep tumors, you want to save those scans where they matter most. Elaser looking to try and use the mobility of his army here with those fast Zerglings. He's going to get on top of the 3rd base, catching the reinforcements.
Yeah, catching 2 tanks is pretty massive right there. He's just investing in a couple of Zergling and he's getting a lot of things. But here, Elaser is actually going to lose a lot of his army. At the same time, Zergling's trying to go for the counterattack, but I believe that the wall was Zergling proof. And no Zerglings in a natural makes that no economy just died right there. No more reinforcements were destroyed in the process. That's Clem's moments to shine. Look at this timing. 5 seconds away from 2-2 to be completed. 6 tanks in the 6 tanks available. A Liberator sieging to the right side, and that's a lot more units that just died. Once again, a lot of Zergling getting blown to pieces.
Yeah, Laser pressuring forward. I've never wanted the soup to lie more than I do now. Banelings moving back in position here. He needs to get ready to engage onto the creep, onto those Marines, but there's so many medivac that he can pick up anywhere and evacuate. Vipers are now on the way. And with the Ultralisk Cavern about to finish, it feels like there is a timer on Clem. He needs to be more aggressive. He needs to keep on pressing forward, but the creep is just so far outside of the basis of Elaser, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, you said it. That's the sea of creep. That's mostly the problem at the moment.
What's going on?
Yeah, Elaser making a slight amount of mistakes here, trying to go for counterattacks, but the tanks in the middle are actually avoiding this to be a reality. Now, 3 Banelings are actually going to make their way into the mineral line. 8 SCVs is pretty massive, but some Marines will come in and show and close the party for a second. At the same time, Planetary Fortress on the left side is not done yet, so a tank will fall. And for now, and right now, I feel like Clem has to know, there is no timing anymore. The Sea of Creep just denied that entirely, so now you have to play late game.
7 Ultras. Oh my god.
Massive mistake! What is Elaser doing? That was so expensive. That was so expensive. You just lost 20
tanks. These Ultras, I mean, they're going to enter the game under heavy fire there. That first one got almost taken down instantly.
Okay, so
this might give confidence. This is almost like a bait. I mean, involuntary one, right? Because I don't think he meant to do that. But now, this might give Clem a sense of confidence after which he steps on creep. But I think he's starting to realize that he's seeing a bunch of Ultras. He's like, I don't really know how many of those there are.
Yeah,
so
honestly, like, control the middle and drop on the right side, I feel is a good idea. But for now, he's actually unsieging those tanks. And I'm getting a little bit worried here for Clem that he gets A-clicked quite hard by a lot of Banelings and Ultralists. But at the moment, once again, nice positioning. But the Vipers show up here. And the tanks cannot hit anymore, but the massive amount of bio is not getting pushed back for the moment.
And now these Vipers, they don't have much energy. They have to pull back.
Kite those Ultralists?
Some of that. The tanks, oh my god, the tank's going to go to town on this army.
Yep.
Elaser's overextending here.
Oh, those Banelings they actually made their way into the entire bio composition of our Terran player. 8 SCV just went down. That's a counter-attack on the left side. 3 Ultralists trying to take care of a Planetary Fortress, and they will.
That looked ridiculous.
All right.
A bunch of bio now will kind of be left over on the other side of the map, pouncing on that extra base here from Elaser. Very important one here. That was his 5th base.
Ooh. He lost a lot here. He lost a lot. Yeah, he's actually going to GG out of this game. Elaser with an Ultralist timing, making quick work of Clem in that game number 6. We will go into the decisive game here.
Yeah, Clem had a few good moments there, but he kind of fell apart there at the end, and we're all tied up between those two countries and those two players in particular, from whom we might be able to expect a best of 3 here, or do you think maybe Marine Lord or T-Drogo might come back out?
I think it's up in the air. Clem played well. The thing is, I can't figure out what the last map remaining is, if production can tell me. But I guess Drogo, obviously, one of
Isn't
the
it
best
Winter's
PvZs.
Gates, usually?
Oh yeah, you're right. But it's not even usually, it's like they picked it, right? But
Yeah.
he didn't play Winter's Gate, so it has to be it. So Winter's Gate, I don't know. I'm feeling PvZ on Winter's Gate, but I
Yeah.
could be wrong.
It really depends on how T-Drogo feels about his first game against Laser as well, right? There is a discussion that needs to be had there. Clem had some good moments there, especially when Laser kind of like moved around weirdly with his units. But
Look at the 2 Banelings at the end. It's hard to tell because there's
Yeah.
a lot of medivacs in the air, but he actually lost like 25, or maybe not 25 supplies, but 15 supply worth of units just right there. And then Ultralis counter-attacking by themselves. And
I
then
think
on the right
Clem
side,
never
lost a
really
lot.
committed well enough with the rallying units across the map,
Yeah.
right? He was just trying to fight with whatever waves he had. And I mean, even behind this, we see Laser in the production tab. He had 2 Niduses on the way here. So he had the contingency plan. He had 3-3 about to finish quicker than the Terran. So very solid game from Laser on his map choice here.
Yeah, he played well. Yeah, there's nothing to be added here. He just played a really great defensive game, rushed to Ultralis, which is not that common in ZVT right now. But Elaser seems to be really comfortable with that style. And once again, being super clean on the creep spread. And in this game, it did help him a lot. Because he was making a couple of mistakes in the middle of the game that could have cost him if Clem was just close enough to a base to be able to take that out. In this case, it didn't really happen. Maybe Clem saw those mistakes and thought that he had an opportunity to finish the game, but I really do believe that past that 2-2 timing, then it's really hard to make it work. Like, you have to play that game. You might have to go into Ghosts and Liberators. Once again, not that many Terran players want to do that these days. So
Actually, none of them.
none of them. Yeah, even TY doesn't really try to do it anymore. So if TY doesn't want to play late game, it's because the meta right now is not going for that in the Terran's favor. So
Now that means France has to revive a player, and I think we're a few moments away from finding out who that's going to be there. Having the discussion as we speak, I'm sure. So between Marine Lord, T-Drogo, and Clem.
I'm guessing Marine Lord is out of the question. He's already 0-2 in the no, not even 0-2.
Unless he
He's
has like a
actually- he's
sick
1-1.
build. He has a sick build saved up.
I'm thinking Clem up T-Drogo, maybe more T-Drogo, but maybe it makes sense. Like, trying out Clem once again for the best of 3, I think makes sense because we might play Poland again.
Yeah,
Clem
it's
is
gonna
going
be
to be the
Clem.
one.
We're going to be on Winter's Gate indeed here. So a full best of 3 between these two players. Both teams ace. And Clem, you can see his favorite matchup is
Versus
Protoss.
Protoss.
Yeah, he's been having some trouble against Zerg. That doesn't mean that he's not very, very good in the matchup. Like we saw previously in the one game that he won against Laser, he's able to be quite convincing at it sometimes too. Very excited for this one. Clem, a lot of French viewers are paying attention to this series here, and they would love for him to send France onto the winners match, but all alike, the Polish community is pretty big on StarCraft 2 as well. Those Net Wars guys. Don't know if you guys ever heard Tasteless talking about the Polish StarCraft community.
I think anybody that watches GSL over the last 5 years has heard that speech a couple of times, Todd.
The history, there's a lot of history there.
It's one of his favorites, you know. Back in the online days, you know, a lot of players from Poland signing up for those tournaments, man. Big player fields back then. Wow, quite the games. I have to admit, Todd, I ate way too much cheese fondue, okay? And then I had all the cookies as well. Those Nation Wars cookies that you guys saw on Twitter, they're amazing.
Yeah,
You've got
it's
something
like
at the
white
bottom.
chocolate under it, I think.
I don't know what's under it, but it's amazing.
But the fondue is great. If you guys don't know what fondue is, it's like a ball of cheese, basically. And then you take a stick, you put a little piece of bread on it, like a crouton-esque kind of bread. You dip it into the cheese, and then you just eat it.
Yes.
I think I had like maybe around 15 of those. And like we ordered food, by the way, and it's not even there yet. But when it gets there, I don't know how I'm supposed to eat that as well.
Oh, I'm not gonna eat that. I didn't know we were gonna have cheese fondue, okay? And amazing cookies. This is way too much. Those games were sick though. Young Clem definitely playing very well. Elisa carrying for Poland. Winter's Gate, I think, is a map that has produced a couple of truly epic TVZs. The one that really stood out for me was Hero Marine against Cerro back then in Montreal. I thought that was one of the sickest games we have seen on, well, this entire map, I would say. Hopefully this game will be just as cool. We're getting ready for the deciders match of our opening nation war here in the right bottom side of Winter's Gate. We're looking at the main base of the Polish Zerg. It is Elaser.
And in the northwest, in the blue, representing France and playing Terran, it is Clem.
So, Mac, we saw Bio. This map, I'd probably say you want to play Bio as well, right?
I thought you were going to go full biomech. A little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both. Maybe he opens up Mac, goes into Bio, or the other way around, even more spectacular. But no, I'm expecting Bio on this map. I think you can play Mac, obviously, but for instance, when you think of like the speed Banshees that we saw be very, very effective on Disco Bloodbath, I think this map is not that ideal for it because of all those inhibitor zones. Super annoying, especially the ones around the main base.
Yeah.
Fly in and out. You lose Banshee after Banshee.
I mean, Clem is capable of playing any style really well. It's a lot more about, what does the map allow him to do well here? He was very convincing earlier with Mech, if you wanted to open with something like Hellbats, early on be aggressive and then go into Mech. Those Banshees were sick in that one game too.
Yeah.
And it's so much.
I think Speed Banshee is one of those things that in general you don't get a lot of practice against it, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't
Not
see
many
it that
people get
often. Like, obviously Speed Banshee in TVP is not really a thing, but there are a couple of Terrans that try to make it work. And it's one of those builds where if you start falling behind against it, it's like, well, you may as well tap out, okay? Because it's going to be an absolute nightmare. It's going to roam around. Obviously, the reason you don't see it a lot in that matchup is because you're not supposed to fall behind against it. Yes,
It felt like Elaser wasn't really respecting the Banshees. It was just like, oh, it's just, a couple of Banshees. What are they really going to do? What are they going to do? Kill your Great Spire, your Spire, your fourth base.
twice.
A whole bunch of drones.
Yep. No, they're really sick. Once they start roaming around, if they're still alive, if you are able to preserve them from the early game, and that Banshee count gets up to a respectable number, you're going to have a lot of fun with it as a Terran player. But now it's just a very standard opening, of course. Reaper is going to dive in. Shouldn't really be able to get much done here.
Yeah, just looking to try and annoy a little bit, maybe kill a Ling here and there. And forcing those fallings obviously very important. You don't want the Zerg to be able to start droning up as much as they want from the very get-go. Metabolic boost will now start. And Elaser in the previous game, he actually didn't scout very much at all. He didn't seem worried about much.
That's kind of the Elaser we know. I think that's how he has played for StarCraft for a very long time. I think he
In the
obviously...
game before that, he scouted a ton.
He gets a lot of information from just what he sees on the battlefield, right? And he's obviously a player that doesn't like to throw away Overlords. He likes making Overlords. We talk about that very often. The
Yeah.
good old Elaser Overlords. Uh-oh. He lost
I
the
think Wall of
creep
Sleepers also can allow you a little more wiggle room. If you want to limit your scouting.
Yeah, that map is sick. It's surviving the map pool as well. It's going to be back next season. Nobody's happy about it besides the Zergs. I like the map to play it, but that's because I don't play at the absolute highest level, right? Like,
Yeah.
At my level, I still feel there's a couple of things that you can get away with it, but I can definitely understand some of the frustrations that some of the pro players have when they feel they're generally playing an unfair game or an unfair map in that case.
In your show match against Stefano, did you play on that map?
No, of course not.
You had
Why-
vetoes and everything?
No, we just picked. I just let him pick. Why do you keep bringing it up, Todd? Like it was a random...
No, I'm curious because you said you haven't played it against the highest level players.
Oh, no, I mean-
You played Stefano, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on the ladder, right? I'll run into some of the top Zergs every now and then, but if I get them on, like, I had Champ, for instance, on World of Sleepers, and I feel like I didn't kill a unit. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyways, these Lings are gonna get fried a little bit by these Hellions. The Roach Warren has been planted down. Pretty quick stim behind all of this, Todd. But it is gonna get scouted this game by Elaser.
Yeah.
It's an Overlord, but get some valuable information.
So he knows pretty much immediately the third CC is on the way now, and the crease spread is going to progress forward. What a crazy thing, the crease spread, Kev, isn't it?
Yep.
Last game,
Well, the next
felt like
patch,
he did so much.
the next patch is really going to be different because I think the change of like no longer being able to just cancel the creep tumor and go for it again. I think it has a massive impact on the way that these games play out. This is a very good catch so far by Elaser, who once again just seems bulletproof against these Hellion run-bys. He had fantastic defense against Marine Lord. He's got fantastic defense against Clem. Oh, what?
I was like, he hasn't lost a unit.
Yeah.
No way.
Pretty sure we saw Zerglings going down, huh?
Crow's toying with us.
Crow's just keeping us sharp. Like I heard you boys have been eating too much cheese fondue. Let's test those caster reflexes for a little bit.
Getting real sleepy over there. I can't believe you had 4 cookies, by the way.
Probably 5, mate, to be honest.
You're absolute sicko. Oh, you're
It's
still
so
awake.
good.
I would need a nap.
They're so good.
Yeah, pretty good. Wait, by the way, there's only like 20 or something.
Yeah, I had a quarter.
The crew's listening to you right now. They're like,
Well, the crew
what a
was all
guy.
going for the cheese fondue, okay? They didn't need the cookies. You don't know about my nickname of the early days, but I used to be quite the cookie monster.
Oh, really?
What you do to Kinder Buenos, I do to Cookies of Nation Wars, apparently.
Hey, don't even say that name. When I head to Carrefour later, buy a 10-pack again.
Man, Elaze is in a masterful spot now, though, right? Like, after defending in such a clean way,
Yeah.
look at the freedom that he has created.
Because then you can't even push back
Nope.
Crepe for a long time because he was investing into Hellions that just didn't do any damage whatsoever.
No, the world is his oyster at this point, and we can see that in the worker count. He was up 18 workers. Still a very healthy worker advantage. Did produce quite a few roaches. Obviously wants to make sure that he doesn't find himself in a situation where he's got no units at all, because then even 8 Marines can absolutely mess you up.
Did you notice last game, by the way, Clem doesn't really rally reinforcements across the map. He just fights with whatever he has there. And I feel like maybe that's something that he's missing. To be able to seal the deal, like win a fight comfortably and then win the game?
Yes and no, but probably the reason why he does that is because he has lost a million games against run-bys, right?
Yeah.
And eventually he probably decided, like, all right, I'm just going to rally units defensively. These Marines are getting some decent value here, though.
Wow, he's doing the thing.
the
The
Terran.
movements, moving shots. Even after you GG out, they're still doing it.
Yep. And then when your final stalker shoots, they pick up the one Marauder in the medevac. Oh my god. Terran players. They like to show off. Once they're winning, they want to enjoy those moments. No +2 army yet on the way. Pro is showing us. Hopefully that's something that Clan will pick up on quite quickly.
Yeah,
There we
he
go.
does. And Infestation Pit being made on the other side. We talked
Drilling
about
class,
the
though.
Widow Mines earlier, so he's gonna play with more of a Widow Mine style here against the Laser, who seems to really like getting a whole bunch of Ravagers, and he's very good at using Corrosive Bile on siege tanks whenever you go for any kind of siege.
It's also like what I love a lot about Drilling Claws is that it's very strong defensively as well, right? Just put 1 or 2 mines in certain locations because A, it's a scout, and B, against those link run-bys, every now and then you accidentally get a massive shot in the middle of the pack. And that can really make those run-bys a lot less threatening.
Where would he win a siege? I guess at the bottom here, right? Eventually, that's where there's the least creep onto that 5th base.
The tank
Was
is
it
not
biased?
ready yet, but the Marine count is easily high enough
Oh, he didn't
here.
finish the tank either.
Yep, he lays it. Oh, there's a run-by though. That's one of those run-bys that's probably going to hurt. But is there an answer for all of these Marines, Todd?
There's a ton of units. He doesn't have the Banelings there.
He has no Banelings. That's the thing. He has 31
He's morphing
Zerglings.
them on the right side, but they're so late.
That's not even that many Banes, by the way. The tank can really help out as well. A lot of these Overlords going down. Now, Elaser does often have plenty of Overlords, so that's not going to hurt him. But these Banelings, they'll finally finish up. Can Clem save a couple of his Marines? The answer is yes. He's going to go for the main. I like that call. What's happening at home? Ooh, these Lings are doing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, he will lift off the command center there. There is no Banelings, or not many. There's 2 of those behind, stuck behind.
Good focus fire.
Yeah, these Ravagers, he's going to take them out, and Clem is left over with a ton of Marines here to try and deal with these Roaches and Ravagers. The Queens will rejoin the fight. That means they're not injecting for the time being.
Wow, wow, wow. Scans in the right top side.
Look at the supply.
Yep. He wants to see, is there another fort base? The answer is no. Well, that means I just did a phenomenal job, right? Yes, you did, Clem. Clem in the driver's seat at this point. There is an Ultra Cavern on the way. Elaser did a good job in saving the majority of his drones, but only on 3 hatcheries at this point.
Yeah, in terms of saturation, that's just not ideal, especially gas-wise. He only has one of the gases on that 4th base, The fifth at the bottom is going to be super exposed, especially if Clem realizes that it's there.
Yeah, I don't think he knows yet, right? Like, he probably thinks that he has him on 3 base at this point because he's scanned on the right top
Maybe
side.
he doesn't care because he's applying so much pressure anyway. He's focused on doing more damage.
Is there an answer to this army? There's a lot of Winter Mines in the mix as well. It's going to make it a lot harder for Lynx and Banes to connect, but there are no Lynx and Banes. It's just a couple Roaches, and I don't think that Roaches can really stand the test here against all these well-upgraded Marines.
Allez! Clem's going to steam in there. He's still got so many Widow Mines covering the reinforcements here from joining the fight at the south from Elaser, who's going to come in there. He's going to use a ton of Corrosive Bite on top of these Widow Mines. They're trading. Clem will be pushed back for now, but he's still ahead in supply.
And he still has all the Widow Mines here as well, right? There's a drop in the main base as well. Young Clem is on fire. Elaser is in trouble. He's done a lot of... Ooh, that was a trader mine there, if I've ever seen one. Splashing over those Marines as well. Base trying to do whatever he can. Does Clem know yet about that base at 6 o'clock? Still doesn't know. That would be nice to pick off.
He might be starting to realize that it's there in a second. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking by me, but... I mean, still sieging forward here, and this time he's actually... Is he still not rallying reinforcements? I think he knows there's going to be... Okay, he's rallying a lot of forces there. Corrosive Bites are going to land on some of these Reapers. There is so much left over for Clem. Like, his army is actually looking a lot stronger here than what Elaser has in this location.
I am totally with you, Todd, and it does feel like Clem is very close to closing this out, but there are Ultras on the way, and as long as Elaser has 70 plus drones, if he gets a couple Ultras out against Marine Mine, I do believe that the dream is still alive for Poland here. These Lynx are being annoying, and there is a base at 6 o'clock, my friend. Might want to take that one out.
It's not really saturated though, I guess, yet. Only 2 Ultras, by the way, were made, I believe.
Now he scans at the bottom. Now he sees the drones being transferred as well. And he knows what the real target is. He knows what the money fight is, Todd. The real money fight right here. It's the drones.
He's going to kill quite a few of them here. 7 before getting out. And drop again in the main base. And in the middle of all this, actually, the cruise spread hasn't progressed further. Elaser quite busy trying to survive here in this game.
This is what I love about mines, just leaving them behind. And
he has drilling claws as well, so if there is not going to be overseers to detect, those are always going to be left over and doing a ton. And he's got 3-3 on the way now. Elaser struggling to even keep up supply-wise.
Clem knows about this base. Clem is going to be annoying about this base. He's got the 3-3 upgrades on the way, like you said. He's going to get a few more Lynx there. Will get his own 4-base economy going. He might be able to find a Baneling nest here, and that would be an amazing pick-off, because we all know that Zerg needs Banelings against this many Marines. That hatchery is going to fall. Ultra does show up. You might want to get out of there, Clem. No, he wants to fight. He wants to fight.
I think he was trying to fight effectively until the last second. Those Lynx have been super annoying here in that base. Liberator on the other side killing a bunch of lava and drones. And Clem is all over the place here. He's dropping left and right into the natural now as well. Ultra will chase these forces away. The Spore takes down the Medivac. He's scanning at the top. Fight going on there as well. How many Ultras does Elaser have left?
2 or something?
Just the 2.
Yeah.
His army is just so weak in comparison. He has 0 Banelings.
Yep, but if he can get this planetary, that'd be a massive pickup. That would absolutely keep him in this game. Corrosive Ball should not be enough, and it's not going to be enough. And that means that the Ultra is going to fall. The Ravages will go down as well. Young Clem is absolutely on fire, chasing down the swarm. Man, he's been carrying. Young Clem, who could have thought?
Definitely making us French people proud here in this one. As he's got 99 army supply now against the 48 of Elaser, down to his last few forces.
Yep, 64 drones. This is not the economy.
He's getting 3 more Ultras, but there's still no Banelings. He just doesn't have the economy. He's been crippled, and he's just going to tap out. France advances onto the winner's match here after a fantastic performance from Clem in particular.
Yep.
Wow.
The Terrans getting it done for France. We were joking a little bit that having 2 Terrans on your team may not be ideal, but Marine Lord getting the victory over Mana, and then Clem just playing out of his freaking mind. I mean, there's a reason why we hype him up a lot, and then at the same time, sometimes it's hard not to get too carried away, because yes, he doesn't have the results yet that Raynor has, for instance, but that doesn't take anything away of how amazing this kid is.
Yeah, it feels like when a player shows potential, we start hyping them and stuff, but we're never really sure of like where they're going to end up. You know, over time, some of them, they kind of let fame get to them. You know, they kind of they plateau early on. And
yeah, I believe Tupac once said the money and the fame made us all change places, right, Todd? Is that where you're going with this?
I guess. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
I don't think that's what's happening to Clem.
No,
okay?
but like, yeah, in this case, it did feel for some time that maybe Clem had reached, you know, a plateau and he wasn't improving as much for some time. But now, again, he's showing a lot of promise, I feel, as of late and here now in Nation Wars. beating Elaser 2 games out of 3. That's super impressive, especially the way he did it. It was just solid. It's not like, he did like a proxy Reaper or like proxy 2 racks or 4 racks, whatever. Like one game he played Mech, he won this one with Bio here, and just out multitasking Elaser and picking him apart.
This game was crazy though, because it actually felt that Elaser had a pretty damn solid start, right? It felt like he had a good read on everything. Just the very first time all of the Bio made its way on creep, the roaches were way out of position. And then it does feel a little bit like a snowball effect, right? And yeah, Elaser is still young as well. It feels that these kids play at such an insane pace, right?
Yeah.
You give them a finger, they'll take your whole hand because they'll never stop harassing you. They'll never stop attacking. They'll never start dropping.
Your whole hand. You're not going to have an arm. Nope. Shortly after they take the hand.
They'll take your brain too, though. Oh. And Elaser was still getting quite some work done on the other side of the map, but obviously, if it becomes a real slugfest and both players start and end up losing bases and workers, that's often a little bit better for the Terran, because the Terran unit, obviously Marines are always going to be effective, right? And the orbital commands.
You see that, the 12 minutes Nimetai Scarapace?
I did not see that, actually.
And yeah, in this case, there was just too much at this stage. He was going on Mulder heavy as well, which helps a lot against the Ultras. Clem with a masterful performance. So that means France moves on to the winners match. We'll see them in action after our next match, which is going to be Finland going up against Croatia. We're going to head to a break, but first and foremost, guys, make sure to check out the Matcherino at matcherino.com/nw2019. What do we have on the Matcherino page, Roddy?
Baseball bats? No? Baseball hats.
Next season.
All right. Baseball hats, coffee mugs, t-shirts, in-game items, portraits. Funke really likes the little Nokia thing. You guys can pick up all these amazing products, and that's obviously awesome because then you get something for it. It's not just like donating to a streamer.
Whoa! We did a big jump. Yeah. 4,200. We were at 4,000. We were at 4,000 yesterday.
It's because the French are winning. These Frenchies are like, all right, I wasn't sure yet if I want to pick up that hoodie. I don't want to pick up.
I said I wasn't going to spend more than this, honey, but they're just winning. I have to get the mug.
Like, babe, you won't believe what I got you for Christmas. What is it? A Nation Wars hoodie? It's going to look so good on you, baby. I think that's what happened. All right, guys. We're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with Finland versus Croatia.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. It is time for another match here in this group. It's going to be Finland going up against Croatia.
Yeah.
And I got a story to share.
Good.
You know, when France won the World Cup in 98,
Yes.
the top charts of songs in France were about 2 or 3 songs. One of them was "We Are the Champion." Another one was
That was by Queen.
and
that came out in 98. I think that was a couple of years before that.
no. I mean, like when France won, like that song just kept playing.
Oh, okay.
We Are the Champion.
Yeah, okay. So they brought it back.
Yeah, and another one was you know that song, "I Will Survive."
Yeah.
So we know we have a very specific playlist here, right, on the English stream. I walk back over there where the food is, and there's the French stream, and I hear that song. France just won, and they're queuing the World Cup '98 playlist. Good job, guys.
Yeah, I
Good
like
job.
it. That song is actually, the "I Will Survive" song. Is the song that they always play in the Feyenoord Stadium whenever we score. That's like the beat, like da, na, 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 and all the fans go ya la la.
So even though you guys never win the championship, just one goal is enough to get the people pumped up.
2017, baby, we got him.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had to wait 19 years for it, and with the way we're currently playing, it's going to be 29 years from now.
And he was Ajax every year before that.
No, a PSV mostly, but now Ajax is going to win it for the next 6 years. It pains
It's
me
like
to
France
say
is
it.
going to win this one.
It
France in the winners match, waiting for Finland and Croatia. She's going to be our next matchup there, and we expect the Cyril show to begin shortly. It's actually our first match. It's going to be facing Ptak.
That's cool, right? Because there's a story here, guys. A lot of you guys, if you're a diehard Stalker fan, you guys will remember the legend, the story of Ptak, right? The myth. The man took out Björn and Zest, if I recall correctly, back then. Croatia versus Finland. They were actually a player short, so in the end, they weren't even able to move on, even if they did. But Ptak absolutely played his heart out. Well, he's got another legend to take out, perhaps the biggest of them all. Because over here, on the top side of this graphic, I see 2 human beings, 2 lovely nerds, and a goat.
There goes the GIF again. 44 and 14 win ratio. Like even his ratio in Nation Wars is absurd at this point.
Yeah, and a lot of those games
ridiculous.
were played before he became the GOAT as well. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of those games were played in 2017. But I do feel like if you go back to Nation Wars in 2017, you can already see glimpses of what Sarah would eventually became. Back then, he had truly epic matches against Showtime. I remember them going back and forth.
Yeah.
Obviously, last year they had the sickest game, maybe of Legacy of the Void. The one on, what was it? Blackpink, right? No, not Blackpink, the other one.
It's okay, you can just leave it at that.
Neon Violet Square, that game was sick, over an hour. Like,
Yeah.
everybody was losing their mind. Obviously, this team, the big story is Serral. But I do think it's amazing for Finland that they're going up against Croatia for us. As we're going to take a look at this Croatian lineup. On the top side, another GOAT. This time it's Goblin. Wow,
What
look
of
at that.
your sons?
What if Patek is the dad of Goblin? That's possible. 18?
Ptak actually hasn't been having any very easy time.
Well,
Nation Wars 2 and 6.
yeah, but 2 of those wins came against Bjorn and Zest, okay? So
How do you beat Bjorn and Zest and then you lose to everybody else?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually. Wow, there's very few people living in Croatia. I thought they had a little more. Just 4.1 million. I mean, fun facts, right? Did not expect that.
That completely caught me off guard. Yeah, we've got Blask as well on the team there, and I think Goblin's supposed to be the ace here for the team. You know,
He keeps saying that it's Blask.
Goblin's a troll. I mean, if any indication, his nickname kind of tells us the character that he is.
Blask did beat Sue, right, with the Marjorie. That was pretty amazing in the round of 32. And that was really cool.
There's something funny, right, about the Korean players getting upset like this in some of these matches.
By random Croatians. I mean, it's pretty brilliant. Goblin was also able to steal a map back then. Now, what I want to say, though, is that I think it's perfect for the Moss Zero and Zugliang that they go up against Croatia. Because even though there are very good players on the side of Croatia, I don't think that those players are unbeatable for the Moss Zero and Zugliang.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lot nicer. Like, these are all really good players. Some people might be like, are they even GM? Yes, guys, they're top GM players. Like, Zugliang is easily being 6.3k, you know, top 30, top 40 on the ladder. Absolutely. But there's still a world of difference of having your opening match, with all due respect, against Blask, or like a Drogo, a Saw, and a Laser, right? So I think this is going to be a really fun Nation War outside of the Serral.
There he is, the ceremony king himself, the king of cringe, they call him.
Who calls him that, though?
Me. After the ceremonies he did previously in Nation Wars, I think he's earned that moniker.
I don't know, man. I just saw the Muslim announcement video on Twitter. I think Zhuge eat your heart out. Here is Benjamin Baker. You know, they gave Grammy Awards, right, for the best actors. I think there is a worst actor award as well. I forgot the name of it.
Oh, my God.
I nominated my good friend Benjamin. Hi, Barb. It's a little cold out here. Wouldn't it be nice to go to a warm place? Oh, home circle.
If you guys haven't seen that, you need to go on the Muslims' Twitter.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, my God. That's actually
Sadly,
very
they
well
didn't
done.
work out too well for the big ultralisk. That was the laser in that photo. These are not bad at all.
No, I was about to say, this is actually pretty well done.
It's legit here.
Compared to normally we see the bouncing faces in the cars, you know, and this is actually
Yeah.
some pretty cool art. I'm impressed.
Keep those coming, guys. We want to see your setups as well. We want to see pets.
Puppies, mostly.
No, any pets. A hamster, a lizard. I'm sure there's a couple of people that have pet lizards out there.
I mean, last time we had somebody sending us pictures of that tarantula. That was kind
Oh,
of...
yeah, not that.
Oh.
That's why I'd draw the line.
Let people have their pets if they want it. All right, guys, here we go. Second Nation Wars of, Group C, Day 3 of the round of 16. Land, they also call this country on Twitter. Get behind it. Of course, Zhuge Liang is good. The Must Zero has a couple of crazy tactics and is also capable of stealing wins.
You know how, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger was like the governor of California. Manny Pacquiao got into politics in Philippines. I feel like Cyril eventually, he's bound to be some sort of like congressman in Finland.
Well, he starts off being the mayor of Pornainen. I put this city on the map. And then he'll just take his political career from there. Then we have
You need to eat cheese fondue more often. You get really funny when you're full on it.
Well, there's a lot of white wine apparently in this cheese fondue. So
There is?
Yeah. Well, he poured in
I
a
didn't
crazy
know
amount
that.
of white wine. Yeah, no, they didn't tell me either until I had 15 pieces. I was like, well, that's going to be a great cast.
You know, they're reloading as well. Like they were like, can you do some
Yeah.
more of this? He's like, yeah, I got 4 more batch.
Yeah,
ready.
I'm done. I had a lot of lovely cheese fondue, but I'm done.
Here's the thing too, like when you have one, you need to keep having more. Like you just can't, at some point I was like, I'm already full, but I just keep eating. I don't even know why. It's just that
No,
good.
I'm so happy there were so many people. Otherwise, I'd be eating the entire bowl of bread myself. Alrighty, guys, here we go. I have the feeling that this is gonna be a little bit of a meme fiesta of a nation war, but I'm ready for it. On the left top side, we're looking at the man hailing from Pornainen, Finland. It is Saral. We can't introduce him anymore as the reigning world champion. That also hurts.
Yeah, that feels a little bit weird. His opponent in the reds, representing Croatia, it is Tak.
The legend killer himself. And the ultimate story last year at Nation Wars was the year before already, I think. And he took out the Koreans.
He's opening with a pull first here, and already
12
sending,
pull. It was a 12 pull.
yeah, sending a drone across the map as well. So
He's probably going to try to build a spine crawler on the edge of creep and then pull the additional drones as well.
can you cheese the goat?
Oh, absolutely. Goats love cheese.
Well, they love. Well, they produce.
I think he's gonna pull all the drones. I think he's gonna build a spine crawler early and then pull the additional drones. But obviously, if he can hide it, like he's stacking the drones already he's gonna leave the drones on the first and the third mineral patch, and then he's gonna grab what? Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Patak. Okay.
So he's making a spine crawler that is then gonna walk into the natural.
I've seen
He's
a lo-
counting on Cell to have gone for the hatchery first as well, which Cheryl did.
I have seen a lot of things, Todd. I've seen this kind of stuff being done before, right? Like Cats did stuff like this as well in the past, but like this in ZVZ, I think this is really sick. Saddle right now is scouting for a spine crawl on the edge of his creep, and he's like, oh, there's nothing. And imagine how confused he is if he sees a spine here. Like, what? What do you think Saddle's thinking right now?
I think he's just gonna make a spine crawler on the high ground and protect it. Like you have to give up the expo, no?
Well, Patak is expanding behind this though, Todd. So if Patak just kills the expand and then gets the soft contain going, that might actually be good enough. Wow, what a
Oh,
what a
oh my
strategy.
god! One of them got surrounded. What is going on?
Insane.
Okay, the spine crawler is gonna burrow.
Cyril, that's
plant
not a
itself
fight you
there.
want to take, I think. Does he want to take that fight?
It takes a very long time for the spine to actually get ready, but now that it's there, I mean, good luck fighting in that location.
Cyril's losing a lot of mining time during all of this as well. And once again, Patak is expanding behind all of this. A queen is about to pop, Dot. That's going to be an interesting moment. I think Sarah's gonna try to save the hatch.
Yeah, or maybe fight with the broodlings at least to clear out the spine and then re-expand.
No, he's gonna try to save it. He's got his own spine. Double queen, spine crawler. Sarah's gonna try to pull off the hold here. And will he get it done?
Let's see, the spine scroller finally is going to be set up here in a second. He's targeting the hatchery, but it's only with the spine. That hatchery will be saved. And the goats will not be cheesed today.
Man, I feel like that deserved more. That was so cool. I really would have loved if that worked. And the legend of Protect.
I think he went on the high ground, that's the problem, right? If he had put everything on the hatchery on the low grounds,
yeah,
that would have worked.
He could have definitely put more damage. I don't think that he expected Cyril to try to save the hatch. I think that he probably thought that
and maybe
Cyril...
that's why, yeah.
Yep.
But if you would just hold my fondue and resume this replay, I'm pretty sure I'd kill the hatchery.
Of course not. All right, now Cyril is going to try to counter. There aren't many Zerglings defensively for Patak. His rush did not work out. He's in trouble. Speed is going to kick in as well. Patak is in a lot of trouble. The first queen falls. Multiple drones going down already as well. And just like that, it is all over. Cyril.
He's hurt.
He's hurt. Patak is hurt. He's on wobbly legs right now. And Cyril takes the 1-0 lead. Still, I thought it was really cool. You know, if you play against Cyril, you may as well just build a spine crawl in the middle of nowhere and run it into his natural and see where that takes you.
Nice defense though by Cyril. Was he looking specifically for this, you think, right outside of his base with the one drone? It feels like what else would he be looking for?
I actually don't know. That's a really good question.
We'll save it for the post-game interview.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to get Zugli Young, mate.
Okay, then maybe it'll be Funka here for once so he can do one of those interviews, that lazy one.
No, well done. Obviously well defended. But it does beg the question, or like maybe leaves the question, what if those links would have just gone for that hatch a little bit earlier instead of indeed going all the way up to that high ground? Because in the end it was quite close. I mean, it wasn't like one hit close, but the hatchery was quite low on HP. Maybe Patak could have applied even more pressure on that hatch, and then maybe it turns out a little more successfully. Still, A for effort. I loved it. I was entertained, you know. That's all I want.
I wonder if you could do this build with 2 spines and then do it like a sick lockdown.
I don't think you have enough creep for that, though.
Yeah, but like you make a hatch that you cancel, then you make a spine, then you make another hatch that you cancel, and you make another spine.
Yeah, Todd, and then you break open the Federal Reserve and steal away all that gold. Like, why not? Like, how rich do you think these...
Not like the national debt could get any worse anyway.
Yeah, it's like a couple trillion in the minus. Why not? Why not build a couple hatcheries over there?
Negative supply.
All right, we're going to get ready for game 2. And I think this is going to be a really fun one. It's going to be a PvP between Blask, who's had a really good showing so far in Nation Wars 2019. And he goes up versus the Moss Zero. You guys wonder, what are you smelling, Roddy? You smell cheese? Well, I do smell cheese. And we're not talking about the fondue, okay? I'm talking about a couple of cannons being built on the other side of the map. Because I know that my man, the Moss Zero, has not once in his life opened up with a gateway. He's thinking about it. Meanwhile, Funka is trying to figure out how to put a headset on his head. He's like, I've never done this before, Roddy. Please hold me.
I had it on the wrong side, and since Iromi is in the building, I don't want to be the guy that has the headset on the wrong side, because I would never hear the end of it.
Well,
you said it. It's going to be Cheese Town, I think.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Up, RAC2 probes heading out. Here we go. Let's do some quick intros on the left top side. The man that doesn't know how to build a gateway, but is excellent with cannons. It is the Moss Zero.
And his opponent, representing Croatia in the bottom right-hand side, he is their top player for now. He's actually playing amazingly well. He is Blask.
If you ever disrespect my son like this again...
I've seen the look you gave me. It's actually kind of frightening. Now, he's been playing well since the beginning, I have to admit.
Blask has been playing really well, and the Goblin even makes a lot of jokes about how Blask is scary so far. Whoa. I don't think this is gonna work.
What is this?
What is this?
He blocked his probe.
What? Oh my, wait, what?
I don't understand anything that's happening. How many probes did... Okay.
This is bad.
All right.
If you pull this many probes, and you can't actually get in there.
This is sick.
Yeah.
That's the worst opening ever, I mean. Okay, only one probe can hit here?
Yeah, that's not enough. So that cannon is going to go up. At this point, you may as well give up there. I think your priority should be chasing down the probes, keeping 2 probes on either probe. Yep, well done there by Blask. He gets one. And put like 5 probes. If you get the pylon early on, But now he's not going to get Phylum, but he really wants to get that probe. He's going to pull all the probes. Look at this.
Let's go, Blask. Oh my god, that was so close.
And the Zealot can maybe keep the high ground safe for a little bit. Careful, the Moss Zero.
All right, yeah, the Moss Zero cannot afford to lose that probe, and for now, with the Zealot being perfectly placed, he's gonna try to go for it, but that's not gonna work, and no cannon on the high ground.
How could he think that was going to work? He only had 20 HP on his probe. Like, if he was full on shields, I'd be like, okay, then you can do that.
He wanted to go too fast, I think.
Yeah.
He felt pressured into doing something drastic, and this definitely didn't work. Once again, he's gonna try to make it inside the main base to grab himself a couple of extra cannons. He needs to get the vision going now. First cannon actually gonna go down. Oh my god, that Zealot's actually gonna survive that first sequence. But now 2 cannons are up on the high ground.
Yeah, that's still like the Stalker is obviously fantastic, right? But one Stalker only has X amount of DPS, so I don't think one Stalker means you're safe. It's really important he kept that Zealot alive because you can see the DPS of the Zealot is crazy, and he gets an easy cancel on one of these cannons.
Yeah, we expected some kind of a game like this, and it is happening. We're not disappointed. Maybe you target down that Zealot. No, that's not going to happen. Is he going to die? Yes, he will.
Uh-oh.
And now, oh my god, you need to move away.
Chrono
Shield battery is actually done.
He needs to chrono the Stalker.
Yeah, it's too late.
Oh my god. Okay, now I think he's dead.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much dead because I don't see how he's supposed to prevent those cannons from going up, and the Moss Zero for Finland is actually doing what he knows to do best.
Well, probes are actually quite good, and he does get a double cancel, but the problem is like how much DPS can one Stalker really get?
We've got a Robo coming up though. It's in the bottom side. Yeah, we've got a Robo that's about to finish.
That's gonna take so long. I think at that point the Moss Zero is gonna build like 17 cannons. Look at the probe, he's gonna kill the Stalker. No, the Stalker goes down to the cannon instead. More probes being pulled to prevent the extra cannons from going up. But I am afraid, if he got that second Stalker out, do you know how easy of a hold this is?
Super easy.
Yep. I mean, I know he was low on the Chrono Boost energy, by the way, guys. So if he didn't have 50 energy, I apologize. But I had the feeling you were supposed to have a Chrono there because he was only building off 1 gate anyway.
Yeah. No, you're right. Now he's Chrono Boosting that Robo to get a first Immortal out. But that Immortal will have to take damage to be in range of the cannon. So maybe with a Prism, if he can Chrono Boost out a Prism after that. And we even have his target from the Moss Zero. I think it's a pretty decent transition.
Yep, it's perfect actually. Because let's say in a world where this Immortal kills everything, which I don't believe that's the world we live in, guys. But let's say we do live in that world, then having a Phoenix follow-up is always going to make this a super easy game. You can also go Void Rays, of course, for the ultimate cannon build. But yeah, I think Phoenix would be a little more solid. But I think Blask is dead. This Nexus is in all the trouble. This Immortal will not get healed by the shield battery because the probes that were taking damage from these cannons were actually draining all the energy of the battery.
He might have needed to cancel the auto repair on that shield battery, but that's a little bit too late. Think about it now because the Nexus is going down. 400 minerals is out of the table, so no extra Nexus. So what you see here on that screen is actually exactly what he will have until the end of that game. And we've got a Void Ray coming up. If maybe the Immortals go down the ramp, kill the Stargate before the Void Ray is out, maybe there's a way, but that's just not happening.
I'm pretty sure you can pull probes and kill these 2 Immortals.
Yeah.
21 probes.
Yeah.
Activate barrier, disengage, surround.
And now...
And that's gonna be it, guys.
Hello.
At this point, Blask will
GG,
know.
well played. Wow. The Moss Zero, we expected him to go into some kind of cheesy strategy like this. Obviously, the Forge opening and the Cannon Rush is his favorite one. But that was just an easy victory for him. I mean, I guess on the side of our Croatian player, he pulled a little bit too many probes and wasn't able to prevent that first cannon to go up.
Yeah, no, I mean, the first cannon goes up. That kind of stuff can always happen. I don't think it's that bad. I actually think it was going good for Blask when he was able to get both probe kills. That's amazing against any cannon rush. Any cannon rush will tell you that's not supposed to happen. He was a bit too eager sending that second probe past the Zealot and the probe. Took too much damage there. That probe going down. But then I think not trying to save your gate. Like, it's so funny because that second cannon on the low ground that was more meant to apply pressure on the Zealot. That cannon actually really helped out so much in killing the gateway, and that prevented the second Stalker. Because with 2 Stalkers, that's a very easy hold. You'll get very easy cancels on the cannon, and then obviously if the probe comes too far forward, you can pick up the probe easily as well. So zero point 0.5 seconds, I think. But yeah, well, what on earth did he spend his energy on? Because he was supposed to have a chrono boost there for that.
Yeah,
stalker.
that second stalker, as you said, was pivotal in defending that cannon rush, but he wasn't able to get it out before the gateway was destroyed. So the Moss Zero getting this really important win
His
for
first
Finland.
win, I believe, in Nation
In
was.
Nation was, yes.
Yeah. I mean, he's good. He's cheeky. He's one of those guys, like, I've played plenty of games against him in the past, and people are like, well, if you know he's going to cannon rush, isn't it easy? It's a strategy game, guys, but the execution is often a little more important than the strategy. And even if you know that these guys are going to cannon, it's still hard. Of course, it's doable. Like, you know, it's in your corner, right? And that's why it's a cheese, and that's why it's maybe not the most reliable strat, because I believe at the end of the day, those builds will only work if there is a clear and obvious error on the defender side. But these guys are so good, and they throw so many weird curveballs at you that
No, you're right.
it's quite easy to make an error against it.
Yeah, definitely. And also, that kind of player actually has all their energy and all their practice towards that sole strategy. So obviously, they will know way more than you in terms of transitions out of it, or a clever positioning of the pylons and cannons, how many probes you have to pull, those kind of stuff. They know. So if they realize that you're not doing what's appropriate, they're gonna abuse a lot of this, and they're just gonna take a massive advantage out of this because they know everything there is to know about cannon rushes.
It's kind of like training in the hyperbolic time chamber, right?
Yeah.
Because if I have a 2-hour stream, how many games can I realistically play? Some days I can play 8, some days 9. For instance, this morning I was out live for 2 hours. I only played like 6 or 7 games, If the Moss Zero has a 2-hour stream, he gets 27 games in, okay?
Easy.
Yeah. So that's very effective practice.
It is.
Time moves slower in the world of the Moss Zero than it moves for us mortals on Earth. Alrighty, guys, here we go with perhaps the most appealing match on paper. It's going to be Zhuge Liang versus Goblin. That's very fun. I was teasing Goblin a little bit this morning, saying that he was going to 2-0 Serral. Then he's like, here's Roddy, talking big about me beating Serral, while meanwhile, I'm shaking in my boots for Zhuge Liang. And I can get that, though. Maybe a lot of you guys at home not too familiar with Zhuge Liang, but this nerd is good. Yes, he has a couple of awkward videos on the internet about weird ceremonies, and yes, he did promise to eat a shoe, I believe. But he's also good at StarCraft. He's been high up on the ladder, and he even took a map of Serral at the most recent Aces ROG just a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're right. Obviously, not a player to look past. He's a really great player, and he's also a huge fan of Nation Wars and wants to perform well every time. He's like the first player every year to spam me on Discord and Twitter to know about the next edition of Nation Wars. So that's obviously really important for him as a person, as a human being, and he will be playing this game, and he will want to be effective and put his team 3-0 ahead against Croatia. Here it is, the last hope in that first phase for Croatia. The Protoss here in the top left-hand side. A Thunderbird, he is your son, Roti. Goblin.
They grow up so fast. In the right bottom side of Thunderbird, we're looking at the main base of the man who was called the King of Cringe by Todd. I think that goes a little far. Excellent Zergy, though. It is Zhuge Liang.
All right, so let's see what happens in this game. Is Zhuge Liang going to throw any curveball? Is he going to go for something quite normal? You could argue that it is curveball, but it is also probably the best strategy available on Thunderbird in ZVP, which is Nidus with Swarmost.
I don't know if he's really that kind of Zerg. I haven't seen that many games from him lately. Like in the old days, Zhuge does like to get a little bit weird, but not that cheesy in general. He's actually like somewhat macro oriented, just with a weirder way. Like he will open double Evo or something, and get 1-1 upgrades on his Lings and Banes super quick. That kind of stuff is not super common. And I also don't recommend getting too funky against this man, because if there's one thing that Goblin really has, in my opinion, it's killer instinct. Like he's very good at punishing weird Zerg openings. If Zerg doesn't have enough units, they'll pay the price for it. Like if I was a Zerg and I'd go up against Goblin, I'd be like, A, make sure that I scout, and scout again. B, let's not get stupid greedy. Like, let's apply all the basic things that I know about this matchup, know when I have to make the right amount of roaches, for instance. I would play roaches rather than Banes against Goblin as well.
Would you argue that Goblin is like some kind of reincarnation of Why do I lose it now? I wanted to say it for like the last 10 seconds. Damn. Lilbo, in a way, with the killer instinct?
No, I love Goblin, but I think we're selling Lilbo short then. I think Lilbo was truly spectacular and obviously ahead of everybody else when it came to executing certain builds. I think Goblin is very good, but Lilbo was a little more one-dimensional, but Lilbo is one-dimensional in a time of StarCraft 2 where it's completely okay to be one-dimensional.
Definitely.
Like Lilbo could literally walk up to every Zerg in Europe and be like, yo, gonna blink stalk a sentry you. What are you gonna do about it? And they're like, well, nothing actually, because you're really good, Lilbo. Like Goblin can't do that. So Goblin is gonna need to bring out more different builds because Legacy of the Void is simply a lot more dynamic than Heart of the Swarm was. So no, I think Lilbo was a little bit better at what he did than Goblin is, but Goblin is tricky. I don't know. I think Goblin is still trying to find his own place in StarCraft. I don't think we can really compare. That's a super fast lair, by the way. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, crazy fast lair, but at the same time, we've got an early Robo, chrono boosting Immortals at the moment with a Twilight Council next to it. So it might very well be that precious timing with Immortals and charged lots. We'll see if that's exactly what Goblin goes for. As Zhuge got the information on the timing of the assimilator on the natural, and for now, it is basically no assimilator, so that might be a tell.
I like this build. This is one of Goblin's specials. He will open up double Immortal drop, and then you'll be like quite confused as a Zerg. You're like, what on earth is going on? You're kind of busy dealing with that, and then suddenly a couple of DTs show up. And Goblin is quite reckless with his DTs as well. He will often just right-click them into a base, and if you're not paying attention and only have a Spore or no Spore, you can take devastating amounts of damage very quickly.
All right, a couple extra queens being added on. The first roaches are on the field at the same time for Zhuge Liang, who's playing a rather normal game, I would say, except from that early lair.
Where's that Overseer morphing? Our good friend Crow.
Overseer, it's actually two Overseers. One in defense, another one to scout things with. He knows about the two extra simulators, and he will see the Dash Shrine before it actually finishes.
Yep, that's a very big scout. That is a very big scout. Zhuge Liang is making quite some units of 46 drones, though. Now, obviously, that's a good thing because you want to be safe, but I would have preferred it of a slightly higher drone count. Like, I think 50, 51 is all right against this opening, because now you're already making roaches that are quite expensive. They feel expensive because your income isn't that high. That Spore Crawler could be a target as well. He's got a defensive overseer, so that's okay. But now every drone that he loses feels very painful because, he didn't do this of the greatest economy.
Yeah. Ooh. That Spire is quite crazy to think about. Actually, that Overlord was doing creep here onto that third base of Goblin, so he can't really expand at the moment. 4 DTs will be whopped in.
Now, where's that Overseer, guys? Oh, I like that he brings an Observer, by the way. That's actually a really cool play.
Take care
there
of the
is a defensive Overseer somewhere.
Is it on the ramp of the natural?
Yeah.
Okay, it's actually in the main.
Oh,
those DTs are gonna have a field day if they can snipe a Spore maybe on the natural. I don't think Zhuge Liang noticed. He's being baited quite hard in the main base.
Goblin
he's waiting for his time. This is pretty brilliant, actually.
Yep. I think warping in a couple Zealots here just to buy some extra time would be cool. You can't wait forever though, Gobbers. Obviously, for us, it's easier, guys. We know where the detection is. Goblin, you're playing such a dangerous game. You're near a Spore Crawler, my friend.
Imagine. Did he see the Spire with the DTs?
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, he did. So maybe you sniped the Spore. He's actually sniping a couple of drones. He's not going for a Spore. Now he will.
Oh my god.
No detection. The Overseer will have to bring it to come back to the natural, as we have probably a couple of Immortals still dealing damage. Recalls the 4 DTs. That's 5 drones down, and still a couple extra roaches will be dying on the third base.
And look at that double Stargate. And if there is one thing I believe in, is that my Bar Goblin would get a +1 air weapon. So.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Is that the reason that you believe he is your son?
Otherwise, no inheritance for him.
No inheritance?
No inheritance.
Oh
nothing.
my god. What happens if you get a kid and he's not playing Protoss?
Well, then he's not mine, obviously. No, I'd be very proud of my kid if he picks Zerg. I'd be like, that's smart.
That's the smartest decision you've ever made, son.
If you're telling me that I have a kid that picks Terran, I'd be like, wait a minute, DNA test right now. I don't believe it. He's not Protoss or Zerg. This can't be the case.
Okay, Mutalisk will be scouted by the hallucinated Phoenix, but he knew about it, Goblin, that is, because he already has a double target production worth of Phoenix. So, just a great opening, I feel, by Goblin. He dealt a lot of damage. He also slowed down the economy from Zhuge Liang, you said it. He cut the drone production quite early, and by seeing that Spire on the natural with his DTs, he now has the perfect counter to Mutalisk.
Yep. He definitely has. A lot of signs look very promising here for Goblin. I don't like the fact that he didn't start +1 air weapons, but he does have doubles target in his defense. And he probably thinks, he's like, Zhuge won't build that many Mutas. Well, we know that that's not the case, guys. Zhuge is building Mutas. Now he's even going all out Muta Corruptor. And this gets really interesting. Like, is Goblin going to try to kill him with a mix of gateway units, Archons and stuff like that? Or will he go all out in the air battle and even add a fleet beacon? But I think you're almost too late. If the first Corruptors are out and you're outnumbered, I think you're too late. And I think making a push with Archon Immortal, I have no idea how Zhuge Liang is supposed to fight that. Maybe a base trade, right?
That would be probably the best decision, because Corruptors are quite expensive and they're not going to help you out in a battle that happens on the ground. So definitely a good opportunity for Goblin to maybe finish the game. Those are Archons in the Prism. He might use them to kill a couple of Zerglings, but that would be quite dangerous with how many Munolith there is in the air. Ooh, that was a massive shot though. That was pretty well controlled by Goblin here.
Yep. He's starting +2 now for his ground units. He's getting Blink as well. I think Zhuge Liang is going to have a very tough time getting damage done here. The only thing that he has going is that he's on 4 bases against 3, but Zhuge's economy is not where you want the Zerg economy to be, guys, at all. He's only up 1 worker. You can even see that he, been taking a little bit of economic damage as well over the course of this game. I feel Zhuge's army is just not capable of fighting.
Nah.
At all. I mean, that's 4 Immortals, right?
Yep.
What are Roaches gonna do?
Even 5, actually. Roaches are going to go for a counterattack.
Base trading is his best play. That's
the best play, and it might trigger Goblin to go back, but as we can see, the Croatian Protoss is actually not having it. It's like, okay, you want a base trade? I've got a recall available. So what is going to happen when I do kill all of your bases and then recall? But right now, I like Zhuge Liang's play. He's actually destroying that third Nexus really fast and also going for a rush run by directly on the natural, which means that the probes are dying quite fast at the moment.
I can actually see neither player turning around, and this is being a full-on base trade where it comes down to elimination. I don't think there's a drone on the other side of the map. And I also, he can maybe go through the minerals. I would mine my way out of those minerals.
Yeah.
Zhuge Liang, that's the play, my friend.
Can we see what's in the main base of Goblin?
Yeah,
did he whop a couple of units defensively? He has the Phoenixes.
They're doing work, actually.
Okay,
Especially
but
with
the Nexus might die in just a few seconds if the Corruptors decide to use Caustic Spray here.
I think it's a full-on base trade.
Yeah, there's no Nexi available anymore to get a recall, so that's a pretty big... Oh, he's actually messing up a little bit, Goblin, that is. He's actually losing so many units here to only a couple of Roaches and Ravagers that are tucked in the middle line.
Yeah, his army is still stronger, I think, but more Roaches are on the way. It's still 33 drones at this point against 0 probes, absolutely nothing. I think Goblin is in trouble, man.
Yeah.
I don't think he wins this.
No, I don't think either. I mean, 0 probes, no Nexi, so that means that it will have to be... Okay, he does have a lot of units there.
Yeah,
oh my god.
He's going to try to fight it. He's going to try to save his buildings. And now Zhuge Liang needs to choose. Now I think it's better again for Goblin because I think his army is still small, stronger. He doesn't have an Archon here, but what he does have is a couple of Blink Stalkers, and they are very, very versatile in situations like this.
Nah, Goblin played it well, actually, like whopping those units on the right side and getting a sizable army that can defend against what he has, and the entire main base at the same time is being sacked by a lot of Immortals, Archons, and Stalkers. And right now, Zhuge, he wants to destroy every single building, but the best units he has to do that are Corruptors, which are going to take a long time to kill every single pylon, assimilators, gateways that are on the map.
No, I think Zhuge knows that this one is pretty much all over. He's got a couple drones. He doesn't even have no money to rebuild a base. His army is going to make its way up back into its own original main base. And I think that Goblin also knows that as long as nothing super weird happens and he doesn't end up losing all of his buildings, he is going to be more than fine. And we'll get the first point on the board here.
He doesn't have a single unit that has the X factor of turning a fight like this around, right? Like, he's got Roaches, Zerglings, Corruptors, Mutalisks. Those units, they don't suddenly do something crazy that turns the tide of the battle, right? Like, no Corrosive Bile, no Burrow capacity, nothing like this.
No spellcasters, and obviously, I mean, he's trapped as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He has to go down this ramp. Yeah, good luck. He's got no choice. This is painful for Zhuge Liang, but he has no choice. But now he also knows that this is a fight that he simply cannot possibly win. Goblin made it maybe a little closer than we thought it had to be, but he will get the point on the board for Finland. No,
For Croatia.
For Croatia.
For Croatia, your son. he did do it. He did get that first win against Finland. Zhuge Liang falls to the Croatian Protoss, and he played well. I liked what he did. I mean, the build order was nice. Slowed down Zhuge Liang, that I think is a little bit, just a little bit tense, a little bit frightened about going into that game. There's so much expectation on his shoulders, right? Like we said that we like him as a meme in general in Nation Wars, but he's also a great player that really enjoys the tournament and wants to shine alongside Cyril. But he puts a lot of pressure on himself doing that, and it felt like he was under pressure in this game. It's like, oh my god, I'm being attacked. 50 drones tops. I'm not gonna go higher than that.
Yeah, but I think against Goblin, I think a lot of it was quite smart. But I think sometimes you just get outsmarted a little bit, or you maybe even make it overly complicated, right?
Yeah.
The Spire could be great if Goblin plays some low eco style heavy on the Immortals and follows up with a million Zealots, something along those lines. But yeah, I don't think that he expected the DTs to run in, A, get the scout off, and B, snipe that Spore as well. Oh well. Hope I can.
That's a really mean time tweet.
What was his record?
Like, I hope I can keep that trend going. And it's Zhuge Liang saying that against Goblin, and he shows his Aligolak, and it's like nothing but victories against him. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, they put it again.
So he has basically won forever against Goblin, but now when it matters the most, to some degree, he did not. But the good thing is that even if you lose in Nation Wars, you've got teammates, and the best thing about having a teammate is when one of them is called Seral.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it's a pretty good nickname for a StarCraft 2 player.
I would get over losses relatively quick if I know that I've got a Jonas Satala on my team.
Yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, that stings. Nobody likes losing, but...
Did you get to play... I can't remember exactly, but did you get to play a Warcraft 3 League back then when you were a player?
Nation
Warcraft 3? No, Warcraft 3... WC3L. Did you play it?
If I played WC3L?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
What?
Actually.
I played like 7 or 8 seasons
I'm
in
so
a row.
sorry, mate.
I was a positive player as well. There were very few non-Koreans that had a positive record. But
did you feel comfortable as you were losing games, or if you were losing games because you had teammates as well?
No,
that's the reason I asked.
No, because I was the all-star of the team.
Oh, but you were the Cyril, basically.
No, not even close, mate. Not even close.
All right.
Yes and no. I mean, like, there were definitely, like, for a second, I had, like, a teammate that was Creophilus for a while. Like, I always knew that you could count on Creo to
Oh,
win.
yeah.
Because he won a World Cyber Games later. That was basically our biggest tournament of the year back then.
He was so good, though.
So it is nice, but I can guarantee you that everybody wants to win their own match all the time.
For sure.
I mean, in Nation Wars, I had Grubby on my team, but I still really cared about, winning. Like, Grubby is maybe not quite Cyril, but he's pretty close to it when it comes to the Warcraft 3 status. So,
what was it? ENC or something it was called? Or the Nation Wars in Warcraft 3?
yeah, that could be. ESL ran it back then. It was really
European Cup, something. I remember that. All right. So, for now, Croatia is down 2-1 against Finland. We will go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be the second phase. You're starting to get the gist of every single game here. And before we go into break, once again, let's go about Matcherino. Matcherino.com/nw2019. You can get yourself some swag with it, whether it's in or outside of games. I'm not going to cite every single product that there is. You can click on the link. It's been broadcasted on the chat right now. And if you want to get a little bit of a souvenir of Nation Wars and you're having a good time, you can also increase the prize pool, which is kind of cool, which is kind of neat for us right now. Just a quick break. And when we return, that's the end of that second best of 7 of the night in the round of 16 of Nation Wars. We'll see you in a bit. All right, people, I hope you are ready for the next sequence here in that match between Croatia and Finland. For now, Finland leading 2-1 thanks to the Moss0 and Cyril. So obviously the Moss0 did what he does best, which is cannon rushing his opponent. That was pretty cool. Cyril didn't have that much trouble winning that first game, but thankfully for Croatia, Goblin, Rotterdam's son, was good enough to beat Zugaliang.
Yeah, and now that means that Goblin is going to be the next player coming out no matter what from Team Croatia, whereas Finland, they get to choose first. Do they send Cyril or do they send the Moss0? And then after that, Croatia gets to choose the map. Mm-hmm. It's only Goblin,
Yeah, which is a pretty decent advantage, obviously, for the team that's behind right now in terms of score.
So Cyril or the Moss0?
Seconds.
It's going to be the Moss0 on World of Sleepers. A pretty small map for cannon rushers, right?
Honestly,
Kappa.
Kappa. No, honestly, I have no idea, man. Like, I haven't been playing Protoss that much, and when I'm playing Protoss, I'm not cannon rushing in PvP. That's for sure. I'm using the Robo Immortal thing in ZVP because in PvZ because I like it and I find it really powerful. Yeah, it works. It works. But in PvP, I really don't know. So now the ratio for the Moss0 is actually 1-7. That was his first victory in the entirety of his Nation Wars story. It started last year. He was in a team that made it to
That's how it
top
starts.
4. And now it's nothing but victory.
Yeah.
Nothing but W's.
Now he's going to unleash his full potential.
That'd be amazing.
The full extent of the cannon rush artillery. I already hear the sound. Oh my god.
Yo, guys.
The first cannon is going up.
No, that's the first pylon next to the mineral line, I think, from Goblin and the Moss0 in the bottom left-hand side. Let's do a quick intro, guys, for Croatia. Roddy's son, but a damn good StarCraft 2 player he is, Goblin.
His opponents, they call him the cannon rush gods. in the blue, representing Finland, the Must-Zero.
So how come his pylon was so much later than his opponent's pylon?
It's part of the build.
Goblin pylons at 12. Okay, so Goblin knows. Goblin knows he's about to get cannon rush, so he actually cut a probe to get that pylon first, or at least faster.
Get the gateway quicker. So, he needs to get in there, and he does. That was so important. If that had been closed off here, I think Goblin would have been in a ton of trouble.
Are we seeing the quickest match of the entire Nation Wars history? Because if the Must-Zero cannot plant down a single cannon, like what is he exactly supposed to do? He's cannon rushing from the bottom, but this one is pretty far away. I don't even know if he can reach that.
Yeah,
I don't think it can.
The one on the low ground is to cover the ones on the high ground, which previously didn't execute that well, I thought, but it still worked in his previous matchup.
Okay. So let's see, next pylon here. Can he get a cannon on the high ground? I think he's gonna wait a little bit for it. Now Zealot.
He sent the second probe much earlier this time around, and that one is like somewhat healthy. So there it is.
Is a cannon gonna win this fight against the Zealot? I don't think he will. Oh, that's going to be a close one. The Zealot will win. Yeah, the Zealot wins.
And the probe could have attacked the Zealot and helped, but
yep,
it was elsewhere.
That's what I expected. Okay, another cannon or another.
That trap? Oh my god.
And the cannon on the high ground is never gonna see the light of day.
Looks like it's defended.
Yeah, he knows. He just knows too much about the strategy that the Must-Zero was about to execute. And right now we've got a Protoss player that has better economy, a gateway that's actually working, the Zealot already on the ground.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, bro.
Nah, it's not gonna happen. He can GG out, I think, but he'll try his hardest now. Does some kind of a perfect wall and blocks the Zealot out of the main base with a gateway that's being produced at the moment, but that cannon is never gonna be out on the map. Yeah, cannon gets cancelled, probe gets destroyed in the main base. So the Must-Zero sitting with 500 minerals, but there has nothing to spend money with. Can basically make probes and assimilators, and that's what it's doing right at the moment. He never stopped.
I don't even know what to say.
Me neither.
What 1-8?
Welp. And those cannons on the low ground, I think there will be the next targets.
This is sick, by the way. Goblin blocked that cannon location with one of his own pylon down there. Also to have vision, I guess. And yeah, this is going to be easy defense from there.
GG.
Goblin ties things up and screams out, "Where are you, Cyril? Are you afraid of me?
Come at me, bro." Yeah, I mean, well, if you know 100% your opponent is going to go for that forge, I think honestly that Goblin thinks of himself as so much of a better player in general in the PvP matchup that even if he goes for that early pylon that once again cost him a probe, he feels like even if his opponent is playing a normal game, I think he feels like he's going to win. And if he does get cannon rushed, which happened in this game, then he's in a really terrific position. So kudos to him. I mean, great adaptation.
Yeah. The Must-Zero, though, it feels like a few more details going his way, and maybe that would have been able to be pulled off successfully. But yeah, it was really the defense of Goblin that showed the way you're supposed to react to this. You send your probes there early enough, you block the way inside behind the pylons. You don't let the opponent close off that gap as well. And as long as you're able to do that, a Zealot plus a Stock. At first, I thought he was looking pretty bad. I didn't really see the Zealot. Like, my eyes are not so good. The TV's kind of far. I was like, wait, is this working? But then I realized, with that first cannon dying and then all the next ones after that, you can just deny with probes doing enough damage and the Zealot's getting right back to work.
I mean, even the Zealot was, it was a close fight between the Zealot and the cannon earlier. I mean, the Zealot did finish and won the fight in the end, but that was a really rough one. And
that means Cyril now gets to pick the map. Maybe that's what was calculated. I mean, obviously, if you're Cyril, you could have just come out as well and try and steal the deal. But remember, even if Cyril wins here, Croatia would still have a revive, which they most likely would use on Goblin still. We could have a best of 3 here between the two.
So, is there a possibility in your mind that Goblin can beat Cyril twice? Is it possible, in your opinion? Or how
I thought you were going to ask about once. How about when we start at once?
Okay, once.
Because it's already.
What about once? What's the?
It's super unlikely.
Most likely ratio.
It's super unlikely. Here's the thing too. Like Cyril, he's evolved a lot. I feel like he's really good these days against the kind of shenanigans that Goblin usually would be up to. and he's going to be looking out for those. So just super unlikely. But impossible? No. Unlikely. Very unlikely, yeah.
Very unlikely. All right.
I feel like a good question would be like, if these two played 100 games, how many would Goblin win?
Yeah. Well, that's basically what I asked, but I didn't ask it as well as you did.
Probably be like, maybe I shouldn't say it because
5?
it's like almost offensive if you watch
5
it.
out of 100?
Yeah. Then again, is it really offensive? I mean, Cyril, we're talking about, not many people can beat him consistently.
I mean, we could check Aligo.
Actually, nobody can beat him so consistently. Like,
No.
occasionally,
That's the
Raynor
reason.
will win a series from him, but that's about it.
Yeah. Basically the only player that did it more than twice, I think, this year. So yeah, pretty crazy how Goblin will have to face against a player that is probably one of the greatest players to ever be to ever be part of StarCraft 2 competitively. Cyril, there's no need for introductions for this guy, but he did lose 14 games throughout the history of Nation Wars, but he's been part of that tournament for 5 seasons already. And back then, he was not the players that he is now.
He hadn't reached his final form.
Yeah. We even beat, I think during Nation Wars 3, before winning against South Korea in the finals, we actually beat Finland in the quarterfinals. And Marine Lord back then was able to beat Cyril.
We did it.
Yeah, we did it. France did it. All right. Bottom right-hand side. For Croatia. He will do his best to beat the best player in the world. He is Red Protoss Goblin. Another member of the 17-year-old crew.
His opponent in the blue, representing Finland, Pornainen, mini golf. It is Cyril.
So the thing is, when you're casting a Cyril game, there's not that many reasons to go intensely into what he's going to do, because whatever he does, most of the time he does it perfectly. What's more interesting is what Goblin is trying to do, because he's going into a gateway into Forge. So he does want to throw a curveball at Cyril. Doesn't want to play a real game, or at least a normal game plan. He wants to make the Finnish player deviate a little bit. And for now, Cyril looks like he didn't anticipate that. Does he have the minerals to block the entire zone? He does. So now, Goblin will most likely have a cannon up and running, able to destroy that hatchery.
And Cyril's already mining gas here. Here's the thing. Even if you prevent the second base from going up, in this case, even if you had somewhat killed it, it doesn't really matter that much. Cyril will always know how to transition out of this. In this case, he even cancels the second hatchery, takes it elsewhere. I mean, it's such a big investment, right? You need to get 2 pylons plus the cannon. He did cancel some of these pylons. And now Cyril immediately will be going into Roach and Ravagers. And from there, once upon a time when you did this, you were getting quite a bit ahead if you successfully cannoned the expansion of the Zerg. But nowadays, the Zergs have gotten so much better at understanding what it is they're supposed to do and when they're supposed to do it. Like when they should start cutting drones, when they should make a bunch of units, that I almost feel like it's not even worth it anymore to do these cannon rushes.
Wouldn't you say that it's still a pretty decent opening for Goblin? I mean, it's only 250 minerals that were invested back at that side of the map. Because he did cancel like the extra pylon.
Yeah, but then that costs minerals. He also had to make the forge, which delays not only his tech but his nexus as well. I feel like when you go for this kind of cannon rush, you're hoping that the Zerg will overreact, pull drones, and then like have like a really bad reaction, and then just lose a lot of stuff. But Cyril, I think, realized pretty quickly this wasn't going to do much. So behind this, what does he do? He makes roaches. He's going to break out, retake that base immediately. And now that he has these roaches, he can pressure on the other side of the map, which will be very annoying. Now he's forcing a reaction out of Goblin while he's going to build up his own economy.
What's really interesting to me is that even in those, seamlessly unimportant moves, like going down that ramp with the drone at like the fastest possible moment ever, it's like, okay, now that cannon is about to die, I can go down the ramp with the drone. It's going to take 1 hit. My roaches will clean the rest, and I'll get my 3rd hatchery as soon as possible ready on my natural, and that's pretty great. I mean, Cyril seems like he's in a comfortable situation. We'll get it 3rd base as Goblin is making a Void Ray out of his Stargates, most likely to defend against that potential Roach harass, but we might see him go into something more aggressive after that.
I love the choice of going for Pneumatized Carapace. We talked about it. Goblin's a very tricky customer. You need to know what he's going for at all times, ideally, when you're playing against him. So Cyril realized that the Overlord that he has around the natural of Goblin already took a beating, so he's going to send another one on the right side, and he's going to check the entire main base. He's going to see the Stargate from the get-go. He's going to see that there is a Void Ray. Might even be able to spot the second one in production, which is a big tell. Like, you need to be going for quite a few queens here to make sure you're safe against this.
All right.
Yeah, there it is. Sees the second Void Ray in production now.
Yeah,
And he knows everything he needs to know from there. He can just... There is no threat on the ground. So what do? You get a ton of queens, you get a ton of units. Second Stargate will start here. He truly is Roddy's son.
He is, but he
Where's the
needs to
+1?
add on the +1.
He will.
As soon as he gets 100 gas, he needs to throw down that upgrade. And then Roddy will be a happy nerd. Look at this.
There it is. Like father, like son.
Like, I can't believe. They have to be. They have to have like some kind of voodoo connection.
They're
between
linked
those
by
two.
the Kala.
Yeah. Hey, it's not even voodoo, it's the Kala. You're right. All right. Let's hear about those Phoenixes. I'm guessing double Stargate Phoenix as a follow-up. I don't see him like building a million Void Rays, which is kind of weird. Double Stargate Phoenix might be the answer, but the Void Rays will do the job. Here, they will be able to destroy that Overlord. Maybe a little bit of damage done to that Queen and Extractor, but he won't be able to get anything else. Lair starts rather late, but it's not a normal game, right, Tom?
Yeah.
5:30.
I mean, Cyril can just pretty much decide exactly how he wants to counter this from there. Like, the queens are going to make him really safe against those Void Rays in general, but does he go for a ton of Hydralisks, which is to be anticipated? Keep in mind, he hasn't scouted the second Stargate yet, so he might think this is just like two Void Rays into, you know, Robotech or something, but now being able to follow up Scout, and again, he can see that his Phoenix is being produced. This might change the way he counters this now, right? Because Queens, you know, they're good defensively, but you're not going to walk across the map with them unless you're going to go for something like a Nidus, but then a lot of the time that's a very big commitment. So again, you know, he still can choose from multiple options. I don't think Corruptors would be a good idea because there's already a +1 on the way and it's already double Stargate. Usually it's going to be between Hydralisks or Infestors with Fungal.
Yeah. And I like the additions of extra spores as well on the basis, because obviously Void Rays, you can take care of those with Queens alone, because when the Queen is kind of slow, the Void Rays are as well. But that changes everything when you're facing against Phoenixes. You need those static defenses that will do the trick by themselves. 3 drones just went down, but it's still a 60 drone economy against the 50 probes of Goblin. But being out of the map, on the map with the Phoenixes like he's doing right now,
oh my God,
actually opens a path for aggression and harassment in the main base. Now, an Overlord would just fall. Also a Queen. He gets the 2 spores in the main, those Void Rays. They're working wonders here.
Yeah, Cell was moving a spore here for a little bit and got completely caught off guard. I mean, he does have enough Queens to win the fight head-on. And we have the transition now out of Goblin. He's going into charge, dropping more gateways. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Templar Archives being dropped down behind this. Goblin is making Cyril so worried about this air army that right now that's all Cyril's thinking about. But there is already the transition behind this, which hasn't yet been scouted.
And Void Rays are actually getting damage in the main, Todd. That's crazy how good Goblin is actually in those.
He's ahead of supply.
He is ahead of supply. He's also supply blocking Cyril, and he might go for a little bit more. He actually hasn't lost a single unit in the game. That's only the pylon and cannon that were destroyed in the bottom. But in terms of units, he didn't lose anything. Are you taking the fight right here, Goblin?
I shouldn't, I think.
Yeah, there's too many transfusions.
Yeah, they got so many.
Oh, he's actually going to go for it. But you need to lift every single queen at the same time. I like that move by Goblin. It's actually kind of working for now. How many queens are dying? It's down from 12 to 9. And he will lift them up once again. Hydralisk will show up at the last possible moment, though.
Has he lost a unit yet?
Yeah, he lost a Void Ray. He lost a Void Ray, but he's killing every single queen. Goblin is doing it, Todd.
Oh my God.
What are we seeing?
Hydralisks are going to start coming out, but they're going to come out.
Hydralisks are like meat to those Phoenixes.
Yeah, 2 by 2. Phoenix is still somewhat healthy, at least most of them. Can we see the units lost up?
Oh my
the
God.
absolute Madman lost 3 units. The Mad Lad, and he killed 37.
He killed 12 queens. It's like a dream for any race actually playing against Zerg. Killing all of those queens is actually make that number 14. Roddy comes into the studio with like the biggest smile I've ever seen. It's like, my son, you're making me so proud. Oh my God. Does he have any energy left though? I don't think he has that many.
Yeah, not
available.
that much, but I mean, he's already done so much damage. 65 probes against 59 drones.
random zealots walking on the
Oh,
creep.
it's not
like,
random zealots. This
have,
might be the killing blow.
What do you have to defend against those 12 Hydralisks? That's cute. I've got many Phoenixes. Goblin does it. Goblin takes the game against
Oh my
Zero.
god.
How likely was it that Goblin would take a game? Well, right now, it is so likely that he actually done it.
What a performance. And his unusual style here really helped him out so much against a Cell who I think just didn't really know how to react. He scouted properly, but sometimes you just don't know how many queens it takes to take on 2 Void Rays and a whole bunch of Phoenixes. And I think that's what it came down to. Cell was a bit overconfident. He moved out off creep. He couldn't quite catch those Phoenixes the whole time. He was like, oh, you want to finally fight? You're making a big mistake. And Goblin was like, no, I've got the Roddy +1 on my air. You're the one making a mistake.
Yeah, and no spores to actually help out during that entire fight. He had enough Phoenixes to actually lift all of those queens. So yes, transfuses are good, but can you actually transfuse while you're hovering over the ground as he did? No, you cannot. All those queens, they were helpless. And he had the... He actually had the damage output to kill those queens before they actually go back down to the ground, and no transfuses used. Void Rays were hitting during that entire sequence. What a beautiful game by Goblin. They are now 1 game away from making it to the winners game, to the winners match. Obviously, we'll see a revive from Serral, so that's not any game that they have.
Most likely, yeah, we'll see that. And yeah, I think we're going to head to a break before that can happen. But before that, I need to remind you guys that to make sure that you have the war chest extension on Twitch enabled, as you can level your war chest by watching Twitch while eating whatever it is that you want to eat back at home. Sit on your couch, enjoy it, level that war chest. We'll see you guys right after this. Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019 as we're witnessing absolute madness here in Croatia versus Finland. I'm next to the proud dads. How does it feel to see your son use some air and some +1 and win against Serral?
I hate to say I told you so. Amazing stuff, right? This is why we love StarCraft. Sometimes people think there is zero chance, you know, that kind of result could happen. And Goblin played an amazing game, man. Like, personally, you know, if you really want to go into the details of everything that happened, I'm like, double Void Ray. Like, you know, one safety Void Ray under some circumstances I can understand, help establish a base. But I was like, double Void Ray? What do you really want to do with double Void Ray? But he did some really cool stuff with it, right? He was roaming around, then he flew into the main, he picked up the spore, it allowed him to get a few more drones. And then eventually, like, yes, it was a lot of queens, but...
Who is it going to be? Zhuge Liang?
I think the
The
Mazero.
Mazero?
Oh.
No, it's Cyril. All
Wow.
right.
After that ass whooping that he just got. Jeez Louise, he's strong mentally.
Be
Like,
careful. You're going to see Cyril next to you and he's not going to shake your hand.
no, he will. I love that it's still 77% as well for Cyril. Obviously, it's really hard to pull something like that off twice. And don't forget that that game did start off with the cannon rush, right? Like, it wasn't an all-out cannon rush.
Yeah.
But it's still one of those cannon rushes. I've seen Cyril lose more than one game when he was not able to take his natural and he's forced to expand somewhere else. It just makes everything a little bit more awkward. It is very important to mention that, but doesn't take anything away from the amazing game that Goblin just played.
Goblin is such a wild player as well. It's not like, this is like a one-time build. He could like open similarly, but then play completely differently behind this as well. He's such an unconventional player, and sometimes that can be a big strength. And it seems like against Cyril, this is what you need.
Yeah, once again, like...
I mean, obviously, he could try the same kind of stuff and he would get shut down super hard and he would lose really hard, but that's part of the style and how he plays too.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to how it opens up, right? If he's able to once again get a cannon up and force Cyril to expand elsewhere, then there is a good chance that we'll see something somewhat similar, because I think in those scenarios, double Stargate is excellent. It just really is very good. And it's not easy to just rush into Hydras, because if you rush into Hydras with a low eco and you lose your first 5 or 6 Hydras, you're going to have a really hard time actually get a proper Hydra count up. But
We're going to see some double Void Ray openers on the Roddy stream?
No. Double Void Ray, I think, is very unique and situationally not very good. Maybe in the future, Flux Veins is coming back, baby. No, like, then you can actually make a few more. Why not? But I don't think, sometimes you're just going to let a game be for what it is. And that was a beauty, but we got to move on, Todd.
We're going to be playing on Triton here for this one. And remember, Finland, they're on their last life here. If Cyril loses, then that will be Croatia moving on to the winners match. So we would have a rematch of the Football World Cup. France versus Croatia.
Wow, Todd, building bridges over here. Didn't even think about that. Indeed, on the left top side. Well, if we're talking football, this must be Luka Modric over here, because he's carrying the nation, all right. It is Goblin.
I thought Daver Sugar or something was the legends.
Yeah, in 1998.
That's when I followed the sport. His opponent in the blue. Finland's last chance playing Zerg. It is Cyril.
I actually think Croatia beat the Netherlands back then in the bronze medal match, if I recall correctly. I think that's what happened. But
in 98?
Yeah. My team said that we weren't motivated anymore after we lost. So we cared about the match. I was like, wow.
Sounds like a couple interviews I gave after I lost.
Yeah, I was like, you bunch of sore losers. Look at this, by the way. Cyril taking a very, very quick gas, opening up gas pool. So in case Goblin was going to open up with the Forge again, and he is, it's going to be a little bit easier for Cyril to deal with this. This is interesting. Look at this. Cyril's making adjustments. He's like, you know what? I don't want to find myself in the same situation as before. So open up pool gas.
Come on, cue Cyril impression.
No.
Like,
I do want to
like losing his expo.
You know, what I always think is amazing at live events when the camera's on Cyril after games, right? He talks to himself, and he's always a little bit secretive about what he actually says, but I have the feeling that he's like ruthless, you know?
Yeah?
Like, how on earth did I lose a game?
You need to drop a couple hot mics in there someday.
And then a Finnish translated in the booth and see them go all
full
field.
WCS, what is it, 2013?
I really wonder what Cyril was mumbling after that previous game. I have the feeling that he wasn't very happy with it. Knowing Yona, I don't think he enjoyed that game too much.
All right. Goblin, a little bit of an unconventional wall here as well, right?
Yeah, he cancelled his
Double
Forge. I think he cancelled his Forge because he realized that he couldn't really cannon rush his opening of Cyril. This is kind of a bad wall, by the way, because I think Banings could technically blow up the pylon between the core and...
Come on, it's Cyril.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't have to happen immediately, right? It could also happen later. So it's not really something you want to have.
If you did this wall against Blau on the ladder, well, good night, Sweet Prince. But I don't really expect Cyril to be like, oh my god, he has his pylons in his wall. I'm just gonna Baneling bust.
No, because then the big, the big danger, if you look at a wall like this and you're like, I can Baneling bust this, right? Like, well, yes, but imagine if suddenly the Mad Lad builds 2 more buildings behind that pylon, and then you can't Baneling bust it anymore, right? You put yourself in a really weird spot.
Overlord got out, actually. Sick.
You know, normally this is a pretty good start, by the way,
he saw the Robo.
For Goblin. because Cero opened up with Lynx, opened up with the gas pool before the hatch, so economically Cero is not as strong as you would normally like to be. Wouldn't be surprised to see Goblin bust out a Marjorie here or something.
You think so?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, he's getting a sentry, so I guess not, but...
Yeah. And like, we'll see how much gas he's actually mining here from there. There hasn't been a Twilight Council yet.
But
It seems that there is Pneumatized Carapace now.
yeah, against the opening that Cero had, it's not the most economic opening in the world, so... Maybe he's gonna go for a double Immortal. And then take it somewhere? We'll see. We'll keep a close eye on it. Man, imagine if Goblin wins this and Croatia goes to the winners match. Doesn't that turn this group upside down?
Yeah. The funny thing is, I think France would be really happy with this,
Yeah,
but like,
of
you
course.
can't underestimate Croatia, especially with Goblins beating Cyril twice. He's absolutely on fire, but we're not there yet. You know, he's won the one map. We mentioned it in the pregame with Funkai. Out of 100 games, I don't think that Goblin's supposed to win really that many. Probably a lot. I would say less than 10 versus Cyril. What do you think?
On the current patch?
Yeah.
I can get behind that. I think that's quite realistic.
Yeah,
I mean, there is
but then
1,000...
now he won 1 out of 1.
Yep.
100% so far.
There's 1,000 MMR difference, I think, on average between these two. So that's quite something. I think we all know that feeling. All right, it's going to be Glaives, guys. So Immortal into a mass Glaive attack. And I don't have the feeling that this is like, you know, Goblin opening up with a couple of resonating Glaive adepts and get a couple drones and go up to 3 bases. No. I have the feeling that this is Explosion, the gateway, and I think he's going to go all out, Todd.
Yeah, 3 in the first place there. Still got quite a bit of minerals to start way more than this in a second if you wanted to. Yeah, there we are.
That Prism took a lot of damage, by the way. Gotta be careful.
Gonna be 3 more, so 7 in total, I believe.
I think he flew it out very early and making it seem like this could be a Marjorie and maybe hoping that Cero would start building units too early and he's stuck with a very bad economy. But
Cero has to know, right? Like, he's scouting everything.
Yeah, at this
like,
point,
sometimes you put the overlords on patrol, but you're still not really paying attention. But in this case, he sees that there is no third base. Cero has to make only units from now.
Yeah,
he's
knows.
already on 49 drones.
Whoa, another gate? That's a little late, but why not?
And he sees that there is no gas on the natural.
Yep. 7
roaches are going to be on the way. Glial Reconstitution now starts.
I think a Spine would be nice and 1 or 2 Ravages.
It's very nice to have creep in the main base, by the way, everywhere.
Yeah. Or I would even say 3 Ravages, because then you can always one-shot a Prism. So I'd say 3 Ravages and then maybe a Spine and just nothing but units.
The Rainer hit squad to come from behind and kill the Prism.
I mean, that would be fantastic, right? The moment you take out the Prism, this pushes that. But obviously things looking good for Cero. He already has a lot of roaches. There are not many force fields available or any at all.
Yeah, wasn't there just the 1 sentry?
Yeah, I think he cancelled that.
Yeah, so 0 force field
No
or
Ravages.
Guardian Shield to work with. Here we go. Does he shade inside of this army? Immortal's gonna get right to work here. The Prism still not warping it just yet. Okay, so he's gonna shade inside. Those... Oh, he didn't cancel, okay. He's waiting for
This is a big
at least
army,
one
though.
more warping rounds.
It's all about the Immortals, right? The Immortals are the real unit here that packs a punch. Adepts are great against Zerglings, not that great against Roaches. It is important that Goblin babysits his Prism, doesn't lose it. So far, so good. Keeps the Prism alive, wants to get one of these queens.
He needs to move it back, yeah. I think the Queens almost went for the dive there. There's always the threat of these shades going forward, but he's gonna cancel there. Cell is only getting units, and this feels like it already hasn't worked. Goblin, I like what he's doing. He's pulling back, pretending, oh yeah, I'm gonna macro behind this. Hoping that Cyril goes back into drones, but Cyril is only getting units. He already got tricked previously versus Goblin, and I think he doesn't want that to happen again. Goblin started Immortal and then cancelled it immediately, so maybe he's a little bit hesitant on what to do here.
Yeah. I mean, he's full wall of as well, by the way, so it really feels like he's ultra committed, man. He's on 38 probes. He's gonna try... Ooh,
Oh, this is...
that's
there
the,
it is.
That's the Rainer hit squad right there. Cero's,
SEAL Team 6.
Yep, Cero's been taking notes. Like, you know what, that young Italian, he keeps beating me, he must have a couple good tricks. Well, the Ravager flank is one of them. He's hiding the Ravagers as well. I don't think Goblin... I think
Yeah, he's
Goblin
trying to
has seen it.
trigger the Prism to help reinforce, and then he would come in with the Ravagers, but so far Goblin's not falling for it. He's clever just like his dad.
I think Goblin saw it as well. I think
He's
the
even
War-
scouting for it.
Yeah, I think the War Prism caught a glimpse of those Ravages on the right side. The army of Cero is massive. Now 3 Immortals can still get miracles done. Wow. What?
For the boss.
I love how there was no Overseer there. 27 Adepts, by the way. Jeez Louise. And he's gonna get a few more. No, he's supply blocked.
He might just go for the shade there eventually. Just get on top of the army, let the Immortals do their thing, reinforce.
I think now.
Yeah, the
or
hit
never,
squad
right?
is something he has to worry about all the time.
Yep, the Ravager is still looking. The Ravager is still looking, and no, they're not going to get the Prism. And I love that he didn't activate across the ball, by the way. Is this the moment where Goblin truly commits? He's got an insane amount of adapts. He picked up the Immortals, by the way. I don't know if that's on accident or not.
Okay, Cyril's jumping on top of this army here. He's trying to get up close, but he doesn't want to overextend either. He doesn't have clear reconstitution just yet. The hit squad, where is it? There it is. Oh, he shuts down the prison finally. And now he's going to want to look not to let this army escape. But there is always the threat. Oh, it's so sick, because every time he sends the shade like this, Cyril has to respect that. If Cyril chases the Immortals and the army, then he's letting the shade happen, and then he would lose a ton of drones, and then Goblin could even recall after this.
Yeah,
But they're both thinking so many steps ahead. But I think Cyril is starting to have so much army. There it is. He's going to go for a counterattack with this and keep this much here back at home.
I think
Look at the supply.
I think Cyril really has this thought. Sniping the Prism there, I feel like was the icing on the cake. Really good move. Displayed some great patience. Setting up a flank now. If I was Goblin, I would run towards the left and just fight this smaller army on the left. The Immortals should be able to win that
He's going to
fight.
shade. I think he's going to shade away.
No, he's canceling the shade. Huh?
Is he though?
Well, I think he should have.
I agree now that I see that. I was like, I didn't even realize there was this much army back there, but Cyril was ready.
Darryl doing a really good job in splitting up his army. Isn't it amazing how effortless he makes that look?
Yeah.
But that's really not easy, guys. Splitting roaches in all the right directions. Yes, Sarah ends up losing a couple of drones, but look at the army supply.
144 to 35.
Oh, no.
It's
Horrid.
slightly over. Goblin with a good effort, but I think Cyril realized very early what was happening, and I think after you take one map from the GOAT, he's not going to allow you to take one more anytime soon in a game like this, so very good job by Cyril. This means that we are very likely to get a best of 3 between these two, with Goblin being revived here on Team Croatia.
I would obviously always agree with you, because Goblin is the star player of this team. But Goblin is also the kind of player where maybe he feels like he has used his best builds now. And maybe Blask has something
Get
weird.
out of here.
Make Blask beats
Get
Sue.
out.
He beats Sue. Sue's a world champ. He beats Sue. Maybe Patok has another ZVZ special in store for us. I don't know.
I'm not even going to humor your theory.
I agree with you. I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, it's boring if you say Goblin. I'm like, yeah, it's Goblin, guys. And then we just sit here for 2 minutes and then it's like, surprise, Goblin.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if it's Patak or anybody else than Goblin, that's why we lose our minds then, because it's crazy, but he has to be Goblin, in my opinion.
Yeah, unless
He
he...
played incredible that one game.
What if he just feels so mentally defeated that he's like, I can't do it anymore? Like, it takes too
Maybe his
much out
dad
of him.
needs to give him a pep talk then.
Well, all right, I'll be right back.
What would you say to him?
Big Zerg. No, I don't know. More Phoenix, mate. So far with Phoenixes, you won one. Not building Phoenixes, you lost one. So it seems very easy to me what the answer is here. I had the feeling that Cyril never enjoyed
Oh,
playing
you're that
against
kind of dad, huh? Just more Phoenix.
Rename Goblin to Goblin. Amazing game, though. That was really... I mean, not the last one, the one before. I think that was pretty freaking awesome. This has been a fun Nation War, man. It's really, I think, a lot better than we could have hoped for. A lot of people probably thought clean sweep Finland. No, not at all. We are going to the rubber match. We're all tied up, 3 apiece, just like the first Nation War.
Are these wings? Because he says, and some wings of liberty.
Yeah, probably has some wings there.
I'm jealous.
Definitely has some French fries. Speedy Mason, that depends though. Those don't
Did
look
you
like-
get some mayo with this? The Roddy style, the Roddy way?
Hope you understand or I can explain to the people now that would be for the French fries and absolutely not for the wings. As much as I love mayo, I would never put it on wings.
Yeah, you get like a ranch or blue cheese for wings, right?
Yes, ranch, but also spicy garlic.
No, that's not the sauce. That's like the
Seasoning?
the seasoning. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, but there is sauce, I think, as well, because they do come out a little bit. Like you can have like dry seasoning, but you can also have
Are we
sauce.
really having this conversation?
Absolutely. Wings matter. Everybody knows that wings matter. Can't wait
Think
until...
you're gonna outwing me?
Well,
Didn't you win the challenge against Cats of the spicy wings?
absolutely. Cats thought he could eat spicy wings better than Roddy. To be fair to Cats, we both broke the record of the local Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah?
Yeah, we both broke the record. But
They took a photo and they were like,
Yeah.
what are these degenerates?
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be Cyril against Goblin yet again here. So not Ptak coming back out.
I got my picture on the wall on that Buffalo Wild Wings thought. Fastest wing eater in the month of February.
There must have been like, what a bunch of degens.
Yeah.
They just walk in and both break the record.
It was really funny as well.
All right, champs, have a good night.
Because we got Hydra in it as well. You know, you remember Hydra, our former WCS champ, the Zerg player. Then he ate one wing and he's like, oh my God, it's so hot, so hot. He's like, no. And then he just gave up after eating one wing. And we're like, oh, come on. He's like, I can't eat this. And then he ordered regular, like, sweet wings or something. All right, back to StarCraft, guys. We're all tied up between Finland and Croatia for another round of Serral versus Goblin. The map is Winter's Gate. What are we gonna see on Winter's Gate? Maybe he goes back to that Immortal Dark Templar opening. He did all
Forge
right
or not? That's the big thing too. Because last game he did try to go for the Forge, but then adjusted. Starting in the bottom right-hand side of the map, representing Croatia, it is Goblin.
In the left top side, looking at the main base of the GOAT himself, Jonas Satala, also known as Serral.
Does Goblin mean anything in particular?
Yeah, it's a goblin, Todd. Like,
Hey, I don't know. Maybe
I don't know what you want me to tell
Croatian
you
is
here.
different or something. It's your son. You should know, not me.
I mean, it's a goblin. It's like, so that's your dog, right? And you're like, yeah. It's like, does dog mean anything in particular? I'm like, yeah, it's a dog. I mean, that's just what we call these things.
Gee, I can't ask you anything. All right, I see how it is.
Yeah, I don't know what you expected out of here. It's like,
You're
well,
so moody after all that fondue. That's
you
how
know,
it is.
actually, Todd, in the 15th century, there was a wise man walking down the streets of Zagreb. And he looked at a flat, and then there was a goblin inside of it, okay? He went in and he defeated it with a sword and two
Got a
mighty
very
dragons
vivid
on his back.
imagination. I prefer that story better.
Okay, we'll roll with that. We'll roll with the mighty warrior in the 15th
So it's
century.
just a gateway down the ramp this time around into a Nexus. He's already got the gas, obviously, those Goblin here.
He's scouting as well. I feel in general, Goblin is a man of extremes. Like either he goes super cheesy, aggressive, or he goes super greedy, economic.
He's even
What
checking
is
for
this?
proxies.
No, I don't think he's checking for proxies. I think he's gonna proxy something, or go for something really bizarre like a hidden base. But most of the time, any other Protoss, I'd be like, he's going proxy Stargate, right? Stargate Oracle. But I don't know if that's the case here with
Now,
Goblin.
this map, if you put it in a corner on the left side, it will get there so fast into the natural.
Yep, that's absolutely true. We'll see. Goblin is wild though, so it could just be a proxy gate and then he just 5 gates or something. You just don't know with this kid.
I feel like sometimes he doesn't know himself. He decides at the last second.
Oh, he actually, like I said that last time on the broadcast. I was like, you know, guys, I really have the feeling that Goblin makes up builds on the fly. You know, when he's loading into the game, he's like, I'm gonna do this. And he sent me a message. He's like, you're kind of right though. He's like, I do pull, I pull builds out of my, you guys know what? Out of his butt.
Hat?
No, hat. Yeah, his Nation Wars hat that he ordered on nw2019.
Maturino.com/nw2019. There you go. Go and get the same hat. Maybe you can pull some builds out of it too.
So what is he doing with that probe? I don't get it. If he has a Stargate at home, I don't think the Zergling will necessarily see that. Quite close though, so maybe it
It's
will.
to make Serral scared. Imagine if you threw down a pylon now. Serral would be like, oh my god, adepts are coming.
I'm really confused about... I hope that Serral doesn't find it. For the excitement, the probe, but yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I think he is gonna go proxy a gateway here, so maybe it's a Phoenix gateway all in.
Yeah,
That is a
that'd be sick.
possibility.
Actually, like, you know, the probe is harder to spot on the minimap, right? Like a
Yeah.
pylon you will see very, very clearly, especially even if you're not paying attention in the moment and you see it on the minimap later on and then you realize there's a pylon. But by hiding the probe like this,
Yeah. I have
it
the
means that
feeling-
a lot of the time Zergs are going to clear out the entire area and then you get to plant down the pylon closer to their base after that, which a lot of the time they won't see because they already cleared that entire corner. So it's quite brilliant the way he did it.
Yeah, well, there's a pine. I wonder if he's gonna actually use those gases that he took in his natural. I mean, he's still building probes. He's hunting down overlords. Like, he took both gases on the vision of that one overlord. But he's mining from it as well.
That's a lot of gas.
Maybe Zealot Archon all in then? Does he need... if
With this much gas, it feels like he might as well drop down 2 more
double
Stargates.
Stargate? Yeah,
Yeah.
He just built another one.
Where's
What
that +1?
What if he goes for a hidden base? Maybe it is a hidden base after all. But why pylon? So confused. Or maybe it's a 2-base version of his double Stargate. We'll keep an eye on it,
He's
guys.
gonna defeat beacon down there.
Don't forget though, the big difference between this one, there is a +1 air weapons. The big difference between this one and Disco Bloodbath is that Disco Bloodbath opened up with a cannon rush, which really threw the economy of Cerro off a little bit, right? Cerro was forced to expand elsewhere. That's not going to be the case this time, as this opened up in a lot more normal way, or in a much more normal way. So normally Cerro should have slightly more units to work with. Good
Cerro
scouting.
still scouting, sees the double stargates, and the Phoenix is being made now. And before you have +1, it's actually very hard to fight against this queen.
Oh yeah, you don't.
There it is.
Yep.
So Twilight Council, does he...
Charge, I guess, right?
Templar Archives, because he's mining so much gas.
Yeah, that as well. You can do that, but I think just charge is better. I mean, if you want to go double Stargate,
Yeah.
maybe he does both. Like,
And like, it's so funny because Cyril's scouting a ton, but like, he needs to really sell this. I feel like he needs the third Nexus, which he won't use. Don't you think?
yeah.
Does he maybe not care? Because he already killed all the overlords that were around his base.
Like, that does sell it a little bit better, but on the other end, if you play double Stargate Phoenix, it's been scouted. It's also normal that your Nexus is a tiny bit later, right? Well,
Yeah.
he's taking a Nexus, though, Todd, so... he's
Which Cyril will see.
Yep.
It's at the 540.
But Cyril's economy is so good already, though. Jeez Louise, he's already at 58 drones, Todd.
Yeah, but I think by making the third Nexus now, Goblin is hoping that Cyril goes back heavily into drones.
Yeah.
And then he's going to bank a ton of units with charge lots and then attack. Good look, 4 more gates.
Oh no, he's going to be ruthless. He's going to build nothing but roaches, and that's a terrible scenario for Goblin, because Goblin is going to build mass Zealots, and Zealots are not that good against roaches. The Phoenixes have not been effective this game at all. The reason why is, once again, just because Cerro had a much smoother start. This time, you know, it didn't start off with that cannon rush. He wasn't forced to expand elsewhere, and Goblin has just not been able to get anything done at all with the Phoenixes.
Feels like Cyril also was hurt in his pride. He's like,
Oh yeah,
you tried to cheese me this many times.
look at the amount of energy
It's
on
time
the
I
Phoenix.
turned the tables on you.
Oh my god, Cyril's movement has been perfect. I don't think this is the best Phoenix map because of all those inhibitor zones. Makes it really awkward to fly around, and especially going in and out of the main
See that
base.
queen movement? Are they on roller skates or something?
This is so funny because Goblin is ready to all-in Cerro, and Cerro is ready to all-in Goblin. So I think Cerro should probably not Nidus. Like, the Nidus can go up, but all he needs to really do is just defend. Or maybe he wants to kill the Nexus and then he just defends.
The Phoenixes tried to fly into the main base, but queens were already... Is it just a weird base trade? Like, does Cyril come back and defend?
Oh, Cerro will absolutely come back. There's no reason for Cerro not to come back.
He's getting exposed as well. As if the 15 queens he has weren't enough.
He's got queens there as well, so the queens can keep the Nidus alive. He's gonna spam another Nidus in the middle of the map.
Oh, the spores are going to finish shortly too.
This looks so bad for Goblin, man. I think it looks really, really bad for Goblin. I must say, the Zealots do get a very good fight here against the Queens, right? That is an insane amount of DPS. But now with the Spores finishing up as well, I'm afraid that these Phoenixes are eventually going to run out of steam. And I think that the Roach count, Todd, is simply a little too high.
Yeah, Goblin running out of Zealots very quickly. The Phoenix is taking a beating as well. Queens and the Spores synergize super well together. Cyril will press forward. He's got so much more supply. He's going to put everything back into the Nidus if he wanted to, and unload it into the main base. Goblin has just got so little in comparison. 36 army against 86 supply. The soup will not be lying in this one, I believe.
No. I mean, Cyril's build is just a really sick counter to Goblin's build. And like you said, Goblin was hoping to sell it to something else. Like, was hoping that Cyril would maybe drone up heavily like you often do against a Phoenix player. But that wasn't Cyril's plan. Cyril's like, nope, I have an insane amount of queens. And even though he makes it look easy, you gotta give kudos to the queen movement, right? Not once was there a queen by itself. Not once was there a queen that got lifted up and killed. No, all of the queens were always in the right place. And like 10, 12 Phoenixes, they just found no openings at all.
And so that means France will face Finland in the winners match, which will be our next match. Imagine T. Drogo. He's like watching and rewatching that first game of Goblin against Cyril. He's like, okay, so 2 Void Rays into 12 Phoenixes.
Yeah. Once again, I think the start is very important. Like,
Yeah.
I think it tells so much of a tale. It may seem like not that big of a deal. It's a pylon and a cannon, and then Zerg expands elsewhere. You guys may think, Roddy, what's the big deal? Shut up about it. But it really does change the entire dynamic. It changes the way that the economy flows throughout the game. And that is what definitely allowed the Stargate units to shine as much as they did.
Still proud of your son, though,
Absolutely. What a showing. I mean, a lot of people looked at this and they said 4-0, maybe 4-1 if Goblin takes the map, but that's going to be it. Who could have ever thought we'd have a Game 7 between Finland and Croatia? I thought that was great entertainment. We had cannon rushes, We had Zhuge Liang bragging about a 9-0 win streak on Twitter. This nation
Which ended very abruptly.
Yeah, I feel like the moment you tweet something like that out,
Yeah, you
I feel like you
set yourself
set
up.
yourself up, man. It's like, don't do that, Zhuge. Like, there's only one way this is gonna end.
Yeah, very impressive. I keep underestimating some of these countries. Yesterday, I thought Brazil also was not going to do well at all. And then Eric played out of his mind. Kelazur as well in one of the games played amazing. And today, it's Croatia that really delivered.
Yep.
Pushed Finland to the limits. But still, it is Finland that advances on to the winners match. So that means France versus Finland. And then we'll have Poland versus Croatia at a later date this weekend as well.
Yep.
In the lower bracket match.
It's good for us, though, right? Because we said a lot during the round of 32 and even the round of 40. I was like, yeah, guys, we're going to have a couple of one-sided matches. And we had a couple of 4-0s. It was like, don't worry, the round of 16, everything is going to be closer.
Oh, when we say that, we don't really know ourselves, right? We're like, hopefully.
Like, on paper, it's supposed to be, right? With the knowledge we have, we feel like this should be more competitive, but you never know for sure. But I think so far, these first 3 days have been pretty damn awesome. Guys, second Nation War is a wrap. Make sure to check out matcherino.com/nw2019, where you can still order awesome items, a mug, a baseball cap, a hoodie, a t-shirt,
portraits.
Yep, in-game items, sprays, all of it. It's a great way to support this tournament. All the lovely people that worked very hard on this show here at the O Gaming offices. And of course, it will increase the prize pool of the tournament as well. So some of your favorite pro gamer nerds can potentially take home a slightly bigger slice of the pie. It's a win-win-win for everybody. You guys get something cool. The players get something cool. The people here get something cool. We're going to take a quick break. And after that, we'll be back with the last Nation War of the day. And that is going to be the winners match between Finland and France. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Right, guys, it is the last best of 7 of the night here in Nation Wars 2019 Group C, round of 16. France will take on Finland. After Finland nearly defeated Croatia in a 4-3 victory in the end, Goblin was so close. In the end, I mean, Finland happened and obviously Serral happened.
Yep. Bit unfortunate. Immediately got a couple of messages from my boy. He's like, so close. He's like, I was so hyped up after my win. He's like, so unfortunate. Builder lost in the final game. And that is a Builder loss to some degree. But I also think that whenever you go for an all-in, you can never truly complain about a Builder loss, right? Because you're putting yourself in that position, right? Like, you're playing a certain way, and that's the definition of all-ins. Like, it's more on what your opponent is doing than what you're really doing. Like, you can only do X amount, but there are some scenarios where you're going to run into a brick wall. And in this case, the brick wall was made out of queens and roaches.
Oh, yeah. And, Serral didn't forget about anything. He knew he was... most likely about to get attacked quite hard by our good friend Goblin, and he was able to defeat him in the end. Even though that first victory was hype as hell, the 2 rematches were in favor of Serral. But now we do have a losers match between Poland and Croatia that will take place during the weekend. But for now, we will still qualify one nation. And even though France, I guess, is not the favorite here, we do have a wider lineup than the Finnish one. Once again, I think the main question is, does the 2-player from Finland will be able to get themselves a victory? And if France is able to take down Serral twice, that's the same story that happened with Croatia.
Yep. Obviously, I think it's going to be very tough for Zhuge and the Mazero to get a lot done here. They're going to be heavy underdogs no matter who they play. Maybe Zhuge can do something if he gets a Terran. Do we have the matchups? Yes, we do.
He plays Drogo.
I think that's going to be very tough. We're going to take a look at it right now on our screen. Now, we're going to take a look at the teams first, obviously. You guys know it already, but the lineup of Team France is Petit Drogo, Clem, and Marine Lord.
Yeah, pretty stacked one. 3 players that were able to achieve 7k MMR on the European server. Lots of players, 2 players with a lot of experience. Clem fairly new to the scene, 17 years of age.
But by now, I would say quite experienced as well, right? I mean, you can't really say that he's a newcomer anymore. He's been going to multiple WCS events, traveled to America quite a few times. I saw that he was, I don't know if that's actually still happening or not, but I believe that Clem and Denver were also going to a Cheeseadelphia. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I heard about that, and I'm pretty sure that Clem is going. I didn't know about Denver, but they might both go. The thing is, I think there's an event that's happening at the same time.
WSG qualifier, so I don't know how that plays out, so maybe that's going to ruin the plans, but we'll see. Of course, this is the lineup of Team Finland. We just watched them in action. Serral, of course, the heavy carry on this team, and then 2 supports, Zhuge and the Mazero. I kind of feel like that's like, like 2 MOBA heroes as a support, and then 1 ultra late game carry that can also carry mid game and early.
1v5 kind of hero, like that can basically destroy everybody with just the strengths of his.
To keep it in Blizzard terms, like maybe you know a lot about Overwatch, right? Like Serral's Tracer, and then he gets a Zenyatta and
a Lucio.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That works. That works. But the thing is, they're not playing at the same time. That would be helpful. Imagine if actually Serral could get like some mineral income, helped by his 2 supports, or even a heal from those 2 guys. But sadly, it will not happen this way. So for some reason on the French stream, it said differently. I thought Drogo was playing Serral, but no, it is Marine Lord versus Serral, then Clem versus the Mazero, and then Drogo versus Zhuge. So to me, that's probably the best that we could have hoped for. Marine Lord versus Serral, I think. Marine Lord seems to be the lesser player in the trio of our French players. And he's also a guy that will never, fear busting out a 3 racks or a 2 racks or even a 4 racks to just get an easy victory.
No, I can get behind that, yeah. Like at first I thought maybe you want to try to get Drogo against Serral, but maybe that doesn't matter that much, because if Drogo just wins his game, he still gets like a win-as match chance.
Exactly.
I do always believe that somebody who's as good as Drogo has a good shot against Serral. Of course, he's an underdog, but we know that Drogo is perfectly fine of capable, a lot of very strong Protoss builds at pretty much the highest level. So there is always hope there as well.
No, I'm right there with you, but I do like the fact that Drogo can be kept for the last portion of the match, and maybe select map that he would be facing Serral on, which is kind of nice when you think about it. But obviously, it is not done yet. we do have the Moz0 and Zugelian to beat before as the Frenchies to get a proper second phase in the clan war. But before that, we will be talking to the captains of the team. They are ready right now for the interview, so we can jump right on it.
Well, I think they're almost ready. I believe.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I believe, Fonka, that you had to let the people at home know that we have a War Chest. You guys can get War Chest XP watching this stream, but we'll talk about that later, as I can already see these two beautiful captains on our screen. Mic check 1, 2. Hello, Zugeliang and Drogo.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
All right, Drogo, I'm going to start off with you. You mentioned before that, maybe not thinking too much about beating Serral twice. After watching that previous Nation War, does it give you guys maybe a little extra confidence that it is doable?
I mean, you're assuming I can play as good as Goblin. I don't know about that one.
Okay.
All right, Zuge, that game didn't go your way in that previous Nation Wars. I know Nation Wars is a really important tournament to you. How important it is to you to be able to beat Drogo, for instance, in this clan war?
I don't know. Sorry, can I just hijack the interview?
Sure, man.
Oh my God. I would never say no to that.
Let's go back to Nation Wars 3. Okay. Obviously, France won that, but back then it was under the leadership of Velmo. And we actually also got to the semifinals, but I actually beat Ilias Stefano back then.
Oh, you did?
And that's actually the best Finland Nation Wars record, because we lost 1-4, and last year against Korea we got 0-4. So actually, I've brought Finland to the furthest ever in Nation Wars, if you think about it that way.
Weird flex, but okay.
Fast forward to 2017 Montreal, we were talking about who's going to be captain for the next Nation Wars. Mm-hmm. And then Serral had just dropped out, and I was kind of feeling bad for him. And then I was like, can I be captain? And then he gave me a mean, you're going to be captain? And then I was like, okay, sure. And then he got to be captain. And now, because we didn't do so well against Korea, I get to take leadership now. Yeah.
So does that mean you're gonna go even further? Is that final stand for Finland this year?
Yeah, I hope I'm not gonna be like Stefano. I mean, technically I already won one map, so yeah, I'm gonna do better than Stefano did in Nation Wars 3 as captain. Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
I've got nothing, man.
I don't know.
This has really...
Drogo is with his eyes.
This interview has taken a course that my brain was simply not ready for. I also I love that you just made the connection that winning one map in the semifinals means you got further than losing 0-4. But I have never heard anybody say let's say in a World Cup you both make it to the semifinals, but one match you lose 1-0, the other one you lose 2-0. It's the one World Cup where we lost 1-0, we did better. I don't know if it really works like that. Anyway, Zuga, how did you guys experience that previous Nation War? Obviously, you expected more of yourself. You had a good record against Goblin, as you showed on Twitter. Were you shaking a little after Yona fell the first time?
Nah, not really. I mean, I've been in situations where Jonas been down 0-3 and then he reverse ult killed. So I always believe in him no matter what. So I wasn't shaking. I knew we got it. It was just entertaining for the fans, I guess.
Drogo, I've got a question. I mean, you said in that first interview that the most important thing was being able to win in the deciders match, most likely against Poland. Now that you guys are actually in the winners match and that Finland was on the verge of being sent to the losers match, can you keep your composure today in this best of 7, thinking that even if you lose, even if it's close and you lose anyways, you'll be fine playing this weekend?
I mean, I'm fine with everything. If you can qualify today, that's great. We actually practiced a lot to beat Serral, so that's always a possibility. But yeah, if we don't, that's fine by me. I think with time to prepare for this weekend, we should be able to win once again.
One more question, Drogo. I know that your focus here is clearly mostly on beating Serral twice, but do you have any specific feelings about the way that the first 3 matches are shaping up? Which is obviously you're going up against Zugeliang, right? Yes. Yeah. Clem against the Moz0, and then Marine Lord versus Serral.
I think Clem should win against the
Moz0.
The Moz0. Yeah. I was going to call him the Cannon Rusher, but people think it's...
People would have understood, I think.
But okay. And against Zugeliang, actually, I'm not going to underestimate him. I watch Awesome stream a lot, and Zugeliang is very famous for making Awesome rage about Zergs. So it's gonna be a tough match if I don't prepare myself.
All right.
All right. Respect all across the board. I like it. Guys, I'm going to ask you for a quick prediction and then maybe last words for your opponents. Zuge, you want to start?
4-3 for us. And, well, we lost last time, I think 2 years ago. So this time we're going to take revenge.
Okay, I think 4-3 for France.
All right.
All right.
That's
I
my
like it.
prediction.
Cheeky.
Good luck, guys. Let's get the games going. Thank you for joining us, of course.
Hyperinos.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck, guys.
I really thought, Funky,
Yes.
that I was like, okay, he's going to hijack the interview. I was like, this is it. Ceremony time.
Of
I
course.
was like, pitch black dark, lights go off, you know.
Yep.
He shows up with a new costume or something. And it's some lame story about how they did better in 2017.
Lame story.
It's like you both lost in the semifinals. It's like,
But I got a win against
you
Stefano.
took a map. I mean, I have like never heard about. You still finished on the exact same spot.
Yeah.
Like, let's say if there was like a bronze medal match and they won the bronze medal match and they didn't win that last year because we didn't have one, then I can be like, yeah, okay, you officially finished third. But that didn't even happen.
Yeah. That was... yeah, you said it best. I mean, you said weird flex, but okay. And I think that there's not that much to be added to that nice anecdote by Zhuge Liang.
Zuge is awesome though, right?
Yeah,
like,
Zuge-
he's just one of these characters that we have in the European scene, and I'm just happy we have him. It'd be boring if everybody was the same.
Yeah, I got to hang out with him a couple of times. Even back then, I was in Canada, and we had a really great time. He's a really good guy to chill with.
He played so good, by the way, at the Aces
Rock?
assembly. Like, not only against Sero, obviously he took a map against Sero, and that was really hype, and everybody was like, oh my god, what's happening? But then, didn't he also take a map of Lambo?
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, and I
in
thought-
ZVZ in general, he performed really well.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be playing any ZVZs today because we do not feature a Zero player in the French lineup. Marine Lord, with his amazing ratio, even though it's not correct anymore, it's a little bit different now. We're not updating the game after game. Is going to be facing against Cyril with an even more impressive, or not even will be better, but it's such an amazing ratio nonetheless, 44 and 14 for Cyril. Probably, arguably, one of the best players in the world, maybe the best, but he did lose his championship and his world championship this year at BlizzCon.
That's why, I mean, obviously, I feel like this is a really good time to be a StarCraft fan. Like, I know that there is plenty to be said and negative about, and that will always stick around, but we have so much amazing StarCraft action at this point. Obviously, Nation Wars, for me at least, has been a ton of fun. Hopefully, you guys enjoy it as well. Don't forget, we've got Home Story Cup coming up. That's like
Next
only
week.
12 days away. Artosis just announced that he's going to be there. Like,
That's
how
so cool.
freaking cool is that?
Yeah.
Finally, we're going to have Artie McTolsis in the Home Story Cup. But don't forget that Katowice is not that far away. You know, that's always one of those tournaments. It starts at like the end of February. That's when most of the time it starts. And like, I truly see Katowice as a world championship as well. I mean, it has been one of the most
It is.
prestigious tournaments. And some even say that the format is better than the format that we have at the global finals. And that's only just a couple months away. And I think, I mean, there's already so many top stories coming in. There is going to be a new patch, right? So you can finally cheer for all your favorite Terra nerds out there again as well. I really think it's a good time to be a StarCraft fan. Anyways, let's get this final Nation War of the night going. In the left top side, representing Funka's beautiful country, the France, it is Marine Lord.
And in the bottom right-hand side, probably the greatest foreign player that we've ever built. Some would argue he's a machine, but he's definitely a human, really skilled at StarCraft. He is Cyril. And he's
Cyril
gonna go
opening
for
up-
a pull first.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, cheeky Marine Lord might try to go and 2-racks me or 3-racks me.
4x.
And you know what? Marine Lord is going the opposite direction. CC first, boom!
Yep.
Love it.
Complete opposite. So that's obviously something that will work out quite nice. I like that by Marine Lord. I feel like he's always been quite smart when it comes to approaching series, right? And like playing mind games with his opponent. He knows that he has the reputation of being a 3-rexer or a 4-rexer. He's done it plenty of times in the past against Cyril. So Cyril opening up with that pool, not economic. Meanwhile, Marine Lord going for the most economic opening out there.
You know, Roddy, I might be biased, and I am really biased. But I do feel like in terms of build order selection, preparation in general, if Marine Lord does have the time, he's one of the smartest out there. Like, really, the fact that they were able to send him against Cyril, which already rings the bells of 2 racks, 3 racks, 4 racks, something really aggressive, and then he goes the other way around, gets that CC first that's not going to get punished. I'm already such a huge fan. Like, I find it really, really cool that he keeps doing that, even though he's not as active as he used to be. He still has that X factor in just using his brain, even before starting the game. Love it.
And before he gets totally slapped around.
Easy
Beautiful
victory.
speech though, Vanka. You're like the best man at a wedding who gives an amazing speech, and then the bride is like, no. This is amazing.
This is so good. See? The brain doesn't stop here, He gets the CC first and then insults his opponents because he went for a spawning pool first, which is exactly what he wanted.
The cool thing as well is that that these nerds at home have like little smiles as well.
Of course.
It's like, yes, this is an important match and obviously they want to win, but at the end of the day, we are playing our favorite video game and it's important to have fun as well, even in the tense moments. And you just know that they have a little smile on their face.
All right. Speaking of speeches at weddings, I would love to give a speech at Marine Lord's wedding, but it's not happening anytime soon for now. So I'll keep you posted.
Does he still have like that one picture where he's like posing as a little gangster 14-year-old with his squad? Like, if that's his Tinder profile, he's never gonna get a date.
That's the reason. All right, third CC gets thrown down, and those Zerglings with speeds are not gonna be able to reach here. A couple of Marines will do the job, but for now, Cyril should already know.
It's so greedy, by
Of course.
the way. This is actually quite mental. The funny thing is, though, that Marine Lord actually doesn't know everything. What he knows is that Cyril opened up in a very safe manner, right? With gas pool before hatch. That could also open the door for a much more aggressive follow-up. Like, it could have been a Ravager rush at this point.
Yeah.
And that'd be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Now, obviously, Overlord speed makes it a lot less likely. But I do think that is quite funny.
Yeah.
Because he's just playing so greedy, and with the idea, it's like, no, he's not going to cheese me because he's Cyril.
So the question is, what do you go for with that third CC super early? CC first into third CC, that's like Bomber TVZ back in the day, right?
Flash as well. Like,
yeah,
Flash played so greedy for the longest time. Like CC first into one barracks, into another CC double eBay. Then he kept getting all in, and he's like, StarCraft 2 is really weird. It's like, no, this is not a build you can do every game, Flash. You're the greatest ever in Brood War, but
we're looking at triple starpots battle cruiser, or at least with a fusion core. Look at how greedy it is.
What is this?
It's so crazy.
This is such an insane
He wants to go
build.
for speed banshees, maybe?
I think
double
BC,
starpot.
I think double BC opening, maybe. If you, I mean, maybe it's.
Was I mistaken? There's 3 starpots, no?
I think 2.
Okay. I don't know why. Maybe you highlighted starpot and fusion core.
Too much fondue.
And I didn't have a single one.
What?
Single piece of. I can't eat that.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm not gonna go into details, but I had a terrible experience with fondue when I was a kid, and now I can't really eat it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I should try tonight.
It's
if
really
we
good.
qualify, I'm gonna go YOLO on that fondue.
Now you really make me curious. Like, what could be that bad about cheese fondue?
But I don't know the English term for it. I'll explain to you later. No worries.
I mean, now my mind is just going crazy. It's like, Anka pooped in his pants.
You can't say that live, even though it's not true. People are actually gonna
totally
believe it,
say
man.
that live.
Oh my god. The hell?
Sorry, mate.
No problem.
If it wasn't on purpose, there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go Google Translate right now.
I like that. Cyril misrallied the drone, and right before the drone went down,
What the hell?
he sprayed double question mark.
What the hell is happening?
These nerds are having fun. That's what's happening.
All right, Spire to counter the possible battle cruiser play, which I kind of like. Corruptors are going to do a great job, but look at this. I mean, we're 6 minutes into the game. We've got 3 CCs, 57 SCVs, already 6 extractors. Like, what is this?
Well, I mean, he knows that he's playing against the most greedy opening ever that will just have some BC. So if you're not all-inning, you may as well just build nothing but queens and drones. Obviously, the Spire is going to help get him a couple of Corruptors, and Corruptors are excellent in dealing with battle cruisers. It is, of course, important for Cyril that he doesn't get too distracted, too focused on those BCs, because then a couple of Hellions could show up and fry a lot of the drones. Whoa!
Right, TPing right on top on those queens, but there are 5 of them, but I'm guessing he just wants to roast as many drones as he can, but there's already so many queens here. But Battlecruiser avoiding the 4 or 5 queens that are on the top and still killing a couple of stuff. Hellion gets tucked in between the minerals and the extractor. 6 drones went down.
Actually, a good start,
Marine Lord has
man.
110 supply at the moment.
Actually a good start. I mean, he already got 2 queens. Now Yamato is done, so that's 3 queens, 4 queens going down at this point, and 6 drones have gone down. Marine Lord is up 11 SCVs, Funka.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy to think about. The transition will be met with a double armory behind this. We've got Corruptors that should show up in a couple of seconds. Third battle cruiser gets TP'd right in top on the main base, but Corruptors will be there soon enough. So let's see if Marine Lord can evacuate before losing those way important units. Maybe will be able to grab himself the spawning pool, which is always nice. 12 Corruptors in the air, and he should have the teleportation cooldown on 2 BCs. Oh, he doesn't have it yet.
That's a solid 10 seconds away, and that means that these BCs are going to be in a little bit of trouble. Good micro, though. He's getting max value out of that 1 BC. That was inevitable to go down. I think now he's got tactical jump.
Yeah, on both BCs, right? Oh no, that's the... Oh no, he does.
Yeah, no, he lost. That's actually quite smart as well, that he lost the one that didn't have tactical jump yet, because obviously the third one showed up a lot later than the first 2. Wow, really good start. Now 2 more starports are being added, by the way.
Oh, he's actually going to go for air upgrades.
Yeah. Probably,
Marine Lord!
Mass BC, mass Liberators with advanced ballistics?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe
I think that's a good build.
He adds in, I don't know, a couple of Vikings, Banshees, Battle Cruisers, Liberators. Like, he's got all the opportunities in the world. It's actually going to be double Tech Lab, so I'm guessing way more Battle Cruisers, eventually a couple of Banshees.
It would have been so sick if he was able to snipe the Spire. I think if he was able to snipe the Spire, he'd just win the game.
Yeah, but the Spire was... he actually saw it. He might have hovered around it, maybe double Yamato, but there was so many queens for transfuses that it would have been kind of tough to kill it.
There were 5 queens coming in from the top side, 4 more BCs on the way, so it's just pure BC Hellion at this point. Marine Lord's economy is off the charts, guys.
Is this a real deal?
83 SCV.
That looks like a that kind of build that you would do on ladder and just hope that it would work.
Yeah.
But it's working in at least doing some pretty decent job right now in a pretty highly competitive game here. We're talking about a winners match in Nation Wars, round of 16. Finland versus France, and for now it's Battle Cruiser Frenzy here for Marine Lord. Okay, does he have what it takes to defend against those Corruptors though?
Ooh. Well, the missile turrets are going to help out a little bit. BCs are doing quite a bit of damage in the main though. Cyril was already down economically, so now he's going to fall a few more workers behind. These roaches are complicating things a little bit. You probably want to bring these BCs home.
To the
I'm
natural?
not sure if he feels like he has the right amount of BCs to fight those Corruptors. Right?
Once those 4 extra BCs actually come out, it's going to be 9, and I think that would be enough to defend against those Corruptors. He also has a couple of turrets around here, but 2 BCs will fall right now, right here, right now. The turrets, are they in range? They will be in just a few seconds, but once again, another battle cruiser falls to the Corruptor shots.
2 more Yamatos go down. Cyril is doing a little bit of economic damage, but I really think Cyril hoped for a bit more here, man. Like, he's been losing a lot of units. I don't think he wins this fight anymore. Tactical jump should be available on at least a couple of these BCs. There you go. Excellent save by Marine Lord. And like losing 7 SCVs is no biggie, man. He had 83 SCVs to begin with.
How many battle cruisers did die since the beginning of the game? 5 for only 12 Corruptors. That's a pretty decent number for Cyril. He's actually playing nothing but Corruptor and Roaches. Roaches and on the ground are tanking quite a bit against those Hellion shots. So obviously those battle cruisers, they need to take care of 2 different targets. The turrets, they will get destroyed, and he's actually targeting those quite intensely. Can he TP out with this one? He will not be able to. And for now, Corruptors are all the rage. They are destroying everything. Battle cruiser TPing back in the natural.
Cyril is doing this really smart, because the Roaches, more than just killing the Hellions and some SCVs, they take care of the missile turrets, right?
Yeah.
And that suddenly makes the BCs so vulnerable, because BC is simply not that fantastic in one-on-one fights against Corruptors.
Yeah.
If you have a couple of Cyclones with Macfield underneath it, it's a completely different ballgame.
That BC has been dragged towards those Corruptors, and they're getting one-shotted as Roaches are doing anything they want.
Yep.
And that battle cruiser opening, whether it was the greediest opening you've ever seen in your life, is actually losing to simple Corruptors and Roaches. Cyril taking the right decision now, 90 supply ahead.
Like 1 or 2 tanks, or maybe a bunker behind those depots as well, right? If like the first wave of Roaches wasn't that big, and then I think if the missile turrets are still alive, those Corruptors can't really dive on these BCs the way that they did. But in the end, even though we were maybe a tiny bit worried for King Jonas Atala, in the end, it is a relatively quick, swift, and easy victory.
Yeah, pretty well played by Yuna indeed. Figuring out that the only thing he had to do was crossing the map with a lot of Corruptors, Roaches, targeting down those turrets, as you mentioned. Made it even harder for Marine Lord to hold on, even though he got some pretty decent damage in the early game, sniped a couple of Queens, sniped a couple of drones as well. It was just a little bit too much. Yuna was able to well, play this one out as he should have done, as he should have played it. Just simple Roaches and Corruptors. Pretty well played by Cyril here.
I don't know if you have gas for that, but what is it? Instead of all those Hellions, he would have gone for some Widow Mines. I feel like that would have really complicated things. Because the mines would have been good against both the Roaches and the Corruptors. I don't know, like I'm just speculating.
Yeah.
Obviously, like you use the Hellions as sort of a mineral dump, right? Like because the BCs are so gas intense, so I do get it. But yeah, the Hellions in the end, it almost felt like maybe it would have been better for the Hellions to never even bother with the Roaches, but just counter. Like you kill my SCVs, but I kill your drones. Maybe that would have been a play.
Yeah, and extra turrets would have made it a little bit easier, I would say. Like
yeah, but the Roaches took care of all of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're right. But I believe like in the first fight there weren't any turrets, and he kept on reproducing those as Roaches were on the turret base. It was quite hard for Marine Lord to make it work.
Maybe with the first 3 BCs, just go a little more gung-ho, try to kill all the Queens, drop some mules, repair your stuff. I don't know.
I don't know. It's a hard game to call because how often do you see those kind of strategies, right?
I mean, I do watch Centania, so quite often. Slightly different build order for Nate. Opens up with a couple bunkers.
Yeah, bunkers would have helped. Even a couple of tanks would have been nice. But
a Sensit Tower too. High sec, all the tracking. That's what I see on the Nate stream. No, cool try. Unfortunately, not enough for Marine Lord.
Yeah.
But it's good to see the guys have some fun as well, right? Like, obviously, it is a big match. Winners match here in the round of 16. Players having fun. We're having fun. And I think we're going to have a good time with this one as well. Clem, the star of the previous Nation Wars, he got that final victory over Elaser, who was absolutely on fire, will go up against the Zero. And what does a Cannon Rusher play in PvT? Proxy Void Ray, shield batteries, Tempest, that kind of stuff? Cannons into Void Ray? Proxy Robo?
Proxy second gateway into something quite crazy.
Oh, no. You're thinking way too macro-oriented.
Yeah, way too macro-oriented.
Yeah. I actually don't know. I'm expecting...
Yeah, Proxy Void Ray shield batteries, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's most comfortable with.
Or maybe he tries to Cannon Rush, but...
Wouldn't it be funny if the Mazero gets a victory here after Clem just like all kills Poland pretty much? Or at least gets
You want me to leave the casting desk again?
Not at all. Not at all.
No, I know.
But it would be cool for the Mazero.
That'd be amazing for the Mazero. Still on a 1-to-8 ratio, I believe. He did get a victory earlier. But against Clem, it's going to be... I
really wonder how old that picture is of the Mazero. But like, you guys need a picture of me? It's like, well, I remember when I was in the first grade of high school. They all told us to take pictures. I really didn't want to, but I have a feeling he's a little older than that, guys. Anyway, here we go. This man opens up with a pylon in his natural, or a pylon in his mineral lane. Sorry, guys, it's been a long night. But that means he is indeed going to open up in a funky way. It is the Zero.
I'm so confused. Is this a pylon for Forge? Yeah, Forge. It should be. In the top left-hand side, the new kid on block from France. He is Clem, the Red Terran. And he will have to face against the Cannon Rush. He has to know about it. He has to know.
I mean, Drogo forgot his nickname, but wanted to call him the Cannon Rusher. So I have the feeling that Team France should be aware of it. I'm not sure how often Clem faces this kind of stuff, though. Like, obviously, there's always a couple of these dudes active on the European ladder, right? Oh, that's a good start. Oh, that's a good start for the Mazero.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
All right. Yeah, the SCV was overing on the left side, kept on going there, and then when he canceled the production, he couldn't go back to repairing the depot. So now 2 cannons are going to go up. Second Rax is the follow-up from Clem, with a really further down bunker. I'm starting to be feeling a little bit afraid, I would say.
I feel like this is the kind of start that the Mazero is obviously very comfortable with. And once again, like, yes, there are a couple of dudes who play this on the European ladder at a high level, and the Mazero is high level. Like, he's been above 6,000 MMR. But Clem still doesn't play 6,000 MMR dudes very often. He will play the 6.3, 6.4 dudes a lot more than he plays the 6K. So this could be a little bit awkward. But so far it seems like Clem has a pretty clear idea of what he wants to do. But I also feel that this is the Moz0 his comfort zone, right? He should know exactly how he wants to play it out from here. Whoa, double gate.
Double gates. For now, Clem is heavily supply blocked, losing those 2 depots. He couldn't build another one. He does know about what's happening downstairs.
Where's that other
he does
gate?
Have an SCV. It's here. Both gateways are here.
Okay. Oh yeah, sorry. So you built the core at home, yeah.
Okay, core is at home.
I'm confused about double gates. You're gonna go Zell, Stalker Rush with batteries? Is that the case? Hey? You're going for a lot of batteries?
What about Clem's depot? He needs to start one now. Maybe he drops a depot from the sky. Clem is flustered right now. Like, he's not playing really well. I mean, he's been supply blocked for like half of this game. Losing those 2 depots, then starting another depot a little bit late, the second one as well. He's feeling the pressure right there.
Wait, why is he going double gate? I'm really trying to figure this one out, guys. I'm genuinely very confused. Was that still 150 minerals?
I'm not liking this for Clem. Moz0 is actually playing a really brilliant game, and you can tell that Clem doesn't really know what he's supposed to do here.
Yeah. The moment he gets his Cyclone, as long as he doesn't let the Moz0 build stuff on the high ground, I think Clem has time to start dealing with this. But obviously, I think one thing that's important to mention is this is not a 2 orbital opening, right? Like, there's a lot of scenarios like this where it's like, yeah, the Protoss has the Terran contained, but then at least it's double orbital, so it's 2 mules being dropped at a time. That is not the case. Clem is really gonna have to babysit his units like they are his precious, because he doesn't have the economy to replace units as expensive as a Cyclone or a Viking. Yeah, I assume that's gonna be reacted Viking, correct?
Yeah. Or maybe just reactored Marines, but he's gonna go for it now. The shades are not being accepted at the moment, so he's gonna lock down on that cannon.
Is that Fleet Beacon? Yeah.
Fleet Beacon.
Yeah, for Tempest. Against reacted Viking of 1 orbital, I think Fleet Beacon is a perfect choice. I wouldn't mind if he lets these adepts shade up, by the way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to see him...
Okay, the cannon still lives. Does Clem know about the Fleet Beacon?
No, not yet. But he probably has a feeling that it's coming. This is very nice though by Clem, pushing away a couple of these buildings, because that's absolutely where you want to have your cannons, and that's absolutely where you want to have your shield batteries.
Okay, Clem knows about the Fleet Beacon now. He's gonna go and scout the opposite side of the map. He wants to know if there's a nexus behind this.
Should build a barracks in his main.
Yeah, maybe a barracks
like 4
would be a
Marines
good...
and then run them into the mineral line. You know, I know it sounds like I'm kidding, but that would actually be a good move. Because with this kind of a build, you really don't want to have any units at home. You don't want to be worried about defending at home. So I think for right now, the Moz0, he wants to know what kind of a reaction he's going against. Are there going to be Widow Mines? Is it more Cyclones? Is there going to be a tank? Or is it reacted Viking? So can we take a look at the Moz0's vision real quick? Did he see the starport being reacted?
He still doesn't know, but he did see a couple of Vikings on that last sequence.
Okay, I think that's a pretty big tell, because he also saw it was hovering above it before. These Cyclones have done a very good job so far.
Now the tank is actually limiting the amount of Vikings that Clem can build, because once again, this is a 1 base build from Terran. He's actually been forced into a 1 base build by his opponents.
I wouldn't mind +1 air weapons, by the way, from the Moz0.
Okay, the tank is going to siege up here. Vision is going to be taken for that Tempest to shoot. But Vikings, 5 Vikings in the air, actually hitting quite hard. And now supply block for the Moz0, losing that pylon on the low ground. That tank has actually vision over that pylon on the left side. Now it's going to proceed and hit a little bit more. I'm feeling a little bit better.
The moment 2 Tempests are out, this is the moment where the Moz0 has to shine, though. This is when you need to start getting active. Oh, careful with your Void Ray. There's a good chance that he's feeling the nerves as well. But every shot is nice, right? Because every shot is damage. Is like money damage as well. Because Clem is going to have to repair these units. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Moz0 can just chill on his shield batteries forever. So every shot that these Tempests get off is nice. Where is he building that command center? Okay, on the right top side of the main. I actually think like a hidden base would have been cool as well, because didn't he sneak out an SCV?
I think he has an SCV onto the natural, yeah.
To scout, I guess.
We might want to scout what's happening in the main base, but every single building is actually there. Clem could have gone for maybe a shot onto those Tempests, but decided not to opt for it.
All right,
and now the tank is going to be under heavy fire, but he does unsiege it and goes back to the...
I think now you can 2-shot Vikings. With 3 Tempests, you can 2-shot a Viking. Like 3 shots and 3 shots, that should be enough to kill a Viking. Now, obviously, Tempest don't fire very quickly, but it is very nice to get some real damage off.
How many Vikings do we have? 9? Okay, 9, soon to be 10. Okay, he's gonna load up 5 SCVs onto that command center and go to the right side.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That's super unfortunate.
Yeah, that is very... Especially if Clem can just mine of that for like a minute and a half. That has such a big impact on the way that this game plays out. Oh, poor the Zero. That was really sad.
Okay, does he go back with the Adept though?
I think he's gonna check all the bases.
Oh, Oracle is pretty smart.
Yep, he's
because
gonna revelate the army.
Revelation is gonna connect really well with Tempests.
Viking count is very high though.
Yeah.
It's like almost high enough to one-shot a Tempest, and then shield batteries are not going to save you anymore. I have the feeling that the Zero had to be a little more active, even though it's been difficult, and I think Clem's defense has been very clean. You need to try to maybe force a mistake out of the Terran player. Good scout there as well by Clem. He finds the hidden Nexus.
He's going to plant down a bunker. Don't know if he's going to get any Marines there anytime soon, but Tempest moving away from the... relative safeness of those shield batteries. One shot!
Wow.
The Tempest. Okay, you gotta go for it, Clem, now.
Yep.
Oh!
That is very sad for Clem, but he only lost a single Viking there. Yeah, that's still a very good trade, right? A Viking for a Tempest. Tempest obviously built super slow. Vikings build a lot quicker. He's got a reactor on his starport as well, so he can build 2 at a time. So losing a Tempest here. I have the feeling that the Zero gave Clem just a little too much time. I don't know, maybe he's nervous, maybe he didn't really rely on his unit control. I think he's going for a Dark Shrine, by the way.
I think that's a Twilight for a Dark Shrine. Makes sense to me. Kind of weird games that pair up super well.
It's actually so sad for the Zero that he doesn't know about that base, because that really changes everything.
We can see the supply rising up quite fast on the side of Clem because of that income advantage that you're seeing right there. He actually built a medivac to drop Marines onto that location. The Nexus is under heavy fire. Now the only thing that could happen is DT's shredding everything, basically. I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Tempest and the Void Ray will be able to take care of this, but it's still kind of annoying right now. The Zero had to give up his little...
Oh, he's gonna go for it. Vikings are intercepting.
That means no shield batteries here. Oh no, this is an absolute
Tempest.
disaster. I think you recall, but even then you lose 2. Now he's gonna end up losing all of his Tempest.
He can land the Vikings and finish the game. That's what he's gonna do. Clem defends the cannon rush, defends the Tempest shenanigans, and will take care of that Nexus. And with this victory, I think that Clem is just moments away from receiving a nice GG from his opponents.
Yeah, these cannon rushes never give up until the final Dark Templar went down. But I think that the Zero knows that he is in quite a bit of trouble. Obviously, as long as there's no stim, you always feel that, like, maybe if I just get like 4 or 5 Stalkers, I can kite this army, right? Because Stalkers do have micro potential against this kind of an army. There's one more Tempest as well. That's going to be very annoying. Clem is going to end up losing a couple of Vikings here, but he doesn't seem too bothered by it, just because he has so freaking many. Well, that Tempest is an absolute goner. I would definitely cancel that next Tempest, but it will probably never really see
Does
the
he
light
really
of day.
believe that with DTs he can actually change the tide of this game?
Oh, yes, he's going to try.
Because I love DTs, and I know their potential in PvT if there is no detection when they show up. But what happens is, if that DT actually deals damage as you have 24 supply and your opponent is over 100,
I think he knows Funka is in trouble, but okay.
yeah, he knows.
He's like, you know what, with 0 army supply, it might actually be hard to buy time for the DTs in the first place.
Yeah.
GG gets caught, Clem will tie things up. Yeah, I have the feeling that if you get this setup, you really got to start poking immediately. Like I said, every shot that you get off on a Viking, that is annoying for Terran, because then Terran has to pull SUVs, they have to repair their units. If you just sit above your batteries and then the Viking count gets so freaking high, I mean, then the moment your Tempest gets one-shotted, I feel like your build is kind of dead at that point.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, like that's the greatest thing about the Tempest. It's its range, its ability to just poke and poke and poke and never stops. And if you connect it with the presence of shield batteries, then suddenly all of those things are actually combo pretty well. But that just didn't happen in this game because the Zero was playing a little bit, frightened, I guess. And by the time he had 2 Tempests, he should have gone for it. You said it.
Kudos to Clem as well, because obviously, like, it kind of felt that everything was connected, right? Like, the Cyclones were going to push the initial batteries and cannons back. Then there was a tank that was going to push that back as well and keep it at bay. And then, obviously, the Viking count is high enough. So then the Tempest can't really get that close anymore because then the Tempest would get one-shotted by the high amount of Vikings. So excellent defense by Clem, even though he was a bit supply blocked. Maybe he felt a little confused or worried, but it definitely seemed like he has played against this a couple of times and had a good idea of how he wanted to tackle the problem.
That was a scary start, though. Like the two hippos not being replaced instantly, I was starting to be nervous a little bit, but now it's all better. 1-1 between France and Finland. We'll have Petit Drogo versus Zhuge in a PVZ. Drogo feels comfortable against Zerg, so that's a good thing to add on, as we have the chat that believe 57% of you guys at least think that Finland is gonna take it. France with a pretty decent shot here at making it 2-1 in their favor. But it's never over till it's over. We'll have a PVZ here on Thunderbird.
Yeah, I like what T. Drogo said of not underestimating Zhuge Liang, you know, like that's something that's you could really regret if you ever do that in a match of this magnitude here, where it's all on the line, where you're representing the homeland that you grew up in, which always brings a certain pride, Funka.
Oh yeah. What about you playing for France? How did it feel back then? Warcraft 3 points.
Well, not that great, because I won my solo every time. I won the 2v2 every time, and then we lost 2 and 3 every matchup. So,
story of your life, right now. In Warcraft 3L, like
every time I played,
you did win 3 and 2 one season. I remember. All of your matchups were 3 and 2, where you won the 2v2, you won your solo, and then the other guy won at least one game. Then you were the champions. That was the greatest feeling, at least for me as a fanboy.
Yeah, for us too. All right. Match number 3 here of Finland versus France. Representing Finland, starting in the top left-hand side, playing as the Blue Zerg, the meme master, the ceremony king, Zhuge Liang.
And in the bottom right-hand side, one of the greatest Protoss that France ever produced, he is Petit Drogo. Oh, without any accent, Petit Drogo. It's tough.
Petit Drogo.
It's tough to, like speaking English, trying to get the proper accent and then having to
we
say
do like the proper butchering in English of the name. Petit Drogo.
Petit Drogo. Drogo. It's Petit Drogo.
France has had a lot of Protosses historically, actually.
Yeah.
Lilbo being one of them.
Lilbo, DNS, Drogo, Shutdown, yours truly, Todd. I'm still a little bit mad that you never played Terran in StarCraft 2. I expected you to play Terran after a human in a Warcraft.
They're like
3.
totally unrelated.
I know. It's just the human race,
Yeah.
And then Adel Scott that we're not talking about.
He was like a big player actually way back when.
See, he was so good at the beginning. He was like the first one to go into...
And he had such a weird style as well, but still went very deep in like so many tournaments.
Yeah, precise number of probes, like cutthroat timings.
No scouts.
Yeah. It was
only
really
gateway
interesting.
units.
Like, the way he gathered minerals in the early game was like precisely decided to get the timing that, comes in maybe 15 seconds earlier than anybody else. That was quite interesting how he was playing back then.
I would say though, nowadays players are just so much more solid than they used to be way back then. And you have to be good at many aspects of the game. Not just, if you're just good at timings and like your macro is not that great, like it's not enough. You need to be at least decent in everything that you do. Have a good understanding of the game. And that's exactly what most of these players have here. Zhuge Liang, I feel like he's evolved himself quite a bit as well, right? Like, it's very hard to be from Finland when Cyril is, and like you get compared to him, like you're also another Zerg.
Yeah.
But it definitely feels like he's capable of scoring some very important maps and points here and there. He took Cyril to the limits at Assembly when they played.
Yeah, I mean, if Zhuge Liang were to beat Drogo in this game, that would be a massive point for Finland. Like, really, really great. Obviously, being ahead 2-1 is just mathematically speaking really good, but especially with the format that we have this year, I mean, taking it out means that you won't see Drogo until the last possible game if he gets revived. So it does change the entire outcome of a best of 7 like this one. So now Drogo did an open Stargate. He went for a Nexus on a normal timing, but then went into Twilight. And now, as we can see with the Dark Shrine and the Robotics Facility, it's the classic 4 Gateway DT drop. that will transition into some Archons and some harassment capacity.
On this map, taking the third base is quite easy, but it's the fourth base that really becomes a much bigger challenge because of the way it's like open around it. And I think that's a lot more valid for Protoss as well in particular, right? Because when you attack Zerg, you have to worry about the creep and all that. Whereas on the other side, and we especially saw earlier when T-Drogo played against Elaser that if you start finding some momentum, if you're able to drop some banelings here and there, keep him busy, and then you engage into his main army, that's definitely something that's very hard to deal with, because having vision in the middle of the map in this matchup with like some well-placed observers, like it's not necessarily like super common that you're going to be able to get that very clean vision like that. So if we were to evolve into this kind of game, Zhuge would have a very decent chance at finding his rhythm and everything. But obviously, you know, Elaser played fantastically earlier as well, and Zhuge might have just a different style in general.
Okay, let's see if he can whap in those DTs. We've got 3 on the map at the moment. 4th one will be there. Archons will get morphed in a few seconds. The Zerglings were just following closely that Warp Prism, but they decided to go back to the safety of their natural, close to a spore.
But doing this without roaches.
Oh, he forgot an Archon. It's interesting to me that Lair is super late. Like,
yeah, and there's no roaches
5
either.
minutes into the game, no Lair.
Like usually against this, you need like 8 to 10 roaches. Whereas like now he was like, well, I'm just going to make Queens and Zerglings, but those are pretty terrible against a lot of Archons and Zealots. So I don't know if T-Drogo is realizing. I mean, he will now. Oof. He sees that there is only Zerglings.
That first shot was massive from the Archons here. They are
and he said, one Archon without the shields.
Okay, he's going to pick it up in the Warp Prism, most likely. Yes, that is done. Now Zealots are getting up close and personal to those Queens. And, well, Todd's Zhuge is getting bopped right here.
Ooh, he saves it again. And now all he has to do is let those shields regenerate. He's cleaned up so many Zerglings. Can we see the units lost tab?
Yeah,
holy moly, 35 links of them.
And now we've got access to the mineral line. You don't want to be too greedy, though. My good friend Drogo doesn't want to lose the prism. But for now, the micro is just pristine. It's even before charge is done. Because charge has been researched just after that. And Zhuge Liang is paying for his sins here. He hasn't built any roaches, and now he's just going to die to 8 Zealots and 2 Archons. 2-1 in favor of France. GG gets called, and Zhuge Liang a little bit too greedy, and he got smacked in the face.
Okay, I didn't expect this game to go quite as quickly as it did here and to be this one-sided. But Zhuge Liang, he tried to play a little bit unconventional here, skip the Roach Warren. I think Crow the whole time was trying to show us as well. I mean, I saw the Evo in the back of the base, and I saw that there was no Roach Warren, but I didn't think he was going to get these few units. In particular, Queens. I feel like if you have like 2 or 3 more Queens here, it's already a lot better. Especially if you can dance around these Archons with the Zerglings before you finally engage, but that just didn't happen. T-Drogo just completely caught Zhuge Liang off guard with this and smashed him.
Yeah, it's interesting that Zhuge actually mentioned Stefano because back then Stefano lost to a 4 gateway DT rush against Mana in Nation Wars 4, and it's basically what happened in this game. So yeah, he got really close to Stefano on this one, losing to that simple pressure, but yeah, maybe he wanted to cut corners a little bit too much, like getting that as many drones as he could, getting some Zerglings, getting some Queens to defend against the Archon and Zealot pressure, but the micro from Drogo proved to be a little bit too much for our Finnish Zerg. It's now 2-1 in favor of France. We will go into a quick break before we return with the end of our last best of 7 of the night. Drogo and Clem are still alive. Cyril on this side of Finland is still alive. That's the first player that will be sent out by Finland, and France will have to decide between the 2 other. Before we go into break, you know the drill. We will go into a quick layers about Maturino, I believe, or maybe Wild Chest, or maybe 2. Wild Chest, you can get some XP here on the stream, watching Nation Wars, having a blast, having, a couple of decent foods, watching some great games, watching maybe friends or Finland.
If somebody asks you what you're doing, don't just say I'm watching Nation Wars. Just tell them I'm leveling my war chest.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We'll see you guys right after this.
See you in a bit. All right, guys, here it is. It is the last sequence of that last nation war of the night here between France and Finland. And I guess everything went according to plan. Cyril did win his game against Marine Lord. Now it's 2-1 in favor of France, and we just have to seal the deal.
I'm still chewing.
Seal the deal. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I can keep on talking as we're seizing the mighty baguettes, and we're hoping that our guys can take out Cyril twice.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be really hard. Format-wise as well, like France decides who they send out first, right? And then Cyril, it can only be Cyril at this point because he's the last player pre-revive, gets to pick the map.
Yeah.
So if they send out Clem, he'll take World of Sleepers. And it's pretty bad for Clem. If they send Drogo, then I guess he takes Winter's Gate. And then if Cyril wins, then France will choose the map. You have to take like all of these things in consideration. Marine Lord with a tweet here.
Nice try versus Cyril. Sadly, he killed my SCV that had the mission to proxy Starport. Tried my best to create a build to tank the most imbalanced map and give a better chance to the team.
Hashtag no wine.
Zugilian completely misread Drogo's play, wanted to blind counter the 2 Oracle build he used versus a laser. And that makes a little bit of sense. He was trying for something quite different, and obviously the outcome was a quick loss to the hands of Drogo and his 2 Archons. We will know in just a few seconds. It's actually kind of hard, and there's a lot that comes into mind here. What player do you send out? Because the map choice is going to be Cyril's. It will be Clem, and as you said, and as you predicted, Todd, it will be World of Sleepers.
They had to know this was going to happen, though. World of Sleepers is not easy for anyone against Zerg. But yeah, Clem, maybe he has a very specific plan, and that will also leave certain maps, including Winter's Gate, for T Drogo after this if Clem was to lose there, and then France would still have a revive after this. But we are getting into the real interesting part now of this nation war between France and Finland. Cyril is pretty much the last man standing. We have to assume it'd be used as a revive there as well, and France will get multiple tries to take him out twice, not just once, twice. As if it wasn't hard enough already.
Yep. Let's see what happens here in one of our first tries to take down this man. He is one of the greatest player ever to play StarCraft 2, representing Zerg, Finland, and all-around greatness. He is Cyril.
His opponent in the reds, representing France. Give it up for Clem. Make some noise at home. I don't care.
Make some noise.
Yeah, give it up. Make some noise.
Bang on the pipes. Do something. Give it up for Clem. Now, of course, we know you guys are excited. This is a pretty interesting nation wars. And we will have a couple of games here between the remaining Frenchies and Cyril. He's obviously the big boss of Team Finland, as we have Cyril going for a hatch gas pool, so not afraid of any shenanigans coming out on the side of Clem. He is, though, super diligent about scouting potential position of double Rax proxy or even double Reaper plays. Clem is going to play a fairly normal game. That was the map that he was sent out against Rainer back then against Italy. It was basically the same general script, I would say. 2-1 in favor of France before the all-kill format. Then Clem was sent out first. Rainer was able to defeat him in a pretty cool macro game where Clem was playing Marine, Medivac, Marauder, and Mines, quadruple M's. And it ended up being a really long, drawn-out one, where Rainer was able to grab the victory in the end. So let's see what happens in this one. If Clem is going to go bio, does he go for some kind of battle mech?
Yeah, Clem checks the timing here on that base, and he's going to want to look for any Zerglings leaving that area with the SCV, just making sure he sees the movement from the drone as well. He's going to want to block that. Bring the Reaper on time to make sure he doesn't let this hatchery get planted down. Very nicely done here, because you don't want that to go down too easily, but Cyril was way ahead of this and plants down the hatchery on the other side as well. Which, I mean, might have been what Clem was trying to prevent, like for this one specifically on the left-hand side to be taken.
Definitely. It's like...
Which would be towards the rich gas.
We always mention like the kind of tango that Terran versus Zerg actually features in the early game, which is that Reaper and SCV against the Zergling Queens and drones trying to seize the third base. But in this case, it's way more important because you want to deny that rich gas geyser to be in the hands of Zerg players. And obviously, the position of that third base is also pretty nice for creep to be spread. So...
If you thought
Eric was successful,
if you thought Eric made amazing stuff happen with a rich gas geyser, you only have to imagine what Cyril could make happen.
Oh yeah, Cyril is going to be interested in what the follow-up is for Clem because he's investing in pneumatic carapace this time. Elazer was being a little bit stubborn by not researching it as he was playing against Clem, but Cyril does take a different approach to this. He wants to know, and he wants to know as fast as possible.
Yeah, and behind this, we have a Liberator actually being made here from Clem, looking to try and harass some of these mineral lines here. I think the third base is probably going to be a good option. Come in from a cheeky angle and try to kill some of these drones here before the Zerg were to react. You do have a bit of dead space to work with here behind those areas. And that makes it very hard for, like, you know, one single spore to already be in position to defend against all of these attacks. But yeah, for now, I think it's just going to be about trying to delay the creep spread. And you see, actually, Clem is not going around where the natural is, right? Like right above this location to push back the creep. He's staying there in that very location to make sure the creep spread doesn't happen there here for now. So this might indicate that he's already thinking about a big push there down the line.
Yeah, you're right.
Where if there is no creep, it's much harder to hold on against this.
My question is, does he commit this time? Because we've seen that opening with 6 Stallions. Actually, it's 2 Reapers this time. I don't know if that's a mistake by Clem or he just want to have an extra Reaper in this case. But does he commit with those 6 Stallions, the Reapers, and the Liberator? It is time. The Liberator gets siege super far away from a potential Queen. So that's 2 kills, and the Spore is a little bit out of position. Clem will now unsiege and go somewhere else. Does he try to go up the ramp? There's not that many Zerglings available, and with 2 KDA charge, he's got the opportunity to block potential surrounds. Once again, Liberator gets an extra kill. I'm liking this. Oh, we were close from a massive, massive burn here.
Yeah, we'll take a lot of damage there for this one. The Liberator not moving this time around, but he's already killed 5 drones. Clem is finding some good damage there, and he's actually minimizing his losses for it. He's never really had to overcome it just yet. He might just force some more Zerglings as well here in a second.
Yeah, it's
but he kind of sniff out where the Cryptumor is. Yeah, maybe remove it with KDA charge. I guess that would take a while. And now the creep spread is going to want to look to explode out of control here from Cyril, who's finally pushed back. All right, very nicely. But the Queens are out of position. I think he's trying to force a commitment from Clem. Because they're close enough that they would swoop in from behind, and with the links, he could kill all of these units and not necessarily lose a ton of drones.
Okay, the creep keeps on progressing here on the map. And I feel like Clem, as I said earlier, is not going to commit that much with the Hellions because he does want to add on Hellbats to a potential push. 2 tanks, lots of Marines with Stim and 1-1, and a potential Hellbat follow-up with an armory being planted down quite fast. Baneling speed is now being researched, still already a 3rd done. And 4th base is being seized in the middle of the map here from our good friend Cyril, as Clem is taking his own 3rd. The middle. Oh, Mutal display.
In 66 drones is actually not too bad given the amount that is lost. And especially like now the creep spread is just gonna get completely out of control here from Cyril. He's just dropping tumors everywhere, and it's looking really good right now with the way he's making units without over-droning, going for the upgrades that he needs to get. I wonder how many Mutas exactly he's going to want to go for.
Yeah, let's see how much resources he's got available as the Spire finishes. Baneling speed will be completed in 15 seconds, as +1/+1 will be as well on the side of Terran. All right, so no armory yet, I feel. Yeah, no armory started, so Clem is going to be stuck on 1-1 for a bit, and he will not be able... That's clearly a mistake. He forgot about it, and he will start it now. He wanted to transform into Hellbat, and this is such a shame, because Hellbats would have helped tremendously. The fact is, if you play with...
He's still building his tank count, though.
What's that?
He's still building his tank count very nicely. Maybe it's just delaying a timing that he wanted to go for. I wonder, he also needs to realize that there is mutas, because I think some turrets will be in order.
Okay. The creep has been pushed back a little bit in the middle, but oh, look at all those queens. Those 4 queens are doing a nice job. The Spire hasn't been scouted, and the first Mutalist will be out in just a few seconds.
Yeah, this would be really bad if mutas were to reach those mineral lines and there's no turrets there, because then he'd start losing SCVs, and you know that Cyril's going to find the attacks that he can go for with those links out on the map, maybe some banelings into the third as well to blow up some SCVs. Okay, he sees the mutas now.
He's going to lose a tank for it. Now, this is the moment you want to get the hell out of here, I feel. Okay, Hellbats would be available here. Nice target fire here on the banelings. There is way too much, so he's going to sack those Hellions, trying to get a couple of drones out. Why not? He needs to start 2-2 as soon as possible as well. But he's buying a lot of time for turrets to be finished, which is kind of nice.
A lot of banelings connecting onto these Marines here, but they don't get too massive connections here for now. There were good splits from Clem. He's going to pull back into those tanks. He forced Cyril off creep here for a second. Clem is very close to Cyril in supply here. I think if he rallies everything he has across the map, keeps leapfrogging with those tanks, he might be able to take a good fight, which is what he's looking for here. But Cyril, he's got 2-2 on the way. He's getting a ton more links. Will clean up that Liberator over there. Cyril looking to try and catch the reinforcements there, but that means he has less forces here at the front, and those banelings, they're not really getting any very cost-effective.
Beautiful wall around the third base, as you just saw. The Zerglings cannot reach the mineral line for now, and that counterattack for this instance is not doing anything.
Yeah, that wall is sick.
That wall is really beautiful, actually. He's actually not even seizing that third extractor. Well, that third base extractor. It's interesting. He's just like the only thing he wants to do is build a whole lot of Marines.
He's building
14 Marines by cycle. Like it's pretty much a 3-base all-in for Clem.
Yeah, he could fly the main orbital command to a new base later on if he wanted to. He's on siege right now.
Okay, but
Cyril will not engage.
Okay, that tank is not sieged up. Can he pick it up? Nice! Clem is playing a beautiful game for now. He's got a mule here to repair. Marines will dart on the creep.
Clem is trying to make it so that Cyril attacks into those Marines, then he pulls back towards the tanks blow up the banelings, and then he will clean up everything else with the Marines.
Let's see.
Here we go. Cyril will roll in there from the right-hand side as well. There's so many Marines left over in the back, and Clem, he's actually getting some crazy good trades there, but there's still some banelings left over he needs to worry about. The splits are going to have to be good. He's pressing forward. Okay. He's smelling blood in the water here.
Clem is going to try his heart out. He needs to micro perfectly. All the banelings are being taken care of, and Clem, I think he's about to do it. Let's see about those new banelings that were just morphed here. Are the tanks in range? I don't know about it. Let's see if the banelings get the connection that Cyril needs. All the Mutalisks on top of the Medivacs, he needs to boost out of here to keep them alive as much as he can. 83 army supply against the 70 of our Zerg player, but the remax of the Zerg player seems to be enough. The tank has been taken down, and Clem needs to pull back, and he will actually GG. As I said, that was a 3-base all-in, and Cyril was strong enough to defend that aggression, but it looked really, really close for a second.
Yeah, for a moment, it really felt as if Clem might be able to do it, but Cyril just refuses to die. Every single time that his ground army is starting to evaporate, he pulls back just on time. Somehow he was hitting the perfect injects the whole time while fighting, and he just kept on squeezing out more links, more banelings, and eventually he just cleaned up everything that was there. That Mutaclan was actually much bigger than I thought it was. Like, you know, it was kind of like stealth, right? Because he did he did a bit of a flower when he kind of flew in there and cleaned up some of the tanks, but he got up to way more than just a few mutas.
I think he had like about 16, 18 or something at the end.
That was a lot. That's something you need to worry about.
Yeah, that's something with which you can get, basically one-shots on medivacs, on tanks, on you can even take like decent trades against Marines in that situation. So
what a good game by Clem.
It's a little sad that Clem forgot about his armory, because I feel like he could have put so much pressure with the first section of the attack with Hellbats, and it all like put some kind of timer that was supposed to be a little bit a little bit smaller. If you had 2-2 earlier, it would have been so much better, but in this case, the fact that he forgot the armory, and that fight actually happens with 1-1 instead of 2-2, because that first sequence, it's really good for Clem.
You know,
it's 100 supply against 80.
When Cyril played against Marine Lord earlier, I really thought that so many Zergs would have died to that build. So many Zergs would have like just kind of fallen apart from where the BCs were doing like a ton of damage. And in that game, it was the same thing. I'm looking at these files and I'm like, almost any other Zerg here just dies. They'll overextend with the Mutas, they'll not have enough Banelings, their production will not be good enough while they're fighting, but Cyril is just so insanely good. He just doesn't die. So he gets more and more units, he gets the cleanup, and he gets the win. This is insane.
That last clip that we just saw, I mean, like the two first phase of the attack, I guess, even with a properly timed armory, he wouldn't have had 2-2.
Yeah.
But at the third clip that we had on the last fight, he would have had 2-2. And I would have made a tremendous amount of difference. Such a shame here. We will have to see with what Drogo can do here against Cyril. It will be taking place on Disco Bloodbath.
And T-Drogo, you know, he's had time to think about this. Obviously, probably had a bunch of faith in Clan, but you have to know that you have to think about the very real possibility that, you know, Cyril might just win that as well. So he had to get ready. And now there it is. He has to take on Cyril himself. And it's going to be taking place on Disco Bloodbath, as Funka mentioned. So hopefully he's prepared a good build specifically for this. He mentioned a bunch of times that, you know, they prepared pretty hard for Cyril, so it's time to show that preparation here, Roddy.
Yep, yeah, he said it. He's like, we've been practicing hard for Cyril. He also said that in the round of 32, though, that they practiced hard for Raynor. Back then, it didn't make the difference. Let's see if it's going to make the difference this time. I do think we all know that this man is perfectly capable of taking a map or two off that goat on the other side of the map. This man, of course, in the left top side of Disco Bloodbath is representing France, and he's playing under the ID, Petit Drogo.
His opponent in the blue playing Zerg, the GOAT himself, Cyril.
Aren't you excited for Katowice? I have the feeling Cyril is pissed off.
Cue John Wick voice.
That is the one that's really still missing on his resume, right? Like, in my opinion, for tournaments that he can actually participate in, or that he is.
And we know that he actually cares about trophies as well.
Yep. And I mean, I think he got somewhat close 2 years ago, made it to the semifinals back then, but wasn't really ready for it yet. Back then, Classic dismantled him with a couple of nice aggressive builds and one macro-oriented build as well. I think last year he came in as the big favorite, but he got stunned by Su in the quarterfinals. I'm sure that he's already thinking about that tournament in February, March.
Did you agree about what I just said about like the 2 ZVT that you just played? Like, it feels like so many Zergs would have just died. Even like Marine Lord's build was sick. Mm-hmm. He was doing a bunch of damage, he had Yamato, and then Cell was just like, actually, I'm just going to make Roaches Corruptors and kill you. And then same thing easy, now, right? Against Clem. Like, Clem's push was he was doing damage, and then he was trading well against the Banelings, and then suddenly Cell is like, get out of my game, next.
Yeah, I especially think like the BC game, I think it's very easy to overcomplicate situations like that and be like, oh, I need an infestation period, I need Neural Parasite, I need to get ready for that phase in the game, right? You want to let a Fungo, Corrosive Ball maybe. This is like, no, what if I just rally nothing but Roaches to the other side of the map? Because I have the feeling you're going to have a hard time dealing with that if you also have to fight my Corruptus. I think Cyril is just amazing at analyzing situations in general, but we did see him drop a map earlier today. And like I said, we know that Drogo is capable of it. He's done it time and time again. Not too long ago, he actually pushed Cyril to the limit in a challenger match. It was 3-2 in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. And we could have a best of 3 here between these two.
Yeah.
We haven't entered the revival phase here of this Nation War either. So we'll see here. T-Drogo is opening with a Robo.
Quick Robo, right?
Yeah.
Maybe opening up with a War Prism, just try to be annoying with a couple of gateway units, something along those lines.
Whereas Cyril is just going to be droning up for now, going for the extra base, obviously early on. Unless you wanted to play very aggressive, you would never see anything like a Roach Warren or Evos that early.
Opening up with the Immortal. Now earlier we saw Goblin open up with the Immortal, then he went for the double Immortal War Prism and Dark Templar opening. I'm not expecting that out of Drogo here.
Will we get Pneumatized Carapace?
There's 3 extra gateways already on the way. So maybe this is going to be one of those super early moves outs with either 1 or 2 Immortals, then a couple Sentries and a War Prism.
Yeah, and like by the time you scout this build order by T-Drogo, it's already coming.
Yep.
It's almost as if like, I mean, you see the move out, it's like, well, I mean, I might as well have skipped Pneumatized Carapace because now I know, but I think that's what T-Drogo is going to rely on. Can he catch this? Nope.
Like I have to say, I'm personally not a massive fan of builds like this on a map that is this large because it takes such a long time to make your way to the other side of the map. 4 extra gates, by the way.
But that's also why they wouldn't be expecting nearly as much.
Exactly. That's where I was going to go, Johan. That's why you're a goat yourself, okay? That's why
You're the best, Kev.
That's why I still see you build those arcane towers and like taking care of spirit wolves every night. I know it. That's exactly like sometimes the builds that are not supposed to be good on maps can actually work out very well because you're not really expecting it. But Cero is already building roaches.
Yeah.
37 drones. That is very low, but he knows how serious this attack is, and I think that's a perfect read.
It's going to be only units from here on out here from Cyril. As T-Draw goes slaying across the map. This even gets spotted. He's going to be on the high ground with the Queens, ready to receive that War Prism. Where does T-Draw go?
I don't know, mate, but I know he's not going to be happy to see all these queens already working on his prism. Maybe, ideally, you want to be able to force with the queens in the main, but the first Ravager is morphing already.
I think he's just going to Guardian Shield and try and fight immediately. Yeah. But the one Immortal against this many roaches?
No, you're hoping to find no roaches here. You're like, maybe one roach. Oh, no, you've got quite a bit of Zerg units already. Cross the ball, landing in the middle of the pack as well. Good job by Drogo saving the sentry, but I really think that Cero is going to have way too many units here.
I mean, the Guardian Shield is helping a ton, but now that will expire, he's warping in all the way at the back here to make sure the Prism was safe as well. The Immortal is getting jumped on top of it. That means that with the War Prism being this far away, that's gonna fall. Oh my god, he's got some Stalkers left over. Zealot's going to town on these Queens, which are actually pretty fast here on Crisps. Roaches coming in to reinforce. T-Draw goes still on 33 Walkers.
Yeah.
Still on 37, he cuts so early.
The moment you lose your Immortal, I feel like you lose the real juice to this push, right? Because that is the one power unit you have that's going to be excellent against the roaches. Drogo is not giving up yet. This is maybe a cool move, trying to split the priority a little bit. But Cero, every second that goes by right now, he's getting more and more roaches out. He's getting a couple of backup queens out as well.
I'd like to see Drogo go back into probes, to be honest.
The thing is, he has no tech. I think he feels like he's super all in.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Cero has any tech. He's not on lair. Gonna have to evacuate. He's gonna elevate everything else. Oh, that's sick.
If he might get the hatchery, that's a pretty big pickup. That would be enough to maybe go back into probes and start taking some extra gas.
And he starts another Immortal. I think he's realized he's gonna recall out of there. T-Draw go finding some damage there eventually. 33 walkers to 37 still, but he can resume pro production. He still has some initiative with the War Prism out on the map.
Smooth operator indeed. Like, that didn't really seem like that was going to happen anymore, but a really good play by Drogo, pretending it was an all-out assault in the main base, but then he left just the right amount of units behind to snipe that hatchery. The units were out of position for Cero. Well done by Drogo. And now suddenly he's up a worker. It's a 2-base Zerg.
No,
we can call this a success.
Don't play this way.
Would you just follow up with like Archon Immortal Charge? Is that your follow-up?
Yeah, I think maybe take the third base, go for Charge, Templar Archives, make Immortals consistently. Like, the Zerg is on such low econ. And you know what I like to do when they're on low econ?
Don't tell me a dark.
Cheeky little Dark Shrine, buddy.
My god.
There's no spores! What are you talking about?
I'm going to organize an AA meeting for you. Hello, my name is Johan Mello, and I've built too many Dark Shrines in my life.
Hi, Johan.
When is the last time you built a Dark Shrine? It's like, well, I ask for it every single game I watch. It's like, last night I saw TVZ, and I was like, please build a Dark Shrine. It's like, wow, he's in deep. We need to help this man.
I was going to say, what's that drone up to? It's for Spire here at the back of the natural, so kind of well concealed. Do we have any sentries
on
T-Drogo? Because that would be the one hope he has to scout. Okay, so we don't have sentries. He doesn't have any observer. Ideally, against a Spire, you need to know early that it's there, and then you can start reacting. Then again, he's got a very decent force on the ground. With the Immortals, he's going to have charge lots. If he realizes that there is a Spire, he could just get a ton of Stalkers and go for an attack.
I'm mostly just worried, though, that he's not going to get a Templar Archives, because he didn't add it yet, and now I have the feeling that he's not going to add one at all. Even though he's banking a little bit of gas, so it only makes sense, because then he could still maybe just go for an all-out assault with Archon's Immortals.
And this kind of attack, by the way, is really sick, because it's keeping T-Drogo busy at home, and in the meantime, he's not scouting the Spire.
Yeah.
It's really designed to do that more so than actually achieving damage, which he did do with 4 probes being sniped.
Drogo still in the dark, might be picking up on it. The funny thing is, though, let's say Drogo makes an all-out attack with Archons, then obviously Cero can still just go and make nothing but Ravages and Roaches. But
look at Cyril's gas, too.
Yeah. Drogo is now adding a Templar Archives, but he's also building more and more probes.
10 Mutastones. As my heart sinks.
He doesn't know about it yet.
All right, this is the one scout he can get, but I mean, finding out about the mutas as they're coming out, even this Prism could get caught here.
Yep, that Prism is low on HP already, so it's also risky to put Archons inside.
He's gonna
of
see it. Where's the Prism?
In the main, left a couple stalkers behind, being annoying.
Ah, that's dead, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Not even a chance to recall. Okay, he's just gonna try to recall, but yeah, I think everything dies.
He
And
goes,
double Stargate is gonna start, but I mean, it's just so late. And Cell's already thinking ahead. He starts a Bailing Nest.
yeah. I almost feel that Sarah right now is gonna drone up, try to find a little bit of economic damage with his mutas, and then just go mass Roach Ravager Bane, like we've seen him do time and time again. There is an Archon morphing there. The anti-air is very little here, so the mutas are just gonna dive on top of these sentries.
Very little. It's 2 sentries.
Yep. Well, there is an Archon, but Archons are so clumsy without Warp Prisms nearby. They're just never in the right place. Sarah is going to be able to buy so much time for himself here to drone up, right?
Yeah. See like 4 more drones on the way. He's already getting +1 melee as well. The supply kind of taking off here for the Zerg player who's about to be on a 4th base. Double Phoenix production on the way. I mean, Cyril, he just has so much initiative from here, right? If he wanted to, he even could have gone into Corruptors and just play with the Muta game, but he doesn't need to. He can just play Roach, Ravager, Baneling, and with the Infestation Pit. I don't even know what's next here for him. It feels like he could just stay on tier 2, but he's kind of thinking ahead.
Yeah, Saro's not really the guy to go mass Muta Corruptor. He does that very rarely in this matchup. I think in general he's not a big fan. He likes just forcing out the response, and if you force out double Stargate and a couple Phoenixes, you're already dealing damage on top of the amount of probes that you've killed. So for Cyril, this has already been a success. Even if all 10 Mutas just die right now, they've already accomplished what he was hoping for, and maybe even a little bit more. Because Todd, I know you're looking, so I don't have to tell you, but Cyril's supply just always explodes suddenly after like a little Muta switch, and then it felt like it's an even game, and suddenly the Protoss is hovering around 126, 130, and then Cyril's maxed out on Roach Ravager Bane.
Yeah, I mean, behind this, if he can reach Broodlords in this kind of game, like now it feels like T-Drogo's the one on low econ, right? He's been cutting probes. He's been staying on 62 for a very long time now because he was so scared of what you talked about. A lot of Zergs, they go into Mutas, then they max out on Roach Ravager Baneling, and then they do a massive attack, which is just so hard to hold. I believe that right now, that's what T-Drogo is thinking about. So he's like, well, I gotta get units. I can't make more probes. I'm already getting a 4th Nexus because I have to. That's enough. Like, I need to max out as soon as possible. And because of that, well, Cyril is like, well, go ahead, max out. I'll make Broodlords. You're just not going to be ready.
Well, he's going to add the Fleet Beacon, so Drogo is already thinking about that phase in the game. Now a couple Hydras being added as well, and the Hydra upgrades are on the way. But Drogo's supply just feel like it's been stuck for a little while, right? And I feel the moment Cyril's maxed out, it doesn't hurt for Cyril to try. Make a little frontal attack on the 4th, maybe roll a couple of Banelings into the 3rd base. Anything like that would be plus EV, because if you're maxed out, your army's not going to get any bigger, so you may as well try to get some value out of it.
You just say plus EV?
What? What's wrong?
It's a poker term, dude.
It's a term in general. Good ROI. Would that make you better and happier?
Sure.
Okay.
Roach is actually looking to be sacked there, but T-Drogo is ready on both sides. Even though here they're kind of trading, like with Cyril getting a lot of snipes on these units.
This is exactly what I meant though, right? Even if all of these roaches go down and they don't accomplish much, it's still fine because he's just going to replace them with better units. But instead he got a couple of Zealots. I think an Archon went down there in the process.
Stalkers in particular, you didn't want to lose there.
Nope.
They're still useful in this kind of army.
Pharaoh always does such a good job in keeping his Mutas alive, right? Like, obviously hovering above Archons is risky, but getting High Templars could very well be worth it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that's -3 HTs. Not too many
more,
storms.
no? It was all but one. Yeah, 5 have died in total. Oh my god, the Phoenixes.
Does he? And now he barely has any storm though, so how do you deal with all these Banelings, right? And this Hydra...
And that's what Cyril was counting on. He built up this attack there.
And now a Tempest shows up, but there are no Broodlords. It's going to be Hydra, Ling, Bane. Banelings will start rolling forward. Can Drogo pull off a miraculous hold? It seems impossible, as these Banes will get on top of all of these probes. That's -20 probes very quickly. The Immortals do finally show up, but Immortals, the moment these Archons are gone, the Zerglings are going to be a very, very big problem for these Immortals.
Yeah, Zerglings are going to overwhelm these Immortals, and Cyril just too good for this game.
I thought you were going to sing for us, like, he's just too good to be true. can't take my eyes off you. I thought you were going for it, Todd. I was like,
I'm really sad about France losing, but then you're saying some random BS here and making me laugh.
I must say, I really like the initial attack. At first, I was like, oh no, it's not gonna work at all. You know, Cyril simply has way too many units. But the way that Drogo salvaged this by going for the main with the prism, warping in a couple units there, and then leaving a few units behind and sniping that hatchery, I'm like, all right, you know, we've got a game. I thought that was really cool. But just after that, you give Cyril time and he just finds a way to make magic happen.
And that was such a clean defense there, and you can tell. Like, Cell does not want to be cheesed out of any game. He's so diligent with the scouting. And he cut drones perfectly on time this game. Just made a ton of quints and roaches. And then after this, even though Drogo found some damage, Cell, as long as he's able to go into 3, 4 bases, he always knows what's the next step, how to get there. And it's not just by, you know, doing the right macro, doing the right transitions and upgrades and everything. He's just so clever with every single unit. He uses them to their full potential, goes in the exact right spot he needs to here pre-Archon to kill 2 very important sentries, gets a bunch of probes, and then later on, he set up the attack perfectly onto that 4th base by killing the High Templars, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that those Mutas survive, by the way, right? How does that even make sense? It's double Stargate, there are 4 or 5 Phoenixes. Aren't those Phoenixes just supposed to chase him down? Cyril's just so good in keeping you busy that you're not that worried about microing your Phoenixes against Mutas. You're like, oh, what can those Mutas ever accomplish?
Did you see on the right side, by the way, that attack happened as Groove Spine and +1 missile finished? Like, perfectly on time.
It's art. Art in a Zork form.
And you can't put a price on art. What?
No, that's true. I mean, at least that's what they say. That means that now Finland has taken the lead. They are up 3-2 over France, and that means that it's revival time for Team France. Who do you revive, Todd?
Whoever feels most comfortable with facing Cyril. So nobody, really.
I don't think any of them has a winning record, but...
yeah, who has the best chance? That's what you need to ask yourself. Is it still T-Drogo? I mean,
twice,
this game...
though.
This game was somewhat competitive. It's just the build order was read into perfectly, and then he had the defense. Even though there was some damage that was found by T-Drogo.
I think Clem obviously had a fantastic showing against Poland. Marine Lord, I don't think that he's really feeling it. I think you got to go with Drogo, even though Drogo is probably not too eager on the idea of 2-0ing Cyril. I think that he has the skills to get it done. It's not going to happen often, but he absolutely can do it. Anyways, guys, you guys know what's up. That's right. It's the Matcherino promotion. Matcherino.com/nw2019. We've got a bunch of awesome products for you guys at home to pick up. We've got hoodies, t-shirts,
a cap,
hat.
a mug, a snapback bag.
Yeah, snapback. Whoever decided to call it a snapback? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, a lot of cool stuff that you guys can purchase over on the Matcherino website. And a part of the money that you guys spent will go towards the prize pool of this tournament. And that obviously makes everybody happy and makes the pro gamers happy. So thank you guys so much for checking that out. We're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with Game 6 between France and Finland.
Welcome back. You're watching Nation Wars 2019. And Finland is bullying France a little bit because of one man called Cyril. He's now put Finland on match points. France is down to one last single revive player, which we will find out in a few moments who that is.
Who got this weird baguette on the table, Todd?
Me, why?
Did you like ate half of it and you're like, you know what, this would be cool for the show?
I thought it would be cool for the show, and then I ate half the baguette while he was on his way. Yeah.
All right.
They got like 7 of them on the French set.
You know, we have to rectify something, Todd. Well, like with we, I mean me. I just said I don't think any of them has a winning record. Well, it turns out Marine Lord does have a winning record against Cyril. It's 6-2 actually in series, 12-4 in maps. That's really cool. But there's always a little asterisk. The last victory actually goes back to 2016. So I feel like whenever you talk about stats, including Cyril, I feel like there should be a pre and a post GOAT era, you know?
Yeah.
And right now we're in the post, and back then we were in the pre. 2016, I think Cyril was obviously practicing hard. He was on his way of getting better. But that wasn't a year where he really stood out yet. I think maybe towards the very end of 2016, they were starting to show some signs that this kid from Finland could be something special. And I think early 2017, he showed it already. He had some trouble showing it in the WCS events, but he made good runs, right? Quarterfinals, a final in Jönköping back then. Then obviously at the end of 2017, he finally got his first big victory in Barcelona, a big qualifier. And after that, as they always say, the rest is history.
Yeah. Marine Lord also kind of went on the opposite way, right?
Yep.
Like he retired for a little bit, then came back. He's had motivation swings and stuff. So obviously he's still a very strong competitor, but it's the GOAT we're talking about now with Cyril. So it's going to be T-Drogo anyway.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about one thing. It's very likely to be T-Drogo unless... I would say for Marine Lord or Clem to come out, it will really depend on the map that they can pick.
Exactly.
And if they have a very specific build in mind. But I mean... it almost would be like face-up, like transparent. Like, you know, if you're Cyril, you're like, really, T-Drogo's not going back out. Like, these guys have prepared something. And then, like, we've seen Cyril today being so diligent with the scouting, making sure he always knows what's happening. Here's the music. Who did it?
I'm with you. I think Drogo.
Yeah. It's T-Drogo on Winter's Gates.
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, I do believe that Clem can absolutely take a map of Cyril, especially if he plays on one of his better ones. But taking a map is not enough, guys, because then you just tie it up, and then Cyril is going to play again. And then you're going to play on one of the maps that's probably going to be a little bit more difficult. Think of a World of Sleepers. Now, obviously, for Drogo, the same can be said. But I think for Protoss, that is a tiny bit less of an issue than it is for Terran. So here we go, Todd. Drogo has taken maps of plenty of great Zergs in the past. Wasn't that long ago that he was really, that he even took a series of Raynor, that he took multiple games of Raynor, a tournament in Italy that we casted as well, and he looked really good in that tourney.
And he's had some close series with Cyril as well.
Yep.
It just feels like Cyril realizes the importance of Nation Wars right now, and he's playing on another level. And
well, you mentioned it, Todd. He likes trophies, and this is one trophy that he doesn't have yet either. It's going to be difficult, though. Obviously, it's a very stacked tournament with a lot of competitive nations. And a lot of nations that are sending forward a very strong nation. But this is the last chance for today, at least for France. This man came out. He's going to try his luck one more time. Spawning in the right bottom side of Winter's Gate. It is Drogo.
his opponent in the northwest in the blue, playing Zerg representing Finland, it is Cyril.
Like the Frenchies are going nuts.
Yeah,
in the
hear
other
them
room.
howling over there. What is going on?
I think that's Moman.
Moman is so loud, by the way.
I feel it's funny.
His
as well.
intros are like parting stream level.
Like, oh! The funny thing about the Frenchies as well is that I feel like they ignite each other, right? Like Moment starts shouting, and then TKO is like, "Who's this guy?" Comes in and shouting, like, "I'm the shouter."
Yeah.
Then TKO starts shouting. Then Koka is like, "Oh no, I gotta shout too!" And then they all just start shouting, and they just casually walk back.
Yeah,
Like they're on a break, and you see 7 men just absolutely lose it over a Reaper killing a Zergling in the middle of the map.
I was with them earlier casting a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think Koka is all right. Like he just pokes a lot of fun at everyone, but TKL and Moment during fights, it's like 2 guys trying to do Rap God. It's like something crazy. They just keep going.
It sounds kind of good. Like I obviously have no idea what they're saying, But I was like, you know what? I actually didn't know. TKL, one hell of a caster. I gotta give it to him. No, it sounds good. I have no idea what he's saying, but it does sound good.
It's not always the most substance.
I mean, we kind of know that of the English broadcast as well, right? It's not about the amount of words you say or how you say it. It's what you say, guys. All right, the first
Drogo,
leg.
what opener here? That's the big question. Going into this game, we saw a Robo previously.
Yeah, I don't
him
think...
trying to be very aggressive. Do we go back to Stargate?
I think this is a Stargate opener. But the
What beat Cyril today? A Roddy build.
Yeah, but
Let's go back to there it is, Stargate. All right, I want to see the second Stargate,
No,
the +1 air weapons.
Drogo's not a believer, mate. Drogo, like if
He's
I
not
would
part of the Roddy army.
no, if I would even suggest that to Drogo, like I can just see it in his face. He gets angry at me, like.
What would he say?
He wouldn't say anything. It's just the look that he gives you. It's like, oh man, this man does not care about a single word I say. I think
We got
Drogo.
some non-believers out there.
No, that's totally fine. I mean, I get it, right? Because Drogo is a world-class Protoss player. He goes up against the very best Zerg.
Yeah, so is Goblin.
And if
He adopted the ways of Roddy
yeah,
and got a win.
I know.
That's good. I mean something.
I mean, it sure as hell got him very pumped. And I can get it. Like,
Yeah, you
imagine.
talk to him?
Yeah, of course.
What did he say?
Just that he's like really happy on one side, but on the other end, like very sad that it didn't matter. He was a little bit unfortunate about what he said is a build order loss in the final game. But
Did he ask you if you were a proud dad?
No, he didn't ask. He's always kind of rude to me, man. Like, I have a stubborn son, like a little bit of a rebellion. Jeez Louise. Like,
That first adept didn't find any damage, I believe, right?
nope. Try to.
One ling.
Yeah, that's not what you want. This is like one of the... Ooh, that's a fast layer, by the way. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Todd. They're getting a little tired. I'm gonna try to Nidus Queen us. Wouldn't be the first time. For a long time, Sarah was actually a very big fan of the Nidus Queen Roach and then just take out the third Nexus.
Yeah.
And then be completely okay with that and then just go home again and take the game from there. I'm not saying that he's necessarily gonna do that here, but I don't think it's out of the options either, guys.
Oracle will apply some pressure onto the third base, force a cancel on that spore, which will be restarted. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the production tab and then you see the layer
Whoa.
this far along, you have to wonder what this is for exactly.
You got a kill, right? So that's nice. That's a drone and a little bit of extra. Because spore crawlers cost money as well.
How many queens is he up to?
5.
Interesting.
Making a couple of lanes. That's a lot of damage on the oracles, but now maybe the oracles can find a tiny opening here in the
Yeah, there's no spore here. The only spore that was made was in the main base.
Yeah, but 2 queens are gonna... I have the feeling Sarah's gonna all in, by the way. I feel like often when he skips the spore in the natural, he's definitely all in. Drogo is getting some serious damage done here, but once again, there's already a lot of queens out. Roach Warren is being produced.
And he saw the lair.
There we go, 5 roaches. Are we gonna Nidus, Cyril? Give it to me.
Drogo saw the lair in the main base, so that's a big tell that something like this could be happening.
Drop the Nidus.
Where
Like
would he
the
make
beat.
the Nidus to hide it?
On the left bottom side of the third base. Oh, drop lord. He's gonna transfer the drones to the other side. No, wait, what? He's gonna drop roaches in the main? What is happening, Cyril? Ooh, so important, by the way.
Actually, is that a blind spot in T-Drogo's main base?
Yeah?
Yeah, it is.
No, not anymore. Great minds think alike, so at least he's gonna see this drop lord. I think Cyril's just gonna march to the other side of the map. He's like, why Nidus? Queens
God.
aren't that slow.
The Robo is super exposed over there.
Yeah, it's 50.
He's gonna see it coming now. Okay, he needs like shield batteries.
Todd, he needs units. It's 52 army supply against 14.
Oh my god, you were looking better than me.
I kept my eye on it, man. I've learned from the best. You're a mentor in many ways. He is getting those batteries, like you mentioned, but I have the feeling that this is just going to be a nightmare, man. Drogo's going to try to get his Templar archives up. Cyril at 39 drones. This is an all-in, guys. Make no mistake. Cyril wants to absolutely kill this Nexus, and probably a lot more. He wants to get the Robo, and he wants to get economic damage done as well. Drogo feels like he needs to defend, but can he possibly defend here, Todd?
I don't know, it's going to be really hard. So many Ravagers are getting on top of this Protoss army. T-Drogo got caught completely off guard here. The Queens behind can rejoin the army as well here momentarily. The Robo is already under assault and he's going to be unpowered here.
Yep.
In a second. It's a disaster. T-Drogo running out of units so fast.
Oh wow, I can't believe that pylon still powers the Robo. That is really cool. But the amount of Ravages here is just insane. The Robo goes down, the Queens took care of the Oracle, and with just 4 Zealots and a couple Stalkers, it is not going to be enough GG gets called, and Cyril will send Finland into the quarterfinals. Perhaps expected, but still, I mean, it was an exciting day, right? Goblin really pushed him, and I think with Team Friends, you always know that the possibility is there. But Cyril is showing us that he is not slowing down. I know some people like to think that the era of Cyril is over, that he's washed up. I think that today he showed, he's like, no guys, still pretty good at the video
People
game.
like to think that?
Yeah. As soon as he drops the map, it's like, washed up, lol, Cyril's done. It's like, oh,
Damn, we were really like traditional sports.
oh, absolutely. It's like one bad throw. It's like, this quarterback sucks. It's like, man, that's Tom Brady. He won 7 Super Bowls. Get him out of here. Twitch chat is a little bit like a stadium, right? Like, I feel like when it comes to traditional sports, people go to the stadium, they pay 15 euros, and they're like, this is nice. For 90 minutes, I can scream whatever the hell I want.
Pass the ball!
Yeah, and I'm always sitting there, I'm like, that's not how this works. Like, behave a little. Like, aren't we supposed to support the team? Like, what's happening over here? Oh, well, congrats to Finland. And obviously for France, it doesn't end here. France will return on Sunday, I guess, because it's already day 3. So most likely they'll play on Sunday. They'll have a match against the winner of Croatia.
Poland versus Croatia.
Yep, versus Croatia.
And I believe we're going to do an interview here with
Team Finland.
Finland.
All of them. The Must Zero. Now we can see if he actually looks a lot like that pre-game picture. Like that little high school
it's a
image.
curious picture, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, I'm the Must Zero. Like, that is the face of a cannon rusher, though. It's like, if I had that guy in my
Guilty
class...
as charged.
Yeah, if I had that guy in my class, I'd be like, this looks like a dude who would grow up to be a cannon rusher. No, he's a good dude.
It was written in the stars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very convincing by Cyril. Not quite the way you would expect him to play in these games, but that's what also I feel makes some of these great players even that good or greater than you would think, is that they're capable of mixing in these different builds. The execution was great, and like you wouldn't even think of Zero going for this, right? With the inhibitors in the center that slow you down. And I love the fact that he added the overlord drop as well in the main base, because that kept Drogo busy. That's something that he had to look at, because otherwise he would have lost a bunch of probes to these very pesky Zerglings in his main base.
You know what I also feel is like the ultimate debate move, and I've seen Cyril do this in a couple of games, and I don't even know if that's like on purpose or not, but every Protoss player, the moment they see like an exposed mineral line, they're like, that's it, and they're going for it, you know, and they're killing drones, but then you lose an Oracle, and sometimes even 2 Oracles, and then it just kind of feels that you just have even less at home, right? Well, it's so tempting to kill those drones. If you're getting all in, maybe you don't have to. Maybe it's better to keep every single unit alive. Obviously, that's a lot easier said than done, because you don't necessarily know that those attacks are coming, but I feel like we've seen Cyril fall down. He's like, oh no, he's on 28 drones, but then he's got like 72 army supply, and Protoss has 22.
So we've had all the favorites go through so far. It's been South Korea, Germany, and now Finland. And in tomorrow's group, I think a lot of people are saying Italy might be the country to go through in the first
Well, we've
place.
got Canada in that group as well, right?
Yeah.
That's Scarlet. And who else is in that group? I'm putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, you are. I don't know.
I mean, if like
I told them 20 times, by the way, print out the groups and stuff, but
we'll take a look at. Oh, this
There,
is
oh, there it
tomorrow's
is.
group. Oh, that's fun. We've got,
Italy, Chinese Taipei, Canada, and Russia.
of course,
Italy's got to be the favorite.
and Russia got a little boost as well. Even though you know, there were a lot of screams out of the Russian community where they would have loved to see Medvedev step down. Medvedev decided not to step down, but then it was Braddock who actually said, he's like, I just feel like I don't have the right amount of time to practice right now, and I think it's better if Vanya takes my spot. Now, I know you think Sarah and Raynor are good, but let me tell you about my Russian Zerg boys, okay? There are 3 of the best Zergs in the world, all living in Moscow right now. B, Basset, Vanya. So Vanya is going to be playing for Russia tomorrow. That's very fun. I'm really excited to see Vanya play. I believe the interview is ready though. We're almost done with the broadcast today, but of course not before. We're going to hear from Team Finland, and we've got everyone joining us. That is lovely. Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Yep.
You know, Mazero, you do look a lot older than that picture you submitted.
Yeah, it might be a few years old.
yeah, I believe it. You know
But you
what?
do look like a cannon rusher, though.
All right, Mazero, let's actually start with you, because I don't think we've had you on too often. You picked up a win today. How did that feel?
Felt really great, even though I didn't play it that well since I lost my pro, but it felt nice to pick up that win.
Yeah, I thought when you lost that second probe, right, that got sliced apart by the Zealot, I was like, oh no, I was like, you're in so much trouble.
Well, I had sent my third probe quite early, since I was assuming that I might lose one of my probes at least. So it worked out in the end.
Like, I know that you can rush a lot, and you're obviously very good with the probe micro. I have, I've experienced that firsthand. Do you get like a little more nervous there because it felt like you lost them rather easily? So is it like the pressure or the nerves?
Yeah, I felt a bit nervous, and the way I lost the first probe was it just sat there and died to a probe. I think, and something like that should never happen.
Zhuge-Liang, I need to ask, what the hell was that game against T-Drogo?
I was blind countering the two Oracle opener. And I just put blind spores and tried to make blind links to deny his third base. And I just don't have a lot of experience against someone as good as Drogo who executes the openers as well.
I see. Well, Cyril, obviously we've got a couple of questions for you. First of all, the entire Dev Team Finland, of course, guys, congratulations for advancing into the quarterfinals. Quite a run today, Cyril. I mean, we didn't see you after the previous Nationwide, so we were kind of wondering, like, what was going through your mind after that first game against Goblin, you know, and all those Phoenixes flew in and they picked up all your queens. What did you think?
Well, first off, I think my cannon rush defense wasn't the best. I wasn't actually too sure how good this response was, but it was pretty much my first time trying it, actually, the 3 roads with 1 gas. I did it a couple of times in practice and did some theory crafting, and it felt pretty good, but I think I was a bit behind after that. I actually didn't watch the VOD yet, so I'm not sure, but it was a bit rough after that. And actually the double Void Ray into Mass Phoenix was super strong on that map, since the Void Rays actually killed the spores always, so I don't know. It was extremely rough, but I'm not sure if that was just because I was behind from the early game, or is it actually a very good build he was doing there.
It seemed like you were moving one of the spores inside of your main base at some point, and then he caught you off guard with the Void Ray getting there at this time.
Yeah, probably. Can't remember anymore, but I was moving my spores a bit, yeah.
I think the moment Prismatic Alignment, you better move him, because Prismatic Alignment is really good, especially with +1. Were you worried at that point, Cyril? Because obviously at that point, you know, you're going to have to win 2 in a row. And of course, you're a favorite against Goblin, but he's still a dangerous Protoss, right?
I mean, I'm always a bit worried when I'm playing against sneaky Protoss players. So can't take anything for granted. But yeah, I mean, I was pretty confident as long as I get like in a fine spot into. I mean, just basically, I mean, I've 17-17 the second game, because I felt like if I don't get cannon rushed again, I'm gonna be probably fine. But obviously, it's a bit risky, since some all-ins are pretty hard to defend with 17-17, since you are still cutting some drones. So I don't know. Obviously I was pretty confident I was gonna win after that, but maybe a little bit scared.
One more question about the final game that you had against Goblin on Winter's Gate. Did you, like, obviously you just kind of planned on doing that massive Roach Nidus attack. Is that something you like to do against Double Stargate? Or did you figure that he was going to do some crazy Zealot all-in? Like, what exactly happened in that game in your eyes?
Well, I think you can pretty much 100% of the time kill a Double Stargate player with a Nidus. I have actually never lost. So, I don't know. I'm going to do it every game until I lose one time.
Oh, well, it's time that you start laddering at 5 a.m. then, so I'll show you some impeccable defense, my friend. No, I'm kidding, of course.
Was there no +1 on those Phoenixes or what?
No, I don't think. Yeah, I think he did get it, actually. Yeah, no, he did have it.
Yeah.
But he got Warp Gate. That's for suckers. Like, the real men don't get Warp Gate, so you get quicker +2.
You often talk about the trophies that you like to have and add to your trophy cabinet. Are you thinking about adding a Nation Wars trophy already as well?
Not going that far just yet, but maybe a little bit. Maybe it's kind of far in the hindsight, but not really thinking about it too much.
I think you guys are definitely on the right track, already quarterfinals. Demazero, I have a question for you about your match against Clem. Like, obviously, I think that is like the way that the opening shaped up. That is the way I think a lot of the cannon rushes play out against Terrence. And I think at one spot, I felt like you kind of have him where you want him to have him, because he's only on one command center. You're building your Void Rays. But where do you think that game went wrong for you? Were you too passive with the Tempest, maybe, or like what do you think you should have done different?
Yeah, I lost one of the Tempests to the Vikings, and I think I was in a pretty good spot then, but he got an expansion at his third base, which I didn't scout until quite late.
Yeah.
And I think I was in a pretty good spot, but then I finally lost all of my Tempests when I brought the Tempest.
Oh,
That's when I definitely lost the game.
yeah, you were breaking up a little bit there in the end, but you were actually super unfortunate with your scouting, man, because when you sent your adept out, literally, I think like 0.5 seconds after your adept went to the right, that's when the command center landed. So if you would have scouted a second later, you would have seen it immediately. A bit unfortunate.
Okay.
I'm curious, Dugalyang, did your game today against Drogo maybe make you not want to try to hard counter as much in the future, or do you think it's like a one-off, a very unfortunate circumstance?
Well, I think if you're a 6K Zerg player, you can try to play like Zerol and be a very bad version of Zerol, or you can try to play like Su and be a slightly worse version of Su. But I think sometimes if you hard counter, you've got a much better chance against a much better player. So, once in a while, you gotta flip that coin.
Hey, we know all about this. With Prodi, we play Protoss.
All right, guys. Obviously, maybe looking forward into the quarterfinals. We don't know yet who's going to play second because that's going to unfold this weekend. But is there any nation in particular that any of you guys feel like, I would love to play against them if it's possible? Maybe start off with the Mazero.
I would love to play against Brazil and hopefully get the match against Turkey down. I think that would be
That's a dream.
Then if it would ever be tied up, we better revive those two as well, okay? Ace match. All right. I mean, Brazil still has some work to do, but it's possible. Zuga?
Maybe against Germany again, now that they've got a stronger lineup. And I think Finland-Germany always makes for really good games in Nation Wars.
Yeah, but they won that group, though, so you can't play them in the quarters. Maybe semis, but not in the quarters.
Semis, yeah.
What about... I don't know. I guess. I mean, there's a lot of options. What about China? Would you like to play China?
Maybe in the offline, but not on the online phase because it's going to be a real lag fest. I think like Time has like 99999 MS as his clan tag on NA or something. So, yeah.
I see. Saro, any nations that you would like to play?
No, not any specific ones. I think we are fine with absolutely anyone.
What about Italy? Get revenge.
I mean, that would be nice as well, sure.
All right.
Hopefully
Well,
down the line.
Cut in. I would have very good ZVZ snipe builds against Trainer, so Italy would be fine.
all right. Well, let's see. Italy is playing tomorrow, but they've got a pretty tough group, so absolutely no guarantee that they're going to win it. Johan, I'm pretty much done. I don't know if you have anything else.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations. And we'll see you in the round of 8.
Maybe some words for the Finnish audience real quick. Zuga?
Kiitos kaikille Suomen faneille ja nähdään Round of 8.
All right. The Mazero, some Finnish words?
Kiitos munkin puolesta kannatuksista. Aina mukava kuulla positiivisia kommentteja. Ja tällä kertaa saatiin voittokin napattua. Ja eiköhän tässä siellä Zuyen kanssa pari voittoa napata ja seuraava kantaa sitten loppumatkaan.
Okay. Sarah, last. Something to add?
No,
All right.
toivottavasti päästään finaaliin ja voitetaan. Se oli siinä.
All right, guys. Congratulations once again for making it into the quarterfinals, and I can't wait to see more of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
What
about you, Kev? Some Finnish words?
Suomi, perkila. Then I know one more, but I know that's a bad word.
Yeah. I know that one.
You're not tricking me.
I've been around Fuser enough.
No, it's been, I think, another fun day. The round of 16 so far. I think we're having, at least I'm having a blast, and I think that most people watching this as well.
So am I.
All right, Todd. What do you say? Time for some ladder games? Never too late. I'm sure that Cyril's dodging me again. He's probably tired right now. Like, he always kills double target.
So never lost with it.
He's like, I'm pretty sure.
We'll see about that.
It's like, wow, I've been offended in my life, but that one, straight to the soul, Todd. It hurt. got a little personal there. All right, guys, that's gonna be it for us here, live from the O Gaming Studios in Paris. Thank you guys so much for watching. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, with Group D. It is Chinese Taipei, Italy, Russia, and Canada. We'll see you then.
Nailed it.